Liu Wei's fist went into my stomach so deep I felt it in my spine. While I was folded over on the gravel trying to remember how lungs worked, he crouched down and laid a sheet of paper on my face. Sign it. I'll think highly of you this time. The paper was a transfer contract, my special recruitment slot to Federal University, the one thing standing between me and a very comfortable life of being nobody, signed over to him. Legally. Permanently. Federal contracts don't come with a refund window. I signed it, not because I wanted to, because he was a 3-star warrior and I was, according to the school's own measuring instrument, less than half a star, which is a polite way of saying I registered as furniture. He took the paper, gave me one last look like I was gum on his shoe, and walked off without turning around. I want you to understand the math here. Ever since humanity crawled out into the galaxy, we split into two kinds of people who matter. Warriors, measured in stars, where 1 star means you can punch through a wall and 1,000 stars means you can punch through a planet. And mentalists, who are so rare that only 1 in 1,000 warriors ever becomes one, and who get treated like walking national treasures because they're the only ones who can fly the big ships. And then there's the third kind, us, the ones the instruments can't find. I had trained for 7 years, every morning, every evening, in a rich family's very expensive courtyard. 7 years of my life, and my strength readout still started with a 0. Chen Xuan, how could you agree to that? That was Zhang Hao, arriving about 90 seconds too late as usual, hauling me up by the armpits. He's been doing that since we were 7 years old. He's the reason I have a friend at all. Do you even know who Liu Wei is? Why did you make that kind of bet? The Federal University entrance exam is in 3 days. I did know. That was sort of the point. You're just handing over your special recruitment quota like that. Didn't you realize this was all arranged by Xu Fan? Liu Wei wouldn't dare provoke you on his own. I knew that too. Xu Fan had been arranging my humiliations since junior high, with the patience of a man building a model ship. Hao kept going, voice climbing, until he ran out of air. I let him. When you're the one bleeding, you don't get to be the one who's upset. Then he said the actual thing. Why were you so impulsive? And I told him the truth, which I regretted immediately. The word useless is just too heavy. I can't carry it anymore. So be it. He's right. If it weren't for my parents' connections, the school never would have given me that slot in the first place. Hao shut up. 10 years of friendship, and he'd never heard me say it out loud. We walked. He tried the sensible friend speech, the one about giving up on the warrior path and cramming for the mentalist exam instead, which is roughly like telling a man who can't swim that he should try being a fish. Then he pulled a vial out of his backpack. It was blue. It glowed. It was a spirit awakening potion, a federally controlled substance that his father, the vice commander of an interstellar legion, kept somewhere very locked. I already guessed today's outcome when you agreed to the duel, he said, so I prepared everything. How? Your dad is going to kill you. Take it as soon as you get back. Don't waste it. Then he waved and walked off down the street, this 17-year-old kid who had just committed a military crime because his idiot friend picked a fight he couldn't win. That's Zhang Hao. Remember him. He matters later, in a way neither of us saw coming. I went home to an empty villa. Both my parents were senior executives at Buxi, one of the biggest interstellar conglomerates in the Federation, which meant we had money in quantities I'd stopped counting, and I saw them roughly twice a year. I dropped my bag, sprawled on the water sofa, and stared at the blue vial for a while. Is this really all there is to my life? I said it out loud, in an empty house, which is exactly as pathetic as it sounds. Then I put on the headset and logged into virtual combat space, because if reality wasn't going to let me be good at anything, I had a place where it did. Here's the part nobody at school knew. In virtual combat space, everyone gets the same body. Same strength, same speed, same 1-star chassis for everybody, which means the only thing that transfers is skill. And I was ranked 105 out of roughly 100 million users on this planet. 5,000 fights, 99% win rate. I picked a challenger with a 93% record and dropped in. The guy came at me with a punch that was clearly a real technique from a real family. Dozens of moves compressed into one strike, the kind of thing you spend a decade learning. I watched it come, stepped behind him, and then I hit him with his own punch. Same technique, slightly better. He faded out of the arena in 6 seconds with a kill rating of 100, and somewhere out there, a genuine intermediate warrior took his headset off and wondered what had just happened to him. That's my actual talent, by the way. I see a thing once, and I own it. Movements, techniques, whole fighting styles. It's the most useless superpower in the galaxy if your body can't hold any of it, which is like being able to read music with no hands. I logged out, sat there, uncapped the vial, and drank it. Tasted fine, honestly. Hao's father is really something, I said to nobody. Not even money buys this stuff. Then the drowsiness hit, and I pressed the button that turns the sofa into a bed and went under. And that's where it stopped being my life. I opened my eyes in absolute darkness. Not dream darkness, not the pleasant floating nothing the potion is supposed to give you. Pitch black, silent, no floor sensation, no echo when I shouted. My first thought, and I want to be clear that this was my genuine first thought at the threshold of the greatest event in my life, was, that little rat gave me an expired bottle. Because that's a real thing. Expired Spirit Awakening potion drops your body into a coma while your mind stays wide awake, and you sit in the dark for days until somebody finds you. There are message boards full of it. I had personally laughed at those people. So I sat down in the void and did my school boxing forms, because if I stopped moving, I was going to start screaming, and I had 3 days of this to get through. I had no idea how wrong I was about the timeline. Then the singing started. It came from everywhere and nowhere, ancient, mourning, in a language I have never heard before or since and understood perfectly. Do you still remember your unwavering protection? Have you forgotten the promises you once made? Awaken, return to your peak, shatter the final shackle once more. I didn't feel scared. That's the strange part. I felt recognized, and out in the dark, something started to be born. It came up out of the nothing like a mountain deciding to exist. I looked up and I couldn't find the top of it, just a section, a sliver of the lower part, and that sliver was bigger than an interstellar fortress. Interstellar fortresses are what you get when you take an entire planet and rebuild it into a weapon. This thing made one look like a pebble in a driveway. Then a crack opened in the side of it, and the crack was a door, and the whole impossible object resolved into a shape. It was a pagoda, a tower. "What the hell is this?" I said, with all the eloquence of a boy who had ranked 105 in a video game. I walked to the gate. It took a long time. Up close, I could see the walls were covered in carvings of beings I had no name for, some vaguely human, some absolutely not, and every single one of them radiated the kind of power that made Hao's father, a martial artist, feel like a warm breeze. I reached out to touch the wall and stopped my hand a centimeter away. Something told me my soul would come off in the paint. Then I gritted my teeth and walked in. Inside was more nothing, but a bigger nothing, and in that nothing sat a giant. I'm not going to be able to do the scale justice. Tens of thousands of meters tall, maybe more, sitting cross-legged in the void, like the concept of sitting was invented for him. Calamities formed around him, not storms, calamities, things that would erase a planet, forming out of the emptiness and hammering down on him one after another. He didn't move. He cultivated inside the destruction. His body turned bronze. Then the bronze faded, and what was left was harder. Another calamity, worse. Gold appeared inside the bronze. Another. Purple bled into the gold. The fourth one was stars, actual stars, falling. His flesh burst open, and the purple gold cracked apart, and he came out of it feeling like a star himself. The fifth felt like the end of the universe, and it made him stronger. The sixth I couldn't see at all. No visible calamity, just an invisible slaughter happening in a place I don't have senses for. He sat through it, and when he opened his eyes, he was simply invincible, in the way that a mountain is simply tall. Then he faded, and everything faded, and words dropped into my head like someone filing them. Great demon, true body. Bronze body, great demon. Golden body, great demon. Purple gold, great demon. Starry sky, great demon. World extinguishing, great demon. I came back to myself with my mouth hanging open. "That's a cultivation technique," I said. "That is an actual heaven-defying cultivation technique." And then the void shivered again, because apparently one supreme inheritance was insufficient, and a second figure appeared. This one was human-sized, serene, nothing special to look at, which somehow made him worse, like the one light in a room full of darkness. He sat and he started absorbing, not calamities, everything. The chaos itself, drawn into him in tides, and his aura climbed step by step, matching the giant stages one for one. Bronze, gold, purple gold, starry sky, world extinguishing. Except where the giant was building a body, this one was building whatever is on the inside. When he finished, he was equal to a being tens of thousands of meters tall, and he was still just standing there, looking like a guy. Original scripture, spirit nurturing realm, spirit fusing realm, soul transformation realm, God attainment realm, perfection realm, primordial realm. Then everything went dark, and I woke up on my waterbed in my empty villa, in a city on a third-class planet, covered head to toe in a thick layer of black sludge that smelled like a dead animal's opinion of me. Let me be honest about my priorities. I had just received 2 supreme inheritances from a tower the size of a small moon. I ran straight to the shower. Half an hour later, clean, sitting on the sofa, I finally let myself look at it. The foundation was laid, both of them. My body had condensed something the great demon True Body called a primal body, and somewhere deep in my head, in a place that hadn't existed that morning, there was now a divine origin. 7 years of hitting a wall, and the wall was just gone. I checked the clock. 3 hours had passed out here. In there, I have no idea. It felt like a minute and also like 10,000 years, which is a sentence I could not have written the day before. Then I read the fine print, and I started laughing. Because the great demon True Body only grows under extreme physical hardship, crushing pressure, killing environments. Conditions nature takes a century to produce, and the original scripture only grows by absorbing energy. Enormous, obscene amounts of energy, refined into potions which you buy. 2 supreme techniques from the dawn of everything, and both of them run on modern technology and cash. Gentlemen, I thought, I am extremely rich. 20 minutes later, I was at the ZTT potion counter, putting 110,000 yuan on my card and walking out with an armful of bottles like a man leaving a liquor store before a hurricane. These were bottom-shelf mental potions, the kind ordinary people buy 2 of and then stop, because after the second one, they stop doing anything. Nobody buys a dozen. The clerk looked at me the way you look at someone who orders 40 eggs. Back home, room, cap off, down the hatch, sit. An average person takes 2 hours to absorb 1 bottle. A real junior psionicist, a certified 1 in 1,000 talent, takes about an hour. I opened my eyes after 8 minutes. I sat there for a second doing the arithmetic and then said something out loud that I'm not going to repeat. By the end of that day, I had refined the entire hall. When I finally looked up, the room was different. Same furniture, same walls, but everything in it had a texture now, a kind of order and rhythm humming under the surface, like the world had switched from a photograph to a live feed. That's the original scripture. It doesn't make you strong, it makes you awake. I opened the sunroof and looked at the night sky over Honglan Star and made a decision that would have gotten me laughed out of any room in that city 2 days earlier. The Mentalist exam was in 2 days. I was going to pass it. To find out where I actually stood, I had to go into the network. The network is our virtual world, 8,000 years old, near-perfect simulation, and every city in the Federation has a version of itself sitting inside it. You can walk from one end of human space to the other in an afternoon if you can afford the teleport fees. Nothing you get in there comes out. It still feels completely real, which is why half the population lives most of their lives in it. I logged in and headed for the nearest teleport array to go to the Psychic Master Guild Hall. And of course, because the universe has a sense of comedy, I got about 4 steps from the platform before I heard him. Hey, isn't this our young master from the Chen house? Shouldn't you be home studying? Shu Fan. Oh, right, my mistake. Even if he cultivated for 100 years, he wouldn't pass. Better to enjoy his last days of high school. I didn't turn around right away, which is how I knew he'd brought her. He always brings her. Lin Mei and I dated for 2 years. She chased me, actually. She was beautiful and sharp, and she wanted a rich, good-looking boy on her arm, and I was 17 and had never had anyone want me for anything. Then Shu Fan started courting her, and Shu Fan's father is a deputy mayor, and his uncle is high up in the imperial military system, and one day I simply had a past tense. I turned around. Xiao Mei, Shu Fan said, warm as a knife. Young Master Chen still has feelings for you. So touching. Why don't you go back to him for a bit? And Lin Mei said, in the voice of a girl reciting something she'd practiced, even if he were willing, I'm not. A useless person who can't cultivate is a useless person, no matter how good his family is. The boyfriend I want has to at least be a primary warrior. How is someone like that supposed to protect me? 2 days earlier, I would have left, just walked into the array and let it close. I looked at her for a long moment instead. Lin Mei, remember what you said today. Remember it. Something in my voice made both of them go stiff, because I wasn't angry and I wasn't hurt, and neither of those were on the menu they'd ordered. I remember, she said. I'll always remember. So what? Can you make me regret it? There was never anything real between us, I said. You pursued me. We were together 2 years. I never felt very much. Which was true, and which was so much worse for her than yelling. By the way, Shufan never got you a special recruitment slot, did he? See you at the testing site in 3 days. Then I stepped into the array and left her shouting at empty air. The Psychic Master Guild Hall was 100 stories tall with 30 meters per floor, which in the network costs a fortune to render and is therefore the entire point. Only 4 buildings on the planet get to be that big. I had never been inside one. Not once in a lifetime of caring about nothing else. When you've got a 0 on your chart, you don't walk into the temple. I got about 6 steps in before a voice at my elbow said, "Sir, what service do you need?" I turned, and my heart did something embarrassing. She was a receptionist, or dressed as one. Sunlight in a person, and something underneath it that had nothing to do with a service job, a kind of quality that made the marble look cheap. I coughed like a man clearing a small fish out of his throat. I wanted to ask where I can test my mental strength. She tapped the air and handed me a light. It was a map. I took it, said thank you, and got out of there before I could invent a new way to embarrass myself. Remember her, too. The 97th floor is the mental strength testing hall, the entire floor. 6 square kilometers of it, and I thought that was absurd until I stepped out and found about 100,000 people standing in it. I picked the shortest line and waited 2 hours. It was past midnight by the time I got the helmet on. A chime. I pulled it off, calmed my hands, and looked at the screen. 0.98. 1 condensation is the line. 1 condensation makes you a junior psionicist, a genuine 1 in 100,000, a person the government pays 100,000 a month just to exist. I was 2/100ths short. I wanted to laugh, and I wanted to cry, and I did neither, because there were people watching. 2 days ago, I could not have registered on that instrument if you'd plugged it directly into my skull. 2 more days. It was going to be fine. Then I went down to the 18th floor, which is where they test something called mental development level, and where I made the single stupidest mistake of my entire life. Nobody goes to the 18th floor. Development level barely moves no matter what you do, so once you've tested it, there's no reason to come back. The place was almost empty. The test itself is elegant. You're put in a dark space with a small silver ball. Your mental energy attaches to the ball moves, and the system watches your brain to see whether you're really tracking it or just guessing. Round 1. Slow. Easy. Round 2. Faster. Fine. 9 rounds with 1 ball, and then the voice said, "First rank complete." Second rank was 2 balls at once, back to the original slow speed, and my brain immediately informed me that 2 of anything is not twice as hard as 1 of it. 10 rounds. By the 19th attempt overall, I could feel the edges of me starting to fray. Third rank, 3 balls. I got to 24. On the 25th, I didn't last a minute. I took the helmet off and looked at the number, 2.4. I had absolutely no idea what that meant. None. I'd never had a reason to look it up, the same way you don't research car insurance when you don't have legs. And then, because fate is a comedian with excellent timing, the machine next to me opened and a kid climbed out, 13, maybe 14 years old, and his screen was flashing 4.2. 4.2. Almost double mine. A child. I stood there and felt every single one of those 7 years land on me at once. I turned around and walked out. I did not look up what the number meant. I had taken enough that week. Here's what I didn't hear, because I was already in the elevator sulking. That kid looked at my 2.4 and said, quietly, to nobody, "Not bad. Talent development level 0.8. Even in the wider universe, that's a minor genius. No wonder he made intermediate mentalist so young. Because there are 2 numbers. The one the machine shows you, and the one underneath it. Your raw talent development level only equals your score if you aren't a mentalist yet. Every rank you climb multiplies it. That kid assumed I was already an intermediate mentalist, because on a nothing planet like ours, only an intermediate mentalist could possibly have posted a 2.4. I wasn't a mentalist at all, so my raw talent development level was not 0.8, it was 2.4. In the Federation, 1.0 is a genius. 1.7 and up is a Federation-level genius, one of maybe a handful in a generation. 1.9 is the recorded ceiling, the number they use to define the absolute limit of the word. Above 1.9, there's a different word entirely, and almost nobody has ever earned it. I walked out of that building convinced I was garbage, and I stayed convinced for the better part of a year. The kid, meanwhile, went next door to wait for his sister. She came out with a 6.4 on her screen and ruffled his hair and told him not to get cocky because their family was only a first-class family and there were a lot of hidden monsters out there. I did not know who either of them were. I would find out. Next morning, I went back to the potion counter and bought 300,000 yuan of stock. 300,000. That was my entire living allowance for the year, and I'd been frugal, so it was actually most of my life savings. The clerk had to call someone. My parents earned several million a month between them, and they gave me tens of thousands, which had always felt like plenty, right up until the moment I owned 2 techniques that eat money like a furnace eats coal. I jogged home with the bag against my chest, thinking about how rich I was going to have to become. And then I turned onto my street, and there were 3 people standing at my gate. 2 men, 1 woman, all a few years older than me, all wearing the kind of clothes that don't have a brand because the brand would be beneath them. I had never seen any of them before in my life. The woman spoke first. "You're Uncle Chen's son, Chen Xuan." "Uncle Chen?" "My father, Chen Bo." "Are you looking for my father?" "Yes. Isn't he home? You're about to take the college entrance exam. He should be back." Which was a strange thing for total strangers to know. I told them my parents were away on research and wouldn't be back for a while. She looked genuinely disappointed. I did not invite them in because we were rich and I was not stupid. I was reaching for the door when one of the men said something to the other, quietly, at a volume no ordinary person would catch. Except I wasn't ordinary anymore, not since the tower. Uncle Chun Tao left the family because of this good-for-nothing? What's so great about him? Was Uncle out of his mind? I turned around. My memories start at 5 years old. There's a serious illness in there somewhere, apparently, and everything before it is a smooth gray wall. Which is fine. You can live with a wall. What I cannot live with is that word. "Say that again," I said. "I dare you to say that again." The one who'd spoken looked me up and down and decided I was funny. "What's the point of saying it again? You're a good-for-nothing. You've been one since you were a small child. If it weren't for you, why would the family have gone to such lengths over your uncle?" He took a step closer. "From the moment you were born, you were a disgrace. And as you get older, you'll only become a burden." And then he said it. "Why didn't you just die of that illness back then?" I hit him. I want to be precise about this punch, because it was the best thing I owned. 7 years of watching, 5,000 virtual fights, a technique I'd assembled by hand out of stolen pieces without ever being able to use it properly. My body was barely over half a star, and that punch was worth more than one, and I had never thrown it at a human being, not even at Liu Wei. He didn't block, he didn't move, he shivered slightly, and a blurred light came up around him on its own, and it threw me across my own courtyard. I came down on the stone with blood in my mouth, and at least 3 things broken. "Chen Hao, what are you doing?" That was the woman, Chen Jing. She was furious, and, I noticed later, actually frightened. Chen Hao shrugged. "Sister Jing, I didn't do anything. He tried to hit me. I let him. Chen Song saw it. I was defending myself the entire time. He's an ordinary person." "You did that on purpose. No matter what, the blood of our Chen family is in his veins. He's your cousin." Cousin. Let me tell you what that blurred light was, since I only figured it out on the floor. Only a martial artist can radiate protective energy. A martial artist is 1,000 stars minimum. My cousin, this smirking boy a few years older than me, was 1,000 times stronger than me on a bad day, and he hadn't so much as lifted his hand. His body had brushed me off the way you brush off a moth. If I hadn't condensed a primal body in that dark space the day before, that would have crippled me permanently. Chen Jing came after me with a bottle of something crystalline and expensive, and I got the steel door closed in her face. Then I stood in my own hallway with my hand on the wall, dripping onto the floor. "Then one day," I said, to a door, "I, this piece of trash, will trample all of you underfoot." Which is exactly the kind of thing a bleeding teenager says. I know how it sounds. hold on to it anyway. Because two things happened in the next 35 hours. The first is that I passed out. The second is that the great demon True Body woke up. The whole technique is built on one principle: extremes. Not training, not discipline, catastrophe. You put the body somewhere it should not survive, and then you survive there, and the technique harvests the difference. A martial artist's passive defense had just detonated me across a courtyard. That qualified. Scripture surfaced in my head, obscure and crystal clear at the same time. My hands moved into forms I'd never learned. Light came out of the walls, out of the air, out of nothing, and poured into me. I came out of it a day and a half later, healthy, hungry, and different. I got the measuring instrument out of my bedside drawer and put it on. 1.01 stars. Primary warrior. The thing I had wanted since I was 10 years old. The thing 7 years and a rich family's entire equipment budget could not buy, and I got it from a cousin knocking me down. I should have been screaming. I wasn't. All I could think was that Chen Hao was 1,000 stars and I was 1, and 1 is not a number you bring to that conversation. Then I flipped the instrument over and punched the pad on the back as hard as I could. The readout came up. Attack power, 4 stars. I read it 3 times. My body was 1 star. My punch was 4. That's a 4-fold amplification, permanent, baked in, from the primal body alone, before technique, before anything. Nobody gets that. Warriors spend decades hunting for a cultivation technique that doubles them. I stood in my bedroom at midnight and did the multiplication out loud like an idiot. 4 times from the body. And I'd been quietly building my own technique for 7 years out of scraps, never able to test it. If that thing was worth even 2 or 3 more times on top, then right now, at 1 star, I could walk up to a warrior 10 times my rank and have a conversation. Then my stomach made a noise like a dying animal. I went downstairs and ate everything in the cooler. Everything. I'm talking about a week of food for a household, gone, standing up, at 1 in the morning. That became a pattern. I want you to notice it now so you appreciate it later. 2 days after that, Zhang Hao came to collect me for the graduation ceremony. He was worried sick. I could see it on him through the door camera. Chen Xuan, how's your cultivation going? You absolutely have to succeed, or we can't keep our promise. We'd promised each other since we were kids that we'd go to the same university. I opened the door and smiled at him, and something about that smile made him stop mid-sentence. You haven't become a junior psionicist, have you? He said, joking, testing. Let me tell you, don't waste that potion. Do you have any idea how many beatings I took when I got home? If I hadn't said it was for you, my dad would have shipped me to a military court. I patted his shoulder. The assessment's soon. You'll see. The school auditorium is a cube nearly a kilometer on a side. That day there were 30,000 people in it, and it didn't feel crowded. Federal University sends an assessment team out to every school on the planet, and about 8 million students on Honglan Star fight over the results, of which maybe 1% get in at all. Liu Wei found us on the way in. Of course he did. Young Master Chen, attending the ceremony and then leaving already? Hao went for him instantly, offering to bet my slot back with a 10-second handicap, which was generous and also suicide. And Liu Wei, to his credit, was not stupid enough to take a fight he'd lose in front of witnesses. He turned to me instead. Honestly, I have to thank you. That slot was really hard to come by. Hao was still swearing at his back when I sat down. Testing started. It ran for 2 hours. People went up in waves, got scanned, and either walked away shining or walked away quiet. A handful of primary warriors got in. A few kids with mentalist aptitude got flagged for follow-up. I did not move. Hao finally cracked. Chen Xuan, they've all started. Why aren't you going? It's easier at the front of the line. I stayed in my seat. Because I already knew what was on my chart, and there is no line for what I had. Xu Fan found this hilarious. He came over specifically to enjoy it, loudly, in front of a section of our classmates, and repeated my own words back at me about making him regret it. I tilted my head and smiled at him and said nothing at all, which is the single most expensive thing you can do to a man like that. 2 hours later, the testing area was almost empty, and I stood up. 30,000 pairs of eyes went with me. Xu Fan's, Liu Wei's, Lin Mei's, every kid who had ever watched me train in the yard and gotten the laugh out of it. I walked down through them and up to the examiner, and he held out the warrior instrument. I didn't take it. That's not what I want to test. There was a beat of confusion, the whole hall trying to process it, and then Shu Fan started laughing. Not chuckling, laughing. Doubled over, hand on his stomach, pointing at me, actual tears. He actually said, he wants to take the Mentalist test. Nobody joined him. That's the thing about a laugh like that. You need the room. I walked past him to the Mentalist station, took the headset from the examiner's hands, and put it on. A few seconds, maybe 10. The instrument chimed. The hall went absolutely silent. The number on the screen was 1.037. One condensation is the line. Somewhere behind me, Zhang Hao let out a sound I can only describe as a war cry with crying in it. I knew it! I knew you could do it! Chen Xuan, you absolute lunatic! And then 30,000 people started talking at once. A primary warrior would have caused a stir. A mentalist stops a room. 1 in 1,000 warriors. 1 in 100,000 people. Out of 8 million students on this planet in a given year, fewer than 10 new mentalists surface, and most of those are found and locked in years early by families who can afford to look. Nobody finds one standing in a second-tier city auditorium with a 0 on his warrior chart. The examiner abandoned the rest of his testing and walked me through the paperwork himself. He kept saying the same sentence. I never expected to find a genius like you in a second-tier city. Shu Fan had stopped laughing about 40 seconds earlier and had not made a sound since. Lin Mei's face had gone the color of paper. Everyone around her was looking at her with pity because everyone knew, because Shu Fan had made very sure everyone knew, and now all of that was a joke with her as the punchline. I filed my forms. I turned to go. And then, 3 steps into the aisle, I stopped, because there was somebody standing in it. Liu Wei. He had lost the sneer somewhere in the last 5 minutes. Standing in front of me now, he couldn't get his eyes up off the floor. I smiled at him. I could feel what the smile looked like, and I did nothing to fix it. I remember you called me a piece of trash. He said nothing. So say it again, right now, standing here. Say it to everyone. I'm not a saint. I've never claimed to be. I remember the people who hurt me the way other men remember birthdays. He couldn't do it. He just trembled. Since you don't dare, I said, then let's fight. The room made a noise. Use your fists. Use your skills. Tell me with those whether you really don't dare. Today, in front of everyone, exactly like 3 days ago. Openly. Fairly. I raised my voice, and by the end of it, my voice was the only thing in a kilometer-wide hall. Do you dare? Hao was at my elbow instantly, panicking. Chen Xuan, don't be impulsive. You're a mentalist. Your status is 100 times his. Fighting him is beneath you. He wasn't being polite. He was being accurate. At equal rank, a mentalist cannot fight a warrior. That's not an opinion. It's a rule of the world. And I was a fresh one, condensation nobody, and Liu Wei was a mid-tier primary warrior with 3 stars of raw power. I shook my head at my best friend and looked back at Liu Wei. Are you going to fight or not? I'll stake your honor as a warrior on it. He had no way out, and we both knew it. He raised his arm and thumped his own chest, which is the old salute, and the crowd peeled back to give us a circle. Then he let his aura off the leash. The pressure rolled out 30 meters in every direction and made kids stagger who'd never felt a warrior go loud before. Somebody in the back said, "That's not 3 stars." Hao, who is a 9-star peak primary warrior and knows exactly what he's looking at, said it out loud. "That's 5. He's a 5-star. He's peak primary warrior." So Liu Wei had been sandbagging when he beat me half to death. He'd taken my future off me with a fraction of what he had. I felt something in my chest go very quiet and very warm at the same time. "I didn't expect you to be more than a 3-star, I said. "I suppose you held back that day." "So what if I did?" he said, looking down at me. "This time I'll show you Liu Wei's real strength." And then he vanished. Not teleportation, speed, straight past the limit of what a normal eye can follow. When he reappeared, there was nothing left of him but a fist, and the fist was already arriving. I heard girls in the crowd start screaming before it landed. Behind me, the Federal University examiner moved to intervene because you do not let a brand new mentalist get destroyed in front of you. He was too slow. Everybody was too slow. I caught it. Bare hand, 5 fingers closed around a 5-star warrior's best punch, and I hadn't moved my feet. The auditorium went dead silent for the second time in 10 minutes. Liu Wei stared at his own fist inside my hand, and his face came apart. "Is this all the strength you were hiding?" I said. "Is this what you laughed at me with?" Because here's the arithmetic he didn't have. I was 1 star, my body multiplied me by 4, and I'd been building a fighting style for 7 years in a place where skill was the only thing that mattered. 4 stars of raw force plus 5,000 fights against people who outranked me on paper. He was never going to touch me. "You're really not qualified," I said, and I opened my hand and pushed him back to where he started. I could have finished it right there. I didn't want it finished. I wanted it seen. I turned around and looked out over 30,000 of my classmates until I found the one face I was looking for, ash gray, 3 rows back. "From today," I said, "the name Trash belongs to you, Shu Fan." He didn't answer. There wasn't an answer available. And that should have been the end of it. It wasn't, because in the moment I let all of it go, something opened. I can't describe it well. Everything around me became mine. The air, the floor, the distance between my body and his, all of it under my hand like it was part of me. People I could plainly see stopped seeming to exist. Up on the platform, several of the school's senior staff came out of their seats at once. "That's Battle Will," one of them said, and his voice cracked. "How is he in Battle Will? He's a mentalist and a primary warrior. How is he in Battle Will?" I punched, not at Liu Wei. The principal of my school got there first. He came out of the crowd like a stone skipping and met me head on, and behind him came 4 Federal University professors, all of them suddenly very careful. Our principal is a martial artist. Legend around campus says he's at the evolution stage, the entry tier of that world, which still puts him at somewhere over 1,000 stars. We collided, and the shockwave knocked people over 10 rows back. I didn't move, not a step. Then I threw another one. The principal, to my eternal gratitude, did not get angry. He got excited. "This is Battle Will. No wonder only super geniuses comprehend it. Let me see how far you can go." He never actually attacked. He just dodged and blocked and let me work, and around the 3rd minute one of the professors realized what I was doing and unloaded his aura across the entire hall and knocked 30,000 students unconscious where they stood. Because I wasn't fighting, I was forging. Every technique I had ever stolen, every fragment I'd pulled out of 5,000 virtual fights, all of it coming out of me at once and getting hammered together in real time against a martial artist who was gracious enough to stand there and be my anvil. The professors counted it out loud like men watching a lottery. My movements got simpler. Dozens of moves became 12. 12 became 3. 3 became 2. 39 essences, one of them said. 39. Can he break 40? Because 39 gets you a 3 times amplification, and 40 gets you 4, and there is no such thing as a partial number in that arithmetic. I stopped. I could feel the ceiling of myself. And then I found one more. 40. A primary warrior in a school auditorium, standing in the wreckage of a graduation ceremony, had just created his own cultivation technique that multiplied his power 4-fold. That is the kind of thing martial artists produce on their good decades. I came back to myself, looked at the principal, and bowed to him as low as I know how. He let me. He'd earned it. "Thank you for your help. Chen Xuan will not forget it. I remember the people who hurt me. I remember the ones who helped me longer." Outside, on the tree-lined path, the Federal University team stopped me. Their leader had a very complicated expression. "Regardless, you're one of ours now. But your talent as a warrior is far stronger than as a mentalist. Change your major. Come to the warrior department." Which was, on the merits, correct. "I'll still choose mentalist," I said. "Why?" "Because I like being a mentalist." That was a lie, and it was the most useful lie I ever told. The truth is that the great demon true body needed extreme environments, and the original scripture needed an ocean of potions, and both of those things needed money. And the Federation pays a junior psionicist 100,000 a month for existing. A high-level mentalist clears 5 million. A great mentalist gets handed whatever they ask for. I didn't need a warrior education. I needed a salary. They left unhappy. They'd be back. And I went to find Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the floor with 30,000 other people, blinking, with absolutely no idea what he'd missed, and who was going to ask me a great many questions I could not answer. So I lied to him too. I told him the spirit potion did it, that I'd turned out to have hidden mentalist talent, broken through on his gift, and that becoming a mentalist had somehow kicked my warrior progress loose. He bought it. Because he wanted to, and because the Federation is full of weird people, and because I am his brother, and it would never occur to him that I'd lie. That was the first time. It got a lot easier after that. Summer break started, and Hao got shipped off to the army by his father for holiday training, which he described to me with the expression of a man reading his own sentencing. So I had 3 months and an empty house. I gave myself 1 week of being 17. I played a game I'd been ignoring. I slept in. I ate badly. At the end of the week, I got up at 7 in the morning, went into the courtyard, and ran my technique for the first time as a free man. It felt like sliding into a chair built to my measurements. That's the thing nobody tells you about inherited techniques. Even a supreme one has to be learned, and learning takes years. And until you've learned it, you're only getting a fraction of what it can do. Mine was mine. I built it. There was no gap between wanting it and having it. 40 essences. 4 times amplification, on top of 4 times from the body. 16. 16 times my base strength in one punch. At 1 star, that's the casual output of a warrior 10 ranks above me. Then I sat down and did the sums on what came next, and got depressed. Because the great demon True Body's first stage needs pressure. Real pressure. The kind of gravity you only find at the bottom of a gas giant. And I had about 70,000 yuan left to my name. So I made a phone call. My father picks up about 1 call in 4. This time, he picked up. Chunbo, gentle, scholarly, the sort of man who apologizes to furniture. I have never once heard him raise his voice. He was on some research station somewhere with people moving behind him. Little Xuan, is there something you need from your father? And I got hit, out of nowhere, by a wave of missing him so hard I had to look at the wall for a second. He apologized for not being home for the entrance exam, asked how I did, asked which university. Federal University. He was proud, and he covered it badly. Very good. After you graduate, I'll arrange for you to come into the company. Dad, I didn't apply for a specific major. I chose Mentalist. And my father went quiet. Not surprised quiet. Sad quiet. He knew exactly what I was, because he'd taken me to every doctor and every specialist on this side of the galaxy when I was small. He was the one man alive who could not be fooled. Little Xuan, remember that some things are decided by fate. No matter how hard you try, you may not succeed, but as long as you've tried, that's enough. I let him say the whole speech. So even if you can't become a junior psionicist, don't be discouraged. No matter what, you'll always be the best in your mother's eyes and mine. And then I said, but Dad, I'm already a junior psionicist. He stopped mid-word. He looked at me for a very long time, and through a video feed on a cheap wrist unit, I watched my father, this careful, mild, endlessly patient man, start to cry. I have never seen that before or since. Not when I was hurt, not when I failed, not once in 17 years. Then he came apart in a completely different direction. Good, good, good. The refinement dropped off him like a coat. Something underneath it stood up. My son, Chenbo's son. How could my son be a good-for-nothing? How could a son with that bloodline be a good-for-nothing? That bloodline. I filed it. I didn't understand it. I filed it anyway. This research is important. When your mother and I finish it, we're coming straight home. Then I'll give you a proper celebration and tell you a few things. Someone off screen called him. He said, wait for us, and the call ended, and I lay back on the sofa and thought about the phrase, that bloodline, and about 3 cousins at my gate, and about a family I had no memory of, and about the fact that my father had left it. Then my wrist lit up with the transfer. I opened it, and I want to describe my emotional state accurately. My mind went completely blank. 10 million. My father had never given me more than 800,000 in my life, and that was a graduation gift with awards folded into it. He had just wired me 10 million and said nothing about it. I laughed for a while. Then I stopped laughing and left the house at a dead run because I knew exactly what I was going to buy. The BUCC building in the city center is 100 stories and has a rotating logo on the roof the size of a house. My parents work for this company. I've never actually been inside one. Floor 90 is warrior equipment. I walked it end to end just to look. Body enhancement gear, training rigs, half of it stuff I'd only ever seen in videos. At the far end, where they keep the expensive things, were the potions. Rows of them. Gene enhancement, crystalline, sitting in cases like jewelry. There was one called Dragon, blue. The description said that with any warrior talent at all, one bottle skips you straight past the breakthrough into primary warrior, and if you drink it while already at peak, it can drop you 2 ranks up. Permanent. No side effects, which is the part that made my throat go dry, because everything else on that wall came with a price tag written in your own liver. 4 million. And it was mid-range for that wall. Above it, I could see 9-figure bottles. I put it down and walked away and thought, so this is what money actually looks like. What I came for was in the training section, gravity accelerators. I'd seen 20 of them already, and none of them went high enough. A normal primary warrior tops out at 10 times gravity, a gifted one, 20, an intermediate warrior, 30. I had a body that multiplied itself by 4, which meant 30 wouldn't even inconvenience me, and the technique only pays out when you're actually in danger of dying. Then I found it. Gravity accelerator. Up to 100 times. 9 million yuan. 90% of everything my father had just given me for a machine the size of a small house, and I did not hesitate for 1 second. I hit the contact button and a manager came out. He was very polite about the fact that a teenager was buying the most expensive rig on the floor, which nobody buys individually because it's designed for corporations and martial schools. Full payment or installments? Full. And then I remembered the card. My parents had given me a BUCC VIP card years ago that I had literally never used, because what does a 17-year-old need with a corporate discount? I held it out. The manager didn't take it. He looked at me strangely, and then he smiled and reached out to carry my bags. Oh, so you're the young master, senior executive's son. Why didn't you say so? Then he said, apologetically, normally with a card at your rank, purchases are simply free. But this unit isn't manufactured by us. We only distribute it, so I can't just hand it over. Free. I kept my face absolutely still and said I understood completely. He went upstairs to ask someone. He came back with a discount so aggressive that I walked out of the Boosie building with the accelerator on a delivery truck and nearly 5 million yuan still on my card. I got home, had it installed, ate what wasn't quite lunch anymore, and stepped inside. 20 times gravity. 10 is the ceiling for a normal primary warrior. I stood in 20 and adjusted in about 4 minutes, which frankly annoyed me. 30. 30 is where an intermediate warrior starts sweating. I felt like I was wearing 10 million tons and I could still work, so I worked all afternoon and came out at dinner completely soaked and adapted. 33. 36. By day 7, I was standing outside the door looking at the number 40. 40 times gravity is my estimated survivable limit with a 4 times body, which is another way of saying that 40 is the number where I would find out whether estimates are worth anything. I stepped in and every thought I had ceased to exist. It's not pressure. Pressure is a word for something you can push against. This was every organ in my body simultaneously being informed that it had made a mistake. I was drenched in 1 second. Adapting was not on the table. Taking 1 step was not on the table. And I stood there in the machine with my back to the door and thought about a boy at a gate saying, "Why didn't you just die?" I've had enough of that word. I took a step. It came out of me as a scream. I'll show Shu Fan. I'll show Lin Mei. I'll show that so-called family. Another step. Every one of them hurt in a way I don't have vocabulary for, and my sweat was pooling on the floor of the machine, and I did not once look back at the door I'd come in through. I got to the center, and I sat down, and I cultivated. Light came out of the empty air, ancient and crystalline, and swarmed into me. When I opened my eyes, I could stand up, and 40 times gravity was no longer my limit, and I promptly fell over because I was starving. I crawled out, ate an amount of food that I am not going to specify, checked my wrist, and discovered I had been in there for 3 days. 3 days. I'd gone in after a full meal expecting an afternoon. Body strength, 2.134 stars. And here's the part that taught me what I actually owned. In the week before that, adapting gently, safely, incrementally, I had gained less than 5/100ths of a star. An ordinary primary warrior training that hard would have gained twice as much. In normal conditions, the Great Demon True Body is worse than useless. It grows slower than any technique in the Federation. Put me somewhere that should kill me, and it eats a month a day. So I lived in that machine. 40 times gravity, every day, for a month. I stopped going outside. I ordered food 10 days at a time. I watched the news at night because it was the only thing that reminded me other people existed. One night, the headline changed and I clicked it. An ancient ruin discovered at the edge of the Yuan Qing star system, suspected to be a site from a previous era of civilization. Obstacles everywhere, excavation difficult, government military already moving in. I read it twice and closed it because there was nothing else there. Previous era ruins are where everything we have comes from. Half our techniques, most of our potion science, entire branches of technology, all of it dug out of the graves of civilizations that died before we could walk. Several of humanity's god kings got where they got by inheriting from one. I filed that away too, without knowing why. At the end of the month, I stopped because I'd hit a wall. 7.13 stars. High-tier primary warrior in 1 month from nothing, and then the gains simply stopped. 40 times gravity had stopped being dangerous, and the technique doesn't reward comfort. I needed 41, which is 1 more than my body's absolute ceiling, and I was not sure I would come back out of that room. So I gave myself a day off, and I went into the city to buy a car, and that turned into a homicide. Let me back into that properly. I took public transit into the center, and it was a holiday, and I got physically crushed for 40 minutes by a crowd, and I decided somewhere around minute 20 that I was buying a hover car even if I had to fight someone for it, which, in fairness to my instincts, was accurate. Crystal Plaza is the biggest dealership on the planet. They keep the cheap stock out front and the interesting things in the back. I told the saleswoman 500 to 800,000 and watched her eyes go bright because she works on commission and she makes 5,000 a month. She walked me all the way in and I found it about halfway around. A fantasy series, 300-meter ceiling, 1,100 kilometers an hour, 650,000. I'll take this one, I started to say, and somebody talked over me. I'll take this suspension vehicle. Just get the paperwork done. I turned around and there was a group of about 8 men in very good suits who did not remotely look like men who wore very good suits. There's a particular way thugs stand in expensive clothes, like the clothes are hostages. Their leader didn't even look at me. He told the saleswoman it was a birthday present for his son and to hurry up because he didn't have time. She went white and called her manager. I waited. I genuinely wanted to see how the dealership would handle it because I hadn't decided yet whether this was worth being difficult about. The manager arrived, took the story, walked over, and smiled at the man. "Sir, I'm very sorry. We have a rule here. This gentleman chose first. If you'd like to buy it, we'll wait until he decides." And that settled it for me completely. "I like the fantasy series," I said. "I was planning to buy it, so naturally I will. Manager, could you process my paperwork?" "I'd like to leave." The suit went red. "Are you kidding me? Do you even know who I am?" The manager kept smiling. "Sir, are you threatening me? Please, have some self-respect." And then the manager's aura came off him in a spiral you could see. Intermediate warrior. On a planet of 1 billion people with maybe 200,000 intermediate warriors, 99% of whom live in the 17 first-tier cities, which means in any given city there are maybe 2,000. And one of them was managing a car showroom. One intermediate warrior can crush 10 primary warriors without breathing hard. The thugs flinched. Then they stopped flinching because somebody in their group let his own aura off the leash. Also an intermediate warrior. I actually laughed a little. I'd come to buy a car and found 2 of them in one room. Their man stepped to the front. "You're a mid-tier intermediate warrior. So am I. Maybe you're a shade stronger, but I've mastered a cultivation technique. Even an elementary one gives me an edge." The manager fell silent, because that was true, and he knew it. Then the man turned to me and pushed his aura down on me like a hand on the back of my neck. "We'll give you 700,000 for your car. Is that all right?" 50,000 profit. Everyone in that room, including the manager, was now looking at me, hoping I'd be reasonable. I looked past all of them. "Manager, is my paperwork ready? I'd like to leave." The manager sighed like a man watching a boy walk into traffic. "It should be soon, but young man, I'd still advise you not to make a choice you'll regret in the heat of the moment." I liked him for that. He owed me nothing. Then he added, carefully, to the room, "This showroom belongs to Chi Mu Company. If someone causes trouble here, I can't handle it, but someone above me can." Which was the last shield he had, and he spent it on a stranger. The paperwork came. I paid. And I asked them to bring the car around to the front door instead of letting me sneak out the service exit, because they had rules, and I wasn't going to make them break them for me. We all walked out together. Manager, thugs, and about 40 spectators who had decided this was the most entertaining thing to happen in that building all year. Outside, the intermediate warrior stopped suppressing. The whole plaza got heavy. "Killing is forbidden in the Federation," he said pleasantly. "Teaching you a lesson isn't. Kid, remember, some things can't be done on a whim. Some people are not to be trifled with." He threw a punch that friction burned the air on the way over. The manager, standing to the side, actually relaxed slightly because he could read the power in it. 2 to 3 stars, not a tenth of what the man had. A punishment, not a killing. 2 to 3 stars will still turn a normal person into a wet stain. I let it come all the way in. "Is this how you want to teach me a lesson?" Then the sound everyone heard was not a body hitting the ground. It was a slap. When the dust of the moment cleared, what the crowd saw was one hand closed around the man's fist, and the other hand still hanging in the air in front of his face, and a bright red handprint blooming across his cheek. I took a light step back and let go of him. The manager's face did something complicated. He was the only one in that plaza who understood what he'd just watched, and what he'd understood was that I had caught a 2-star strike casually, and then had enough time left over to slap a man across the face before he could react. Then the intermediate warrior lost his mind. You're asking for death?" Everything he had came up at once, and this time I felt the cultivation technique in it. 40 stars of body, technique doubling it, 80 stars, plus rage, call it 90. 90 stars flattens a small building. There is no version of a human being that survives 90 stars. The manager threw himself in front of it. He had no time to gather anything, and he did it anyway, and he was launched backwards across the plaza, spraying blood the whole way. Think about that for a second. A man I met 11 minutes earlier, who sold cars for a living, took a 90-star punch for me because he thought I was some rich family's foolish child, and it would be bad for the company if I died. "Die!" the warrior screamed. The wind off the strike alone knocked bystanders down and made them cough blood. I stood still. I raised my arm. I closed my fist. And then everything I had been holding onto for 7 years came off at once. "Die!" 7 stars of body. 4 times from the primal body. 4 times again from a cultivation technique I forged out of my own skin in a school auditorium. 16. 112 stars. There was no technique visible in that punch at the moment of contact. Pure violence applied to a single point. The plaza cleared itself. People went over backwards in a ring. The intermediate warrior ended up sitting on the ground 40 meters away, staring at his own arm, which was in several pieces that were no longer negotiating with each other. You're a high-tier intermediate warrior. You've mastered a cultivation technique. High tier." He said it like a prayer, because it was the only structure that made sense of his morning. I looked at him. If I were a high-level warrior, I thought, there wouldn't be enough of you left to identify. "I didn't expect a sparring partner to knock on my door right after a breakthrough," I said. "My luck's really good today." I didn't kill him. 2 reasons, and I'll be honest about both. 1, that punch had already taken his career, and a crippled warrior is a punishment that lasts longer than a funeral. And 2, killing him would have been a serious legal problem, and I had homework. I went and picked the manager up off the ground instead and put on the face a 17-year-old is supposed to have. "Thank you for earlier," he gave me a bitter smile. "I should be the one apologizing for meddling. How could a genius like you be so ignorant?" He drank something bluish-purple out of his coat, and the color came back into him, and I stopped worrying. Then I walked over to the group of very quiet men in very good suits. "Since you have money, and since all of this was your doing, the compensation is yours. Is that all right?" It was extremely all right. There were cameras. There were 40 witnesses, and I had just removed their entire reason for confidence in front of all of them. I got in my new car and flew home at 500 kilometers an hour, 30 meters off the ground, which, after a month of public transit, felt like being released from prison. Behind me, 2 men in the crowd were saying something I didn't hear. Whose family scion is that, coming to our Honglan star? Company sources say a certain esteemed figure gave up his post in the capital, and the place he chose to retire to is this small star system. It might not be Honglan's star. It's not impossible either. And I had no idea what any of that meant for another 6 months. The next morning, I stood in front of the accelerator with the dial on 41 and did not go in. 40 is my ceiling. At 40, I can suffer. At 41, I am simply, mathematically, past the point where a body holds. the way a glass holds water right up until it doesn't, and then there is no glass. I stood there for a long time. Then I thought about 3 people at my gate, and I set my jaw, and I stepped through. I went blind instantly. The pain wasn't in my body, it was under it. It was in whatever the soul is, being scraped at from every direction at once, and I could feel my own edges dissolving. And I smiled, because I'm not right in the head, and I said, in a voice too small for anyone but me to hear, "Beyond the limit. 41. This feeling is wonderful." Because I could feel it working. That was the whole trade. Every second in there was a month outside. I stayed until my body started to actually come apart, and then I crawled out and collapsed on the floor of my own house and could not stand up again for the rest of the day. It took an entire afternoon to be able to move my arms. It was evening before I could get to the kitchen. I ate everything in the house again, checked the instrument, and looked at the number. 8.12. 1 full star. In 1 morning. Normal cultivation buys you 1 star in 1 or 2 months. For an average primary warrior, double that. I lay in bed grinning at the ceiling like a maniac, and then slept for 14 hours and woke up feeling like a bag of broken glass. I ran that 10 more days, 6 sessions. On the 7th, I came out and the number hadn't moved at all. 9.99 stars. Peak primary warrior, 100th off the wall. And the wall was not a rank. It was the first stage of the great demon true body, and no amount of gravity was going to open it. So the barrier isn't the warrior system, I said out loud, sitting on my floor. The barrier is the technique. Which meant I could stop hurting myself for a while, which was frankly a relief. I had a month left before school, and a technique with 40 essences in it that was already starting to feel small. So I went back to the one place in the world where I'd always been somebody. Here's how a cultivation technique actually works, because everything after this depends on it. Every fighting style is made of essences, little irreducible pieces of combat truth. Elementary techniques hold combat skill essences, and each essence is worth about 1/10 of an amplification, so 99 of them gets you a 9 times multiplier, and that's the ceiling. Above that, 100 combat skill essences can be melted down into a single martial skill essence, and each martial skill essence doubles you. That's an intermediate technique. And martial skill essences can be melted down again into true essences, which is what advanced techniques are made of. Mine had 40. It was good. It was, according to men who would know, better than most things a martial artist produces on purpose. It was also going to be worthless the moment I stopped being a primary warrior. So I needed to fight people who owned real techniques so I could take them apart. I logged into virtual combat space and opened the challenge list, and it was full of nobodies because I'd been gone all summer. So I opened the leaderboard instead. Number 1, Phantom Blade. 11 fights, 11 wins, average time to defeat an opponent, 1.7 seconds. I sat and stared at that for a while. The system freezes you for 1 second at the start of every match, so Phantom Blade's real average is under a second, and one of those 11 fights was against the previous number 1, who would have been a high-level warrior with an intermediate technique. Number 2, Azure Gale, 844 fights, 844 wins. Number 3, Silent Rain, 19 and 19. Whatever those people are, they are not students. I skipped all of them and picked number 71, Zephyr Stride, high-level warrior, family technique built entirely around speed, 10,000 fights, 98%. He accepted instantly. The system announced it to the whole server because top 100 fights are broadcast, and inside 10 minutes there were more spectators than I'd ever fought in front of. He looked me over during the countdown and was polite about it, which was worse. Unrivaled Edge. I've heard of you. Outside the top 100, you're probably the strongest one there is. That was my handle, by the way. Unrivaled Edge. I picked it when I was 15 and I stand by it. I've watched your old recordings. You haven't grasped a cultivation technique. I don't know where you get the confidence. I've mastered mine. I didn't answer. I had my eyes closed. The count ended and I opened them, and whatever he saw in my face made him stop talking, because he had spent the last minute looking at a man meditating, and now he was looking at something else. He blurred, reappeared 100 meters over, threw a punch that would have deleted anyone in the 4 digits of that leaderboard. I didn't dodge. I needed to feel it. We hit each other, and the ground came apart. Then we did it again in the dust cloud. Then we did it enough times that the spectators started making noise, because 2 men with 1-star bodies were generating fireballs. We came apart, breathing, clothes in rags. I didn't expect you to have grasped a technique so fast, he said, seriously. You're a genius. You really are. I smiled at him, because he was wrong in a way I couldn't correct. I hadn't grasped one, I'd built one. That's enough, I said. Let's end it. He started to say something about praise going to my head and stopped because there was a fist in his chest and he was already fading. And in the last half second before he went, his eyes went wide because in that final strike he had seen the shadow of his own technique used against him. The system headline changed. 105 kills, 71. I jumped 34 places in one fight and the entire server started arguing about it. I logged straight out and sat on my bed in the dark with my eyes closed for 6 hours. Because the fight was never the point. The fight was research. Zephyr Stride's technique is built on speed. That's its core and everything else hangs off it. And I had felt it in my bones 20 times in a row. Recreating the core was the hardest thing I have ever done with my mind. It nearly broke me. My face was running with sweat in a room with no gravity in it, but I had a divine origin now and a primal body. And when that hazy light finally consented to come into me, I made a sound I'm not proud of. 7 essences. I had reverse engineered 7 combat skill essences out of a man by getting punched. 47. And the whole network was calling me a cheater. The consensus online was that Unrivaled Edge was an alt account, some real powerhouse slumming it to beat up children for fun. My first reaction was not anger. It was panic. Because if everyone thought that, nobody would ever fight me again. Next morning I logged in and my inbox was full. Not insults. Well, some insults. But underneath them, dozens of challenge requests. And they were from the top 150. I couldn't work out why until I picked one, and he told me. Number 66, Kai Lun, a specialist in brute force, who I beat in a straight slugging match after taking 9 more essences off him. Then number 66 again, a man whose handle was Cleaving Summit, and who did something nobody had ever done to me. During the countdown, he bowed. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for your generous guidance. I actually said out loud in a virtual arena, what do you mean by this? He explained it patiently, like a man who'd thought it through. Everyone knows your status is probably very high and you're here for entertainment, but what's entertainment for you is a rare chance for us. If you'd annihilated your first 2 opponents instantly, we'd have stayed away. You didn't. Both of them were only defeated after they'd given everything. That's not being killed. That's being taught. It's rare to find someone you can give your all against. Nobody wants to miss that. Here is how that landed. I was letting them go all out so I could steal from them. That was the entire reason. And this man had turned it into a virtue and thanked me for it, and I couldn't correct him without explaining, and I couldn't explain. Then fight, I said, with everything. He was better than the other 2 by a wide margin. His technique held over 30 essences, and I had to show more than half of mine to hold him. When we broke apart, the crater between us was 10 meters across. You're powerful, he said. At the same amplification, you keep pushing me back. My real rank is high-level warrior, so your real rank must be martial artist. The audience noise on that was audible through the interface. I said nothing, because there was nothing to say that wasn't a lie or a confession. He took my silence as agreement and got more respectful, which made it worse. This last strike is my proudest. My talent isn't exceptional, but due to certain circumstances, I've mastered the true heaven-defying method of a warrior. The supreme law. To show respect, I'll unleash power beyond my limits. Please allow me to lose with peace of mind. Let me explain supreme law, because it changed my life about 90 seconds later. Most techniques amplify you. A supreme law doesn't. A supreme law is a technique consisting of exactly one move. One strike that fuses your body and soul and everything you are into a single output. And the number it produces is not bounded by any normal ceiling. Even the elementary tier of a supreme law is a forbidden text a small family would die to protect. Maybe one person in tens of thousands can comprehend one, and using one hurts you in ways that don't heal on a normal schedule. His started building, and the system readout climbed where the audience could see it. 3 stars. 4. 5. 6. 6 times amplification. Is he burning his own body? 6 times, at 1 star, from a high-level warrior. In the real world, that strike would have reached martial artist territory and then left him bedridden for a year. I watched it come together, and my hands were shaking, and not from fear, because I had one too. I'd had one for 7 years. I had never used it, not in 5,000 matches, not against Leo Wei with a contract on my face. The system readout for my side changed. 10. The audience stopped screaming, which is a much louder sound than screaming. You've grasped a supreme law too. We collided, and when the dust settled, Cleaving Summit was on the ground, missing an arm with about 4 seconds of virtual life left. He looked up at me with an expression I still think about. The supreme law I comprehended is called Great Slaughter. My family's legacy. It's a comet-level technique, and unfortunately, that's my limit. My understanding is too shallow. 6 times is all I can reach. He coughed something red that the simulation had no reason to render and rendered anyway. Could you tell me what yours is called? And I stood there in a virtual arena in front of 100 million people and realized I'd never named it. My supreme law has no name, I said. It's the same as my cultivation technique. They came from the same place. My technique is called soul supremacy. The whole planet went off. Honglan star, and then the 4 or 5 inhabited planets around it. 2 supreme laws in one match, one of them hitting 10 times amplification from a man ranked outside the top 100 a week earlier. I logged out and disappeared, and everyone assumed they knew why. Because a supreme law backfires. Even in the virtual space, where nothing touches your body, it savages your soul. The most successful case anyone knows of spent half a year in bed. The worst case was brain death. The knowledgeable spectators didn't even bother logging in the next day. They estimated a month minimum before Unrivaled Edge reappeared. I was fine in 1 day, completely fine, slightly tired. That's it, from an output that should have flattened me for months, because I have a divine origin and a primal body, and nobody in the galaxy knows those 2 words in that order. And I understood immediately that this was the most dangerous fact I owned. A man who can fire a supreme law and be at work the next morning is not a genius. He is a resource. If that got out, people whose names I would never learn would come and take me apart to find out how. So I stayed off the leaderboard, and I spent 2 days folding everything I'd stolen into soul supremacy. 73 essences, 7 times amplification in an elementary technique, which is a number most star-level techniques never reach at that tier. Then I opened the sunroof and stood under the sky and thought about the tower. Because none of this was mine. The comprehension, the divine origin, the primal body, all of it came from an object in my own head the size of a small moon, and I had absolutely no idea what it was. So I went looking. The network can find you almost anything. I searched pagodas, millions of results. Ruins, temples, reconstructions, archaeology, art. I went through all of it and felt nothing, for hours, until the small pictures started blurring. And then one of them didn't blur. Gufang star. I don't know why. I still don't. Something in the shape. Gufang star is a super-life planet, top 30 in the entire Federation. It is 100,000 times the size of Honglan star. 10 trillion people live there. It's ranked that high partly because a divine marshal, an actual god, lives on it as its guardian. Its dead civilization worshipped pagodas. They built everything as a pagoda, homes, temples, all of it. At their peak, they had the run of thousands of planets and produced beings the records call divine marshal in their own right. And then they went to war with something bigger and simply stopped existing. Everything we dug out of their bones saved the Federation about 100 years of development. Techniques, refining methods, and above all, alchemy. I bought a ticket. 2 days of space jumps and 3 days of flight. 5 days, which was the longest journey of my life at that point, and I spent most of it strapped into a chair, failing to be calm. I stepped off the ship onto Gufang star and stretched, and then stopped mid-stretch. Something was wrong. A month of living in a gravity accelerator will do things to your senses, and Gufang star is 100,000 times the mass of my home planet, and I was standing in about standard gravity. That's not impossible. We have gravity balancing technology. You drop a device into a planet's core, and it slowly corrects the whole world. It's one of the finest things we make, but it's a system, and systems are visible, and I couldn't feel one anywhere. How is a planet this size sitting at federal standard? And a voice behind me said, Gufang star is a rather special planet. Not only is the gravity suitable for human habitation with no modification, the entire planet has almost no gravity at all. That's why a world comparable to a star has no moons. I turned around, and I want to describe what I saw carefully, because I disliked him instantly, and I still don't fully know why. A young man, mid-20s, flawless in a way that made you want to check your own reflection, standing perfectly still with one old man beside him, wearing nothing special and giving off the impression of a king who had wandered onto the wrong platform and was being gracious about it. I asked the obvious question, why? It's a mystery. They say the Federation's god of war solved it. The real reason has never been made public. If you want to know, go ask the Federation's high officials yourself. I thanked him and I left. That's all. I said thank you and I turned around and walked away from him. And it was not a decision, it was a reflex, like pulling your hand off a hot pan. He hadn't done anything. I could tell he meant me no harm. I simply did not want to be near him. Behind me, I found out much later, the old man watched me go and said something like, "Young lord, I rarely hear you use the word interesting. What's so special about a boy at the elementary peak?" And the young man said, "His dual identity as a junior psionicist and a warrior makes him a minor genius. There are plenty of those in the family. That's not it. Have you forgotten my cultivation technique? His bloodline is terrifying, and for some reason, it's still sealed. But the seal has already started to shatter. It won't last much longer. It only needs a trigger. I don't know which bloodline it is, but I can feel how terrifying it is, and what leaks out of the cracks feels familiar to me. I have seen a bloodline like that before, and it left a deep impression. You should understand what rank a bloodline has to be for me to remember it." And the old man said, in a voice that had stopped being calm, "The bloodlines you remember are all at your level. Divine descendant. That's impossible. I heard none of this. I was in a taxi. I checked into a chain hotel called Joyful. On Gufang Star, it is completely ordinary. On my home planet, it would be the finest building we have. Mentalists get 50% off everywhere, so it cost me nothing. Then I ate 7 signature dishes by myself in one sitting and did not feel it. Next morning, I rented a car and drove an hour out of the city at 700 kilometers an hour and saw the sacrificial grounds. Tens of thousands of pagodas. The smallest one was 1,000 stories. The largest, in the center, was more than 100 times that. Each one covered tens of square kilometers. The whole complex was bigger than a mid-sized city, and it just sat there in the daylight, being quiet. I walked it all morning and found nothing. Every tower was the wrong shape, smaller than the one in my head by an amount I couldn't express, and I hadn't even seen the top of mine. By afternoon, I was driving between them at full speed and getting disappointed on a schedule. And then, near the middle, I stopped the car so fast I nearly went through the windscreen, because I'd been looking at the wrong thing all day. Not the towers, the patterns on the towers. Every pagoda in that field is carved. Similar shapes, different markings, and I'd been treating the markings as decoration. I ran to the nearest one and put my hands on it, then the next, then the next. I spent an hour going from tower to tower like a lunatic at full peak primary warrior speed in front of a crowd of tourists who very sensibly decided not to ask. Because I recognized them. Every pattern on every pagoda in that field was a fragment of a pattern on the tower inside my own head. Not similar. A piece of. The heaven-reaching pagoda in my mind is so large that after spending what felt like 10,000 years next to it, I had only ever seen a small part. So it had never occurred to me that these towers, all of them, were quoting it. Is there really a connection between the Gufang civilization and that thing? Which was insane. The Gufang civilization died. Whatever built the tower in my head handed out 2 techniques that could found an eternal civilization as a starter gift. So they hadn't built it. They'd seen it. I got back in the car and drove for the center, because if the outer towers were fragments, then the biggest one had to be the whole picture. And it took me 3 hours at a dead sprint from where the roads stop. And when I finally came around the last enormous pagoda and saw the central one, a voice came out of the air. "This place is temporarily closed. If you want to come, you'll have to wait a few days." I went stiff because the voice had spoken, and I still could not locate the speaker, which meant a martial artist, at minimum. I should have left. I couldn't because I had seen the central tower by then, and the markings on it were the whole design condensed, and my entire life was inside that thing. "This area is a forbidden zone," the voice said patiently. "If you force your way in, I think the price will be unbearable. Leave." He said, "we." That was the detail that stopped me, not the threat, the pronoun. One hidden martial artist on Gufang Star I could risk, because Gufang Star is the safest place in human space. Federal law is absolute there. Every child on that planet knows one story. A peak martial artist decided his status made him untouchable and slaughtered his way through a district. Then, a single enormous finger came down out of the sky and turned him into a red mist. Nobody has broken the law on Gufang Star since, but a group is a different arithmetic. I turned to leave, and a second voice said, "Mr. Wen, let him in. He's qualified to come in." I knew that voice. It was the young man from the spaceport, the one I'd walked away from. Mr. Wen was quiet for a long moment. "Young Master Li, it's not that I don't want to give you face. This person has nothing to do with opening that place. He doesn't even have a guardian beside him. Does someone like that have the qualifications?" And the answer was a laugh with nothing in it. "Mr. Wen, are you doubting me? I said he can, so he can. My will, many can defy. You don't seem to have that qualification yet." I stood there in a field of impossible towers and thought. In my entire life, I have never heard anyone speak like that, because I had just heard a young man talk down a martial artist so far above me that I couldn't perceive him. And the martial artist's answer, after a long silence, was 2 words. "Come in." And what I heard underneath those 2 words wasn't anger, it was fear. I ran in. The central pagoda got clearer the closer I got, and the closer I got, the less sense it made. The walls looked like rock and did not feel like anything. There was a life in them, patterns crawling over the surface that had never been carved by hands, most of which I had seen before, in the dark inside my own skull. And standing in front of it were about 100 people. 20 of them were young, 20 of them, standing together, felt like this. Every single one of those 20 radiated the same quality. Not power, they weren't showing any. It was an absolute bone-deep assumption that the universe had been arranged for their convenience. Like a room full of newborn kings who hadn't been told yet which throne was theirs. The other 80 were older, middle-aged, elderly, unremarkable, and I understood immediately that any one of them could have deleted my home city as an afternoon errand. Guardians, 1 per genius. And in the middle of the 20, standing perfectly still, was the young man from the platform. He walked over to me, in front of all of them. "I knew you'd come," he said, in a friendly voice that I would find out later nobody in that field had ever heard him use. "I just wonder whose son you are. You don't seem to have a guardian." Everyone was staring, because that question was theirs too. They could read me completely, and what they read was a 17-year-old peak primary warrior with a junior psionicist's mental chart, which by their standards is a well-trained dog. I said nothing. I couldn't have explained if I'd wanted to, and I still didn't want to be near him. He watched me not answer, and something moved behind his eyes. "It seems you ran away from the family this time," he said it gently. "Since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. We can talk later, when you're ready." Which made 20 peerless geniuses look at each other, because apparently that was not how this man spoke to people. And then one of them decided to make it an issue. "Young Master Li, you said he was qualified, which is why we agreed to let him in. But this ordinary person has neither strength nor bloodline, and he won't even give his name." He didn't turn around. He was still looking at me. But something went out of his face, like a light being switched off in a house across the street. He put his hand on my shoulder. "Stay near me. Everyone here is much stronger than you." Then, to the old man from the platform, "Uncle Gan, watch him. Don't let him get hurt." And then he turned around, and I got to see what he actually was. "Shu Long, you want an explanation." Shu Long said nothing and kept his mocking face on. "It's not impossible for me to explain," he said. "But what right do you have to expect me to give you one?" Nobody moved. 20 faces that had shown nothing at all rippled once and went smooth again. And Shu Long, whose humiliation was now the most interesting thing in 100 square kilometers, decided to answer with a speech. "In the east, there is water, with the character Luo at its head. The Luo River produced the book of the Luo River. In the eastern star domain of our Federation, the Luo is the true water of the gods, and countless gods have been nourished by it. And you, named for it, have long since roamed the Federation and become famous throughout the starry sky. Even the peerless geniuses of other races are in awe of you. They say your talent rivals your ancestor, the greatest being in human history. Even in this golden great age, an era destined to give birth to a god king, you shine. You are 27 years old, and you are already called Emperor Li. I just don't know if it's true." I was standing about 4 meters from him with my mouth shut and my heart doing something complicated. 7 emperors. That was the first time I ever heard the phrase. The 7 most outstanding young men in the entire human federation. and they call them emperors because there isn't a bigger word available for people under 35. Emperor Li of the Eastern Waters, Emperor Rong of the Western Lands, and 5 more, one of whom nobody can find. And Emperor Li looked at Xu Long with an amused sort of pity and said, "You're the eldest son of the Wang family and a famous super genius. You might count as one, but you're not qualified to make me show you my real strength. If you want to see that, your master would have to come in person." Xu Long went red, and then he laughed, and then he took a crystal out of his coat and opened it. The crystal unfolded. It took less than 1/10 of a second, and at the end of it there was a 4-meter mech standing in the field, and I stopped breathing because I could read the patterns on it. There were thousands of them. Nothing like the density of the tower in my head, but the same grammar, and I knew exactly what patterns like that do. They multiply. They take an object and make it something else. Even Emperor Li's expression changed. "I'd heard your family had reached a peak in mech research. I never imagined this far. Fusing technology with the artifact refining techniques of the 4th era, it's been proposed. It's even been done on universe-class warships and interstellar fortresses. But on a mech? Not bad, really not bad." 3 not bads out of a man who had just told a rival he wasn't worth explaining himself to. "Skyvault War God," Xu Long said. "The strongest thing my family has built in decades. Controlling it requires the power of a spirit thought master. And I'm not afraid to tell you, in testing, under a king spirit master, at maximum output, it could shatter a sub-life planet. Let me put that in scale for you. A universe-class warship is the largest conventional weapon humanity builds. It takes 3 million people to crew one, and it can crack a small planet. Xu Long had just told a field full of God's descendants that he had put that firepower inside something the size of a truck. He climbed into it, and the patterns filled in with light. Every guardian in that field went solemn and quietly moved closer to their charge. I couldn't stand up. Not from the mech, from the pressure coming off it. And if Uncle Gon hadn't put a hand out and taken it all off me, I would have died there in the opening seconds. I looked at Emperor Li, and he was mildly concerned, not afraid, concerned, in front of a device that could break a planet. Then his aura came up, and the sky broke. I mean that literally. The sky above us developed a crack, a deep, spreading fracture, thousands of miles across, and through it came the raw, chaotic air of whatever is on the other side of a sky. His aura was not impressive. His aura was tearing space. The two of them looked at each other, and everything got ready to end. And then a hand came down, a giant hand, from above, covering the sun. Covering the sun is not a figure of speech. It was the size of weather. "God," somebody in the field said. "It's arrived." It crushed the Skyvault War God flat into the ground. Every weapon on that mech fired at once as it went down. An entire universe-class warship's output discharged at point blank into the Earth, and the Earth split, and none of it mattered, because it was pinned like an insect under a book. And Emperor Li did not go down. Light came off him. Behind his back, faint but unmistakable, an enormous ancient emperor stood up. That's a martial Tao incarnation, and only martial artists have them, and when one reaches completion, it becomes a real object that even an interstellar fortress will back away from. Then somebody near me said the words that explained the last 5 minutes. "He's going all out. That's King's arrival, his supreme law. Even at the perfect stage, it amplifies him more than 10 times. He fused with the emperor behind him and hit the hand. And the hand was gone. The sky, for a while, simply stopped existing over that field. When I looked up, I could see the outer stars. Emperor Li came down out of the air, hovering, hair a mess, aura almost out, drinking a potion. "I'm defeated," he said, which was the second most impressive thing I have ever heard a human being say, because he had just erased a god's casual gesture with a technique that would leave him bleeding for a month, and he said it like a man conceding a board game. Xu Long climbed out of the wreck, alive only because of the mech, and a voice came down out of the empty sky. "King's arrival, what a nostalgic name. You're his descendant, aren't you?" Emperor Li nodded. "It's a pity that your King's arrival is still lacking. Compared to your elders' use of it at god level, you are far, far behind." And Emperor Li, who had just been called far behind by an invisible person, agreed instantly and with reverence. "The elder you're referring to is my uncle, the great divine marshal. His title is Godslayer." The voice was quiet for a moment. "Godslayer, yes. We were the strongest of our generation, the young emperors of 40 years ago. And from beginning to end, he was always the first among us. The undisputed first emperor of our era. I haven't heard from him in all these years. Has he fallen?" Emperor Li said, My uncle left the family when I was young for his own reasons. He did not die. He's alive and well. Thank you for your concern. And I stood in that field, 17 years old, and heard the name Godslayer for the first time, and it meant absolutely nothing to me. The voice, which turned out to be Tian Ming God, the guardian of the entire planet, told Emperor Li to pass a message along. When your Tao reaches completion, wait for me at Origin. That will be my time to challenge him. Then he left. The sky put itself back. The ground healed under my feet with a gentleness I could feel. 10 minutes later, a Federation Legion arrived, dozens of warships and a 10-kilometer flagship, and a first-class general came out to inform 100 of the most dangerous people in human space that Gufang Star was a forbidden zone and they should behave. They apologized politely. He forced a smile and went home. Nobody in that field thought a legion was a threat. They were being courteous to a man doing his job. And then everyone looked at Emperor Li, and he stopped being casual. Our elders have come here countless times and never opened this door. This time, we'll try to do what our ancestors couldn't. The Shu family obtained an ancient artifact from Gufang ruins in a distant galaxy. After years of study, we believe it can open the gate to the central sacrificial grounds. But first, the seal has to be broken. And a seal like this can't be broken by force. It needs bloodline. Only the power of divine descendants can break his seal. There is no other way. Then he walked over to me and put his hand out, and a method appeared directly in my head. I'll teach you how to induce your bloodline. Yours is still sealed, but you can draw out a small amount. When the time comes, help us break one of the seal's mouths. If it opens and we get in, you get a share. I stood there while a technique I did not understand assembled itself behind my eyes. Bloodline, the word my father had used. That bloodline, the word Chen Hao had used at my gate. I raised my hands and closed my eyes and did it. And Emperor Li, watching, thought something he did not say aloud, which was that he had needed time to learn this, and he had already awakened when he learned it, and I had done it in seconds. Then, around the field, the Guardians opened fire. Nearly 100 of them. Half summoned personal mechs or small warships. The other half were martial artists past the transformation stage, and they poured everything they had into a single point on that pagoda. That combined output would have erased a third-class planet. The pagoda rippled like a pond and did not scratch. They kept going until the ripple shattered like a mirror, and then they stopped and stood back, out of breath, and nodded to their charges. If it were a god, Emperor Li said, one gentle strike would have removed the outer barrier. Unfortunately, we cannot persuade the god in our family to come here for this. The protection the federal government layered on has fallen. What's left is his. Then, to the 20, activate your bloodline, open the seal. 20 arms came up. I put mine up with them. And I want to describe what happened in my body, because it was the strangest sensation of my life, and nothing since has matched it. I followed the method, and nothing happened. I kept trying, nothing. I was starting to think my blood was too thin to matter, that whatever my cousins had was diluted out of me, and I was preparing to feel very stupid in front of 100 people. And then I found it. It wasn't in one place, it was in every unit of me, in every corner of my blood at once, and it was struggling, not sleeping, struggling, like something enormous shoving at a door from the inside, and at the exact instant it pushed hardest, something else pushed back. A shackle, something I was born with, something wrapped around my blood and holding it shut. And in the half-second the two pressures met, I felt what was behind the door. I can't tell you what it was. I can tell you that it was an invincible thing, and that if it ever got out, time itself would go pale. It couldn't get out, but there was a crack, and through the crack a thread of power came, and it gathered in my palm. Somewhere behind me, a mentalist shouted, "No, how is that possible?" Look. Every guardian in that field turned to look at the boy standing at the back. What bloodline is that? Why can't I feel any power from it at all? Under the pressure of young Master Li's bloodline, he doesn't shrink an inch. It feels like something extremely noble, no less than young Master Li. I didn't hear any of it. I was busy, and nobody saw Emperor Li's lips shaking or how deep his eyes had gone. How is this possible? 21 arms went onto the tower, and the world ended. I was somewhere else instantly. Endless dark, no ground, no sky, and about 20 other figures standing near me, so I didn't panic. Emperor Li stood in front of us. The seal that being set up is about to appear. We have no power to resist it. Fortunately, we have Bloodline. Hold it off. The guardians outside will break one layer, and we'll have a moment to open this place. Do not attack, just endure. Understood? Then he looked at me specifically and said, quietly, if you can't take it, come to my side. Don't be stubborn. Your bloodline hasn't been released. You can't handle much. Which was, again, not how that man talked to people, and I noticed it and had no time to think about it. Because the dark tore open. Something came through the tear, ancient, desolate, and the pressure of it landed on us the way a mountain lands on grass. And when I saw what it was, I forgot everything else. It was a monument, a steely, tombstone-shaped, unimaginably tall, and its whole surface was covered in blood-red images, thousands upon thousands of them, every single one a different living being captured at the moment of its death. Every child in the Federation knows what that is. That's the Nether Emperor Steely, I said, out loud, in a place where sound shouldn't work. Damn it, he's the one who sealed this place. The Nether Emperor Steely is the martial Tao incarnation of the Nether Sovereign God King. 4,000 years ago, a man who was called the Slaughter God King, whose name made peak-level warriors of other races go quiet in their own homes. Legend says every time he killed a god, that god's soul and will got dragged into his monument and became one of the images on it, and remained there forever. I stood there in the dark, counting images I could not count, and understanding that every single mark was a dead god. 20 divine descendants, all of them from superfamilies, all of them born with power I couldn't perceive, activated their bloodlines simultaneously to slow down a fragment of a projection of a shadow of that man's weapon. The pressure hit me, and my soul started coming apart at the seams. Then most of it went away, and I looked up, and I was surrounded by light. Because the Nether Emperor Stele in front of us was a shadow of a shadow, maybe a 10,000th of what it was at its peak. And a divine descendant's bloodline comes straight from an ancestor who was in that weight class. It was enough. Barely. The pressure climbed, and I was starting to lose my grip on the concept of myself. And then it was gone, and I was standing in daylight in my own body with 100 exhausted guardians around me. Emperor Li thanked them. Then he turned to a young man in the group. Young Lord Wang, bring out the artifact. We've come this far. Shu produced a disc. Plain. Nothing remarkable except the markings, which said everything. And I got my second shock of the day, because when I turned back to the pagoda was gone. Not gone, revealed. Every modeled ancient wall had vanished, and what stood there now was crystal. The entire structure was made of shimmering light, and on the wall, glowing, was something shaped like a doorway. Emperor Li saw my face and came over. You're wondering why it looks like that. This is what the sacrificial grounds actually are. The whole thing was built out of that crystal light. The Nether Sovereign God King's seal is what made it look like stone. I asked him the obvious question. Your families have gods in them. Once the seal is down, why not just have a god smash a hole in it? And he smiled at me and told me a secret that I am fairly sure fewer than 100 living people knew. Originally, these were top secrets. Only core members are allowed to know, but telling you doesn't hurt. He glanced at me when he said it, and I did not understand the glance. Do you remember what you noticed when you first arrived yesterday? The gravity. The tens of thousands of pagodas around us are not sacrificial grounds at all. Their only function is to nurture. They constantly generate a specific power and feed it into the central one. The patterns you saw are the result. They form on the outer towers first, then imprint onto this one through a bond nobody has ever explained. I was still absorbing that when he finished the thought. Gufang Star has no gravity at all. It's the only place in the Federation like that, and the reason is very simple. Gufang Star is not a planet. Its true identity is a vessel. I looked at him, and I could not make my mouth work. The largest artifact anyone has ever documented is roughly the size of a city, and it came from several eras ago, and it is considered comparable to a strategic weapon. He was telling me that a super life planet, 100,000 times the size of my world, with 10 trillion people living on it, was a tool. I was surprised too, he said, but it's true. Unfortunately, it's far too large. Even God King Supremes never had the power to use it. So it simply exists and stays a secret in the hearts of a few people at the top. And these sacrificial grounds are part of it. To force this open, you'd have to make an enemy of the entire planet. I don't think anyone can reach that level of strength. Then young Lord Wong spent 20 minutes at the glowing doorway with the ancient artifact, and nothing happened at all. The patterns didn't change, not one line. It seems we've failed again, Emperor Li said. Without reaching God King, in the end, we can't enter. The disappointment on those 20 faces was the first ordinary human thing I saw any of them do. They started to leave. I didn't. I stood in front of that crystal tower and stared at it, and Emperor Li came and stood next to me and asked if I wasn't willing to accept it, and gave me a small speech about how the best things are the hardest to get. And then he asked my name. My name is Chen Xuan, and something jumped in his eyes and he crushed it flat before it reached his face. Chen Xuan, a very nice name, a really nice name. Then he did something bizarre. He started to say something, stopped, patted my shoulder again, and took out a crystal and handed it to me. This is my family's substitute crystal. If you meet danger you can't survive, crush it. It will release enough power to save you once. And the instant it breaks, someone strong in my family will sense it, and they will do everything possible to reach you. I stared at it. I am not an idiot. He was a peak martial artist himself. When a man like that says someone strong in my family, he means a god. That crystal was a spare life, and he was handing it to a boy he had met twice. You don't need to worry about the reason. You'll understand someday. I'm leaving. I hope when we meet again you won't be the same person. He walked away. Behind him, Uncle Gon said, Young master, those are substitute crystals. There are only a few in the entire family. Each one took an elder countless hours. I remember you refused to give one to the young miss when she asked, Why now? I didn't give it to Ozzy because I was afraid she'd use it to go somewhere dangerous. This one is different. He's completely alone out there. Don't ask again. One day you'll understand. And Uncle Gon stood in that field for a while afterwards, thinking, and then his expression changed. Chen Xuan. His surname. His surname is actually Chen. I stayed in that field for an hour after they all went home, and then I started laughing. Because I'd worked it out. The seal repairs itself. It's a God King's seal, so of course it does. But it's been 4,000 years, and however many thousand attempts, and it's tired. After an hour, it had barely closed anything. I estimated a full day to get back to strength. A day was more than I needed. Because nothing is required to open the sacrificial grounds. Nothing at all. They have been failing for centuries for one reason. They were knocking on the wrong door. That glowing gate-shaped pattern is not a gate. It's a pattern shaped like a gate, which on a normal building would be the same thing, and on this one is bait. I know because I have a more complete version of this tower inside my head, and I spent an unmeasurable amount of time living next to it, and I remembered where the actual entrance was. I'd even wondered about it at the time. So apart from the Nether Sovereign God King and the handful of God Kings who came here after him, every single person who has ever tried has spent their life pushing on a picture. I went back to the hotel and slept until 10 at night. Then I drove out, sprinted the last stretch, and walked around the base of the tower for 10 minutes in the dark, and stopped. Not because there was anything there. There wasn't. Blank crystal wall. I gathered my bloodline and put my hand on it, and everything changed. I was in the dark space again, and I want you to understand my exact emotional experience, which was one word repeated at increasing volume, because this was not supposed to be possible. The seal was half repaired, not full. There should have been a gap. There wasn't. I was standing in the endless dark, alone, and in the distance something was starting to clarify. 21 divine descendants had barely held that thing off together. That's greed, I said to myself, out loud, with a smile I could feel going wrong on my face. If it weren't for greed, why would I choose to face certain death alone? The Nether Emperor steel came down. I thought about the crystal, and then remembered the crystal is in my pocket, in a body standing outside a wall, and I am not in that body. There was no escape. There was no help. There was no argument. And that is where something inside me stopped being reasonable. Even if I die, I'll fight. There's too much left. I haven't kept the promises I made. I haven't found what I was looking for. I don't want to die. I can't die. I roared it into a dark that had never carried a human voice. And out in the real world, standing frozen with one hand on a crystal wall, my body lit up. Runes appeared on me, thousands of them, tearing out of the void, coming in from what felt like a great many different times and places at once, wrapping me. In the seal space, the Steely was on top of me. I felt my soul begin to be crushed by something with the weight of a small planet, and something being devoured out of me from every angle. And then power came up my spine from the body I wasn't in. I understood. All of it, at once. Father's words. I finally understand. So that's what my bloodline really is. Come on, let me see how heaven-defying this great bloodline of my father's really is. Outside, in the ordinary dark of a field of towers, 2 people were standing about 100 miles away watching me die. Uncle Gan was frantic. "Young lord, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, he will truly perish. What are you waiting for?" And Emperor Li, who had told a martial artist he wasn't qualified to receive his opinions, kept shaking his head and would not move. Uncle Gan finally broke and went to strike anyway, and Emperor Li put an arm across him. "Young lord, if you hadn't used King's arrival today, I wouldn't be your match. But you have. You can't stop me." "I know," Emperor Li said. "He saved your life once. Now his descendant is in danger, and of course you won't stand by. But didn't you think, don't you know how strong he is?" And Uncle Gan went completely still. "Yes," he said. "This time I was reckless. That adult has become a myth. Back then, for this child, he was willing to give up everything and nearly break with his family. How could he not protect a child he valued that much?" So Emperor Li stood there and gambled a boy's life on a man he had never met being who he believed he was. His lips moved. Uncle Gan didn't hear it. "Was I wrong? You have to get through this. Back then, we sacrificed so much for you. Now we finally see hope. You must succeed." Inside the seal, my body was fading and my eyes were going dark, and there were only 2 things left in me: an unparalleled brightness and an endless madness. Every time the Steely came down and should have finished it, golden light came into the crack in the shackle and held me together for 1 more second. And then the Steely got angry. It stopped being a fragment. It manifested completely, gathering all of itself in that supreme dark and prepared to erase me. Outside, Emperor Li gave up and moved. He unleashed everything again. Uncle Gan, a peak-perfect stage martial artist standing 1 step from godhood, unleashed everything with him. And Emperor Li, already gutted from the afternoon, used King's arrival a 2nd time in 1 day. They crossed 100 miles instantly and hit that pagoda with a combined strike that should have sunk a region 100,000 miles across. The pagoda did not tremble. They came out of the dust flying backwards, smashing through hundreds of towers, and landed 100 miles away. And Emperor Li, on his hands and knees, looked up and started screaming. "That's impossible. Only a god's power impacting the seal can trigger that. Why, Chen Xuan isn't even a martial artist. How is his will being stirred?" "That is the will of the Nether Sovereign God King, because in the dust behind him, over my body, an enormous ancient monument covered in the deaths of gods had manifested in the real world. And I was standing under it, soaked in my own blood, and I was not being crushed. Inside, in the dark, I was no longer facing a stele. I was facing a giant standing on top of it, looking down at me, and I knew exactly who he was. Nether Sovereign God King. He had come himself. He raised his arm, and the thing coming down at me was several times worse than the full force of his weapon, and I gave up on being sane. Bloodline, boil. I know you. Your existence is indomitable, great and invincible. Bloom inside me. Let this invincible bloodline revive in my body and break through the barriers of heaven and earth again. Kill. And I heard it, the sound of the shackles inside me shattering, and endless golden light pouring out of a seal I had carried since before I could remember. Outside, Emperor Li went blank, and then something insane came into his face. The king. That's the king's majesty. That's the king's will. He succeeded, actually suspected. Across the galaxy, several extremely old beings opened their eyes at the same moment and looked in the same direction. The bloodline shackles have shattered. A primordial divine descendant has broken through. What bloodline is that? Why does it make even me tremble? Which God King's bloodline is this? This era is about to become turbulent again. And then something equally vast slammed across their sight, and they saw nothing at all. Who dares disturb us? Investigate, move the family. Find out which bloodline it was. Investigate thoroughly. Outside Gufang's star, in open space, a figure stood beside Tianming God. I thought that although our era had only 5 emperors, it was enough to make us the strongest golden generation in thousands of years. Now it seems I was wrong. As the strongest bloodline of the last era, one of the most powerful young emperors among the countless races of the galaxy, you should be quite gratified to be surpassed. And the reason it was gratifying is that the one surpassing him was his son. Tianming, said the figure. I never expected him to get this far. We tried everything. We couldn't awaken his bloodline. In the end, I took him away from the family. All I wanted was for him to live a carefree life. And what our royal family's divine descendants couldn't accomplish with everything they had, he has just done himself. I don't know if that's good or bad. Tianming God looked down at his own planet. 500 years. 500 years without a God King for the human race. For a race that dominates star systems, that is a dangerous sign. We all thought you were the one with the best chance of taking that step. Now it seems that honor is about to change hands. The one with the best chance of making it to the end is not you, it's your child. And the figure, fading, said, Gulan, block all news. As for the 2 from the Chen family down there, don't worry about them. Consider it a debt I, Chenbo, owe you. I'll repay it. My father. My father was standing outside a super-life planet in open space talking to a god, and he was already almost transparent because whatever he'd used to get there was running out. And on the ground, my body was being taken apart and rebuilt. Runes crushed in until my skin cracked, actual cracks all over me, glass through a windscreen. And out of the cracks came bronze light shot through with gold, and behind me an ancient formless thing lifted its head, faceless, burning. The first stage of the great demon true body reached completion mid-death. Bronze body great demon, major achievement. Demonic flame went up into the sky. Billions of living beings on a planet 100,000 times the size of my home trembled at once and could not have told you why. Even Tianming God, watching, was astonished, because that much power was coming out of a frail body on the ground, and it was enough to kill a war god. And in the dark space, I watched the Nether Sovereign God King raise his arm to kill me, and something else stood up in front of me. A golden giant. The blood-red one. The one who terrified the universe 4,000 years ago, whose name made other God Kings avoid a region. And he was completely outmatched. Not narrowly, not with effort. From beginning to end, the Nether Sovereign God King never had a chance, and I stood underneath 2 projections of 2 dead men fighting, and understood something that made my hands go numb. Only a being of the same rank can suppress a God King's remnant like that, which means my bloodline comes from a God King. They fought until the blood-red one crumbled, and the golden one had reached his limit and began to dissolve. But he didn't disperse like the other one did. He turned into rays of light and endless runes, and every single one of them came into me. I felt the shackles finish shattering. I felt power that had been locked in my own blood since birth start to flood into places it had never reached. Most of it went straight into holding the bronze great demon up in the outside world and got spent, and it didn't matter because there was so much more where that came from. I went from peak primary warrior to intermediate warrior in 1 instant, and then some. I measured it later. Body strength above 40 stars. My innate amplification went from 4 times to 6. And my divine origin, the thing in my head that makes me able to understand anything I look at, expanded several times over, which multiplied my comprehension and my soul control by more than 10. I stood in the dark afterwards holding my own arms and thinking one thought over and over. Whose blood is this? And then, because I have a decent memory, and there are only about 15 names on the list, I worked it out. Because throughout all of recorded history, there is exactly one being who could have crushed the Nether Sovereign God King that casually. Will I be his bloodline? Is that even possible? I stood there for a long time and I did not feel triumphant. I felt like a man who has just been handed a bill. Then I turned around and the portal was open. Why did I go in? It was not courage. The seal had already closed behind me. Getting out, I could feel, would be easy. Getting back in would require doing that again, and I did not have another one of those in me for a decade. So it was now or never, and I had already paid. I went in. Inside the pagoda was a world. Not a room, a world. Roughly the size of the planet it was sitting on, and I know how that sounds, and I checked twice. That's what a quasi-supreme can do. Below God King, there is a stage where a being can evolve a personal world, and someone from the Gufang civilization had made one and parked it inside a tower to keep the last of their people's work safe. It was almost perfect. Almost. Missing whatever the final layer is that makes a world a real world, which is presumably why they died. And far off across it, so far that it took me a full day of running at 500 kilometers an hour to reach, was a crack, hundreds of thousands of meters long, a black hole shape, standing in the air, tearing that world's sky. And in front of the crack, blocking it, was an altar. I have seen a lot of large objects by this point in the story. That altar was the first one that made me feel the way I imagine ancient people felt about weather. It was not the biggest thing there, it was the oldest. Modern technology can build things larger and more beautiful, and they all feel like decoration. This felt like a fact. And around the base of it, floating, were 3 objects. I recognized the first one immediately because it had nearly killed me 8 hours earlier. The Nether Emperor stele. Not a projection. Almost solid. Which takes centuries of a god deliberately manifesting his own martial Dior incarnation over and over until it can exist without him. The second was a sword. I knew that one from a history class. The Emperor Sword, the peerless weapon of the sovereign God King, forged out of his own incarnation and fused with artifact refining techniques from across the universe. The third was a beast, enormous, a creature that ate heaven and earth and cracked galaxies underfoot. The Tiantuo Lynx. 3 God Kings. The records say exactly 3 ever entered this place, and every single one of them left their most precious possession behind at the foot of the same altar. I stood there for a while trying to construct any theory that made sense, and got nothing. Then I walked to the altar and put my foot on the first step, and my knees nearly went. The pressure isn't power, it's age. It's the accumulated desolation of an entire civilization's ending, and the moment I touched it, it went for my soul directly. My bloodline boiled up on its own and held me together. And I want to be clear that if anyone else had walked in there, anyone at all, a real martial artist included, the ambient exhale of that altar would have erased them. I looked up, the stairs went into haze, and I climbed. The first 100 steps taught me what I was in for. Every step, the pressure went up. Every step, my mind found a new reason to stop, and every step, I found that the pressure grew slower than I adapted. 1,000 steps took me a full day. 2,000 took another one, and 2,000 is where it gets serious, and I could feel that if I turned around now, it would leave a mark on my soul that would cap me forever. There is no going back down a staircase like that. There is only the top. In 2 days, I've climbed 2,000 steps. The Federal University opening ceremony isn't so important by comparison, which is one way to describe missing your first semester. 11 days in, at step 9,999, I stopped and looked up. One more and it's 10,000. This is going to be the worst thing yet. It was worse than that. I took the step and the world changed, and I was 6 years old. I don't mean I remembered being 6. I was 6. Small hands, a body with nothing in it, sitting on a rock in a spring forest in a country that has not existed for 10,000 years, crying my eyes out because cavalry had come through my village and killed my parents. My name was Chen Xuen. My father was a farmer. I had never had a full meal in my life, and in that life I made a promise, the way children do. I will do something great and fulfill my parents' last wish. I grew up. The villagers raised me. I left for 5 years and came back, and nobody recognized me. I married a girl from the next village. I farmed. She kept the house. We had children. The empire unified, and life got better, and I forgot everything I had promised on that rock. Then the old emperor started dying, and his 2 sons went to war over him, and one of them was kind, and one of them was a butcher, and soldiers came to my village. I watched my wife die. I watched my children die, one at a time, in the doorway of my own house. I fought bare-handed, and they left me in the mud for dead in the ashes. And I want you to understand something, because this is not a story I am telling. It is a life I lived. I lay in that ruin for a long time and became a man who was merely still breathing. Until a night with thunder, when 2 dying men came through my door. One was a guard, One was an old official I recognized from a very long time ago. They gave me a rolled silk scroll. Give this to the second prince, and you will have wealth and honor for the rest of your life. Remember, you must give it to the second prince yourself. Then they died on my floor. And I opened it, and it was the imperial edict of succession, still wet with ink, and I started to laugh, because the second prince was the butcher. I remembered the rock. I dodged assassins across an entire country for 3 days on a body that should have been dead. I got into the imperial city in disguise on the day of the mourning ceremony, which was my only chance and my last one. The whole court was there weeping, some of them for real. I was the only person standing. I held the edict up over my head and shouted, and the entire court froze, and I walked step by step to the top of the platform. Both princes came off their knees and started for me. An arrow went through my body, blood everywhere, and I stayed on my feet because I have a rock in a forest to answer to. I unrolled the edict and read the name of the eldest prince in the loudest voice I have ever used. Then I fell over, and I died on the stones with the edict in my hand, and nobody in that hall so much as looked at me, because the succession of an empire is more interesting than a dead peasant. And the last thing I felt was satisfaction. My children, my wife, I have finally avenged you. It turns out I never forgot the promise I made. Out on the altar, my body was going transparent. The desolation had eaten most of it, and my life was almost out. And behind me, without permission, a pagoda appeared. One level of it, the peak forever hidden in haze. The heaven-reaching pagoda came out of my mind into the world, and the instant it did, the 3 God Kings martial Tao incarnations at the foot of the altar woke completely up. All 3. Their majesty went into that sky like a struck bell, enough to annihilate any god alive. And they could not move the pagoda 1 millimeter. It poured power into me until I came back, and then the 3 of them subsided and went quiet, and lost the ability to remember they had ever stood up. I woke on the step, and I had lived a lifetime, and about an hour had passed. So it was all an illusion, I said out loud on a staircase. No, a test. At the moment of death, I held my belief. I found the promise I'd made. My will came back to where it started. I didn't lose my way. I stood up. I looked at the 10,000th step, which had almost killed me an hour ago, and it was nothing. I climbed the next 1,000 a day like before. At 20,000, it happened again. That time, I was a scholar's son, a child prodigy, summoned by an emperor at 10 and famous by 11. I refused to stop taking the imperial examination until I placed first, and the emperor found it so funny he allowed it, and I got there at 15. I governed a barren province and turned it green by 19. I was called to court at 24 and made the whole capital shut up by 27. And then I got older, and I started using my position to help my wife's family, then to buy a house, then to lie to my emperor, then to appoint my relatives. By 49, I was prime minister. By 57, they called me the half-emperor, and no one inside or outside the court dared move without asking me. By 67, the barbarians were coming over the border, and the country was starving, and I did nothing, because doing something would have cost me. At 69, there was a drought, and I let them die. At 72, there were floods and uprisings, and my name was garbage in every mouth in the empire. At 75, righteous armies formed on their own out of farmers and were slaughtered in fields, and I watched men who had nothing charge into death without hesitation for a country I had eaten, and I woke up. At 77, I issued a conscription order, emptied my personal fortune into the war, executed over 100 high officials for corruption, seized their estates, and put my own bloodline on the list. Then I handed every scrap of power back to the young emperor and went to the border myself. I died standing on a battlefield at 78 with a 3-foot sword in my hand and 100 arrows in me, and the war turned on it. They carried my body back to the capital through empty streets while people cursed my name from their windows. The emperor met the cart in public, threw my corpse into the road, and read out my crimes. And then he knelt down in the street and started to cry, and recited my achievements one by one, and 1,000 officials knelt in the mud behind him. The prime minister's transgressions were greater than the heavens. His achievements were equally immeasurable. This time, let's balance the good and the bad. And that emperor carried my body on his own back, step by step, all the way to the imperial mausoleum. I opened my eyes on the altar with something on my face that took a while to identify. 2 lives, 2 full lifetimes, and in both of them I had lost my way and found it at the end. It took me 12 days to reach step 20,000. I stood at 19,999 for a while. To be honest, I said, I really don't want to go through that again. Then I climbed it anyway. The third one was the one that took something out of me. That time, I was a cultivator on a mountain, and I was a coward. A brilliant, hopeless, smiling coward who nodded and apologized and let everyone talk. 100 years of it. Even the newest disciples of my own sect looked at me with contempt, and I let them, and I called it peace. Then 10,000 enemies came out of the sky to destroy the sect, led by 7 ancient monsters, and I hid behind a boy who had joined less than 10 years earlier. I pulled his sleeve. Grandmaster knows a path out, I said. Come with me. And he stopped shaking and turned around and looked at me with pure rage. Grandmaster, I know how gifted you are. I know how powerful you are. Others may not understand. I do. Do you know why, with all that power, you can't shatter the void? Why you can't step out of this world? It isn't that you're not strong enough. It's that you're not qualified to leave. Your cowardice will never earn the recognition of the heart of the strong. You'll only ever be a coward. Then he ran at them and died in front of me. And I did not move, and it was not because I couldn't. They killed everyone. Then they started laying out a formation to annihilate the souls so no one could reincarnate. And as they worked, one of them noticed me standing there and laughed and said killing me would dirty his hands. And I stood in that courtyard, listening to a dead boy's voice. Grandmaster, thank you for teaching me. Grandmaster, you are a strong person. You need an aura befitting your strength. Grandmaster, you'll only ever be a coward. Then I started laughing, and everything within 1,000 feet coughed blood. I was a peak, breaking heaven stage cultivator, the absolute ceiling of that world. Their ancient ancestors, the ones who had lived 1,000 years, could not touch that. And I was barely 100. 2 punches ended it. 10,000 people and 7 old monsters gone. Then I grew to 1,000 feet tall and put my finger through the sky, reached through the crack, and took the reincarnation disc out of the 6 paths with my own hand while the tribulation lightning tried to erase me. I gathered every soul from my sect and gave them bodies again. Hundreds of thousands of people looked up at the face of the useless grandmaster they had mocked for a century. Xiao Xuan, you were right, I said. I forgot my principles. I got lost in cowardice. So I had unmatched power and could never break the heavens. Thank you. In return, I'll clear everything for the sect. And then I walked off that mountain and went to war with the 3 strongest powers in that world in a single night, alone against the last 5 old monsters at my level, and nobody ever saw any of us again. All they saw was the sky over 10 million miles come apart. 6 lives after that, 9 total, 9 full lifetimes, and I lived every day of every one of them. 9 times I was born and grew up and lost the thread and found it in the last hour. By the 7th, I could feel it happening while it happened. By the 8th, I stayed conscious most of the way through. The 9th, I was a 3-year-old standing alone in a wilderness, watching cavalry come at me without flinching, and a fallen Grand Marshal saw that and took me in and taught me everything. And at 18, I walked out with 3 servants and enlisted as a foot soldier. I made squad leader at Qingfeng Pass, held a line by myself at Luhai Pass, killed 400 men and took an enemy general's head at 21, personally, in front of an entire army. At 27, I had 3,000 men, and they called us the Green Robes. At 30, I had 200,000, and I was the actual ruler of the frontier, and the court tried to take my army back, and I beheaded the imperial envoy and rebelled. 300,000 imperial troops died on Dashan Plain to 20,000 green robes. Then I governed my desert for 15 years and did nothing except make it rich. At 50, I came out of the west with 800,000 men and cut the empire in half, and I fought the last battle outside the capital against 1 million defenders, and by the end, the walls of that city were red and stayed red for years. I walked up the 81 steps of the heavenly terrace and took the world. I gave it 10 good years. Then I raised 1.6 million men, sent them out in 4 directions, conquered everything there was to conquer, and got back 3 years later with 200,000 dead and no enemies left anywhere on the map. And on the day I founded the dynasty, I handed the throne to my eldest son, walked up the altar of heaven in front of everyone, laughed 3 times at the top, and set the altar on fire with myself inside it. I opened my eyes on step 90,000, and I was not shaken at all. 9 lifetimes, 9 deaths, 9 times finding the thing I swore before I understood what swearing was. Do you know what that does to a person? Not to their power, to their spine. I had climbed for 110 days by then. I hadn't eaten or drunk in 110 days, because bloodline power was doing it for me, and I could feel that I had maybe another 10 or 20 before that stopped working. So I ran. 99,999 steps. I counted the last 100 out loud like a child, and then I was at the top, and for the first time since I set foot on the first step, I turned around and looked back down. And that's when the whole thing finally made sense. From up there, I could see the ground around the 3 incarnations, and in it, crossing and recrossing, were patterns. They looked natural. From anywhere else on that world, you could not have seen them. They were pulsing, just barely, and what leaked out of one pulse would have seriously injured a god. That's why the 3 incarnations felt like nothing. They weren't dormant, they were drained. Every drop of power those 3 left behind was being siphoned out of them and put into those patterns, continuously, forever. And the patterns weren't uniform. The ones under the Nether Emperor Stele were visibly the oldest. The others came later, because nothing in this universe can imprison a God King's martial Dao incarnation. They weren't imprisoned, they were donated. 3 God Kings, from 3 different eras, thousands of years apart, came to this exact spot and gave up their most precious possessions for one purpose, to hold that crack shut. I stood at the top of 100,000 steps and looked out at the tear in the sky behind the altar and did not say anything for a long time. I don't know what's in there. I know that Gufang Star is a vessel and that this world is welded into it, and that whatever is behind that crack is deep in the core of the artifact. And I know that it required 3 of the strongest beings who ever lived, working across the length of human history to keep it closed. I didn't try to look. I'm not stupid, and I was not qualified to even be curious. Then I turned around and walked into the light at the peak. And the light was a 10th illusion, and it was nothing like the other 9. There was no life, no childhood, no years, just a voice in the dark. You are lost. Have you found your way to the future? And there was a figure standing between heaven and earth who had once looked down on everything, whose single punch had destroyed the fabric of time, and who could not find the road he came in on. Is there still a road? I am dead. I have been defeated. Is there still a way forward? I have held up the backbone of heaven and earth. Who can carry the light for me and show me my path? And he looked down at his own chest, which was red and trembled. And the clear voice said, "The road once existed, but you abandoned it yourself. Leave. We've lost an era. There is always another. I hope one day you find your own path, the final path that belongs to us." Then everything shattered, and there was one lonely figure and one enormous open gate. And I was standing in the middle of it, and I heard myself say, in a voice that was mine and was not mine at all, "Who am I?" Did I once look down on billions of living beings? Did I once stand at the peak? Why do I remember nothing? There's still a road. The road has collapsed. Can I still go on? And then, from somewhere, no, there's more. It's not over. One day I will burn my blood again and break through all the shackles once more. One day I will go back. And I came out of it standing at the top of the altar with my hands shaking. It really was the ultimate illusion, I said. I almost lost my way. I said it out loud to nobody, twice, until I believed it. I have thought about that one every single day since. Because the 9 before it had a beginning and an ending. That one had neither. That one felt like something happening, not something being shown. I do not have a theory. I have a strong preference for not having one. Beyond the light was a palace. Not large, not grand. Old in a way that made the entire rest of the structure look like a stage set. There was no door, only darkness where a door would be, and by that point I had a very reliable instinct telling me there was nothing in there that wanted to hurt me. So I walked in. Inside was a space, an actual constructed space, small by the standards of the day, but built solidly enough that I understood a quasi-supreme had made it by hand. And it was full. Let me lay out what I was looking at, because the scale is the whole joke. In the Federation, we have potions. Elementary and intermediate you can buy. Advanced requires belonging to a real power. Legendary means you are a core member of a great family who has achieved something remarkable. Above potions, there are medicinal pills. Pills are what the ancients made. Nobody alive can produce one. Every pill in human hands was dug out of a ruin. A single defective advanced pill costs hundreds of millions. A perfect one costs whatever the seller feels like saying, and there is no auction, because nobody sells. I was standing in a corridor of them. Elementary and intermediate pills stacked like produce. I walked for a while, and it kept going. Then advanced started appearing, and there were tens of thousands of those, and I stopped being able to feel anything about it, the way you go numb at a certain point in a very large number. At the end, there was a hall inside the hall, thousands of small stone platforms, each with one pill on it, all of them legendary grade. 10 larger platforms in the middle, with 10 pills whose power concentration was on another scale entirely, and which I very badly wanted to believe were mythical grade. They weren't. I checked carefully, and they were quasi-divine, one hair short of transforming, which tells you something horrible about the Gufang civilization. They had this, and they still died. And in the exact center were 3 platforms made of illusion crystal. Illusion crystal only forms in one star system on the edge of the universe, inside a race that hates us. You get one fist-sized piece by compressing an entire third-class planet. It weighs almost nothing, and human researchers have shot it with the main gun of an advanced warship without scratching it. They had made 3 tables out of it. On the first table was a blackness with no shape. When I looked directly at it, my soul started to walk out of my body toward it, so I stopped looking. It wasn't a pill. It was an infinitely small hole in things. On the second was a crystal, plain, ordinary. On the third was something like an iron plate, and I gave up on it immediately. I decided the black thing could stay where it was until I was strong enough to be rude to it. Then I did something I'm still proud of. I took my shirt off, twisted it into a stick, and poked the second table with it. Nothing happened. I picked up the crystal, and the entire hall lit with a luxurious light I could not see the origin of, and my shirt, when I tested the light with it, ceased to exist. Not burned, deleted. Every other item in that hall was now behind a wall that would erase anything I could put in front of it. I stood there with one crystal and no shirt. Right, I said. Outside the inner hall, the pills were still accessible, which meant the ocean of them was mine, in the sense that a beach is yours. I could carry about 300, and I want to explain the choice I made because everyone I have ever told has argued with me. The obvious play is to take 300 advanced grade, because they are worth 100 times more. I took mostly intermediate, because a pill isn't a potion. Pills are too heaven-defying to just eat. Force one down at the wrong rank, and you spend a year digesting a lump you can't use, and you don't cultivate while you do it. 300 advanced pills would have bought me a very expensive stall. Nearly 290 were cultivation type, 70% for the mind, 30% for the body, because the great demon true body doesn't need chemicals, it needs disasters, and I had a machine for that at home. The last 30 were support pills, for breakthroughs and emergencies, and I took as few as I could stand, because those have consequences. Then I stood in an ocean of ancient wealth with 300 pills in my arms and said, "It's been 4 months. I should go to school." Coming down took an hour. I stepped out through the seal at 2 in the morning into an empty field of towers. Nobody there, nobody watching. Well, above the void, 2 figures watched me sprint away. I believe the Gufang sacrificial grounds hold more than low-grade pills. I wonder what he got. And my father's phantom said, "I don't know. But even if he got something earth-shattering, so what? Little Xuan is still too weak, and with his personality, he'd never tell anyone. Perhaps one day, when he's strong enough, he'll say." I went back to the hotel to collect my luggage, which I had abandoned 4 months earlier on a 1-week booking. They still had it. In the vault. They apologized for the inconvenience. For the record, they charged me exactly the rental fee on the car I'd left parked in a field for 114 days, refunded the difference on my deposit, and let me keep it until 8 the next morning. Then I ate a meal for 7 adults in front of the entire dining room staff and left before they could form an opinion. On the ship home, I finally looked at the crystal. 5 days. First class, private cabin, which I paid for so nobody would walk in. I scanned it, uploaded the image to the network, and searched. Millions of results, all of them useless. 3 days of reading about jewelry. On the 3rd day, I found a paragraph. legacy crystal, a record of a civilization or a race, or the culmination of their most advanced technology and cultivation techniques, which is why it was on an illusion crystal table in the innermost hall of the final vault of a dead civilization. I opened it with my mind and lost 10 hours. When I came back, I was on my feet pacing a cabin the size of a closet, and I could not make my hands be still. Because the Gufang civilization is famous for one thing above all others. Not their strength, not their war, their alchemy. Everything the Federation has, we scavenged. The methods are incomplete. The best fragments we hold only cover low-tier work. That's why a great mentalist who can materialize their mind can nudge a potion into being slightly better than a machine can make it, and that is the peak of human pharmacology. And it is why mentalists are the most respected people alive. There are legends about people who can recreate an actual medicinal pill, a handful in history. The crystal held the pill scripture, complete. Every chapter except a very few marked as forbidden. The full alchemical canon of a civilization that made the things gods fight over. I sat down on the bunk in a cabin somewhere between two galaxies and understood that I was carrying the most valuable object in human space in my jacket, and that I could not use one page of it because the very first requirement is that your mind be materialized, which means great mentalist, which is 4 full ranks above where I was standing. I put it away and thought, for the first time in my life, that I actually wanted to be a mentalist. 5 days later, I landed on Hongland Star and drove home and found the house exactly as I'd left it, which told me my parents still hadn't come back. I put the instrument on. 42.17 stars. Mid-tier, intermediate warrior. 6 months ago, I could not register on that machine. Then I punched the pad. 261. 6 times amplification. My bloodline awakening had doubled my innate multiplier from 4 to 6, permanently, from what is, by all accounts, less than 1% of what's actually in there. I sat on my bedroom floor doing arithmetic I did not enjoy. Because Emperor Li's body multiplier is at least 7, and the theoretical ceiling for a human physical body is 10, and the ceiling above the ceiling, 11, has a name. It's called the Supreme Forbidden Zone, and only God Kings have ever been in it. Then I checked the date, and my good mood ended, because the semester had started 100 and some days ago, and I was a registered student who had never once appeared. The main gate of Federal University is 30 meters high and 100 meters wide. I drove through it and got about 10 meters before campus security pulled me over. To be fair to them, I was a stranger in an unregistered 600,000 yuan sports car claiming to be a freshman in December. I showed them my admission notice. The captain read it, and his face changed because it said special recruit and it said mentalist, and those 2 words together do not go missing for 4 months. He called the school. Whatever the school said, it made him apologize to me in a tone his own men had never heard him use, and it brought a delegation out of the gate at a jog. The man in front was the dean of students for my entire year, which is 130,000 people. His name is Director Sun. He is a martial artist in the transformation stage, which means that in any organization in the Federation, he would be a senior figure, and here he supervised freshmen. He came all the way to the gate for me personally, looked at my face, and said, "It's been almost 3 months. I thought you weren't coming." Then he put me in his own car and drove me to registration himself. In the car, he stopped pretending. "Your talent on the warrior path is unparalleled. I don't understand why you insist on mentalist. When I saw you just now, you'd already become an intermediate warrior. In one vacation, from primary to intermediate, your aptitude is no less than your comprehension." I didn't deny it. There's no point lying to a martial artist about your own body. I can't guarantee much, but I can guarantee this. Choose the warrior path, and you will at minimum reach my level. Perform well this year, and I can get you a slot from the principal. And when you go there, you'll receive real, systematic help. And one day, you may even be qualified to challenge the gods. Qualified to challenge the gods. 6 months earlier, that sentence would have taken my knees out. I had just watched a man my own generation erase a god's hand from the sky. And then I had watched a golden giant with my blood in it treat a god king's remnant like paperwork. "I understand your thoughts," I said. "I won't regret my own choice." He sighed and went quiet, and I watched him think. And just before we got out of the car, he said, "Actually, Chen Xuan, I have another idea. As dean of this year, I have privileges. I can let you stay in the mentalist system and give you every benefit a warrior department student has. You could spend half your study time on warrior training. Would that be acceptable? I asked him why, and he told me the truth, which I did not expect. Normally, I would never compromise like this, but I have to. The principal, many of the teachers, and I all came to Honglan Star this year. We were at the Federal University main campus on the Capital Administrative Star. We left the academy for various reasons and came here with the principal to prove ourselves to the people back there. Unfortunately, Honglan Star is a third-class planet. It cannot be compared to the capital. The proportion of geniuses here is nothing. And then you appeared. You're far below the true, peerless geniuses of the capital, but around these star systems, you're rare. You're one of our hopes. That's why I'm willing to take a step back. The other geniuses who came here have their own agendas. In a year, they'll all leave, and whatever they achieve won't be my achievement. So a martial artist who could have flattened my city was negotiating with a 17-year-old because he had something to prove to his old colleagues. I said yes immediately, not because I wanted the training grounds. I would never use those, because of one building, the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. They processed my paperwork, and in that paperwork there was a moment I want you to remember, because it cost me almost a year. They needed my Mentalist numbers. The full test takes hours, so Director Sun told the clerk to just let me fill them in myself. Mental energy rank 1. Spirit development. I didn't even read the instructions. I wrote down the number I'd tested that night in the guild hall months ago before I was a mentalist at all. 2.4. The clerk looked at the form afterwards and was mildly impressed. Junior psionicist, talent development level 2.4. So his raw talent development is 1.2. A genius. No wonder Director Sun brought him personally, another young prince from some family. Because that's the only conclusion available if you assume the 2.4 was measured after I became a mentalist. He sealed my file in a cabinet and went back to work. The number in that cabinet was one of the most significant numbers in the recorded history of the Human Federation. Nobody looked at it again for 2 months. My dormitory is Building 97, Room 1577, and I want to tell you about my roommates because they are, unexpectedly, one of the best things that happened to me that year. I knocked instead of using my key because it seemed polite. The door opened on a man with a face made specifically to illustrate the word lewd. Eyes that never stopped scanning on a completely ordinary face, which somehow made it worse. You must be our new roommate. My name is He Long, and his name is Wang Lei. Behind him was He Long, and He Long was so dark that I genuinely believe if you turned off the lights, finding him would become a search operation. They hauled me inside. They were happy to see me, and I could tell they meant it, because after 9 lifetimes you get quite good at telling. The room was 50 square meters and furnished like a hotel, and by the standards of Federal University, that is a normal dorm. Over dinner, I found out what I'd walked into. He Long is the young lord of the Qi family of Yuan He Star. Wang Lei is of the Shu family of Qingming Star. Neither family is famous in the Federation. Both of them are giants inside their own star systems, and they had traveled billions of miles to attend a third-class planet's branch school. Wang Lei hesitated when I asked his mental energy, actually hesitated, looked at He Long, and started a small speech about how some things are decided at birth and different starting points lead to different achievements, and I shouldn't worry about it. He was trying to let me down gently. I told him I already knew that, and I didn't care, and he sagged with relief and told me. My rank is high-level mentalist. My mental energy is 330. 330 condensations. At 18. That's a top-tier peerless genius on my home planet and a respectable junior genius at Federation scale, and he'd been afraid of hurting my feelings. He Long was worse. Peak high-level warrior, 880 stars, running a star-level family technique. I told them my mental energy was 1 and had been for a while. And then I asked the real question. Why here? They both went quiet, and Wang Lei laughed at himself. We came with a sliver of hope. Not just us, most of the geniuses from this galaxy and several nearby have already come. After all, there are only 5 slots. 5 special recruitment slots to the Federal University main campus on the Capital Administrative Star. 5 on a third-class planet, when a superlife planet's branch might get 10. That's what the principal brought with him when he came out here to prove a point, and every ambitious young noble within 5 galaxies had heard about it and moved. That's who I was competing with, not my class, All of them. The next day, I went to my first lecture, which was military theory, and I did not expect to care. I cared a great deal, because a middle-aged man in glasses spent 2 hours explaining, with numbers, how ordinary human beings using technology properly can pin down and kill a god. I filled several pages. I had walked into that room believing that a battle of 10 million people is decided entirely by whichever peak-level being shows up, and I walked out understanding that peak-level beings are a variable in an equation, and the equation belongs to whoever wrote it. I also, that morning, sat down next to a girl and recognized her, the receptionist from the Psychic Master Guild Hall. "Oh, it's you. My name is Su Yu Zhen, eldest young lady of a branch of the Mu family of the Tianyun Galaxy, first-class family, beautiful in a way that reorganized rooms." And I shook her hand, made polite conversation about the syllabus for 20 minutes, and then left when the class ended without saying goodbye. Which, as I understand it, had never happened to her before in her life. Let me be fair about this. I wasn't playing a game. When I first saw her in the network, my heart genuinely jumped. And then, ever since the Bloodline came open and my memories started shifting around in the dark, a figure had started appearing whenever I thought about her. A blurred figure I could never resolve. Somebody who mattered to me enormously and who I could not identify at all. So the second time I saw her, that jump wasn't there. And I couldn't explain that to anyone, least of all her. Also, and I say this with total sincerity, a girl who looks like that is a security risk, and I had a tower in my head. That afternoon, I went to the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. It's 30 stories, which is nothing on that campus, and it is built out of wood in an ancient style out of pure institutional arrogance. The whole structure is abyssal chew wood. The books are printed on heavenly splendor tree paper, which survives 10,000 years if you look after it. The ground floor alone holds tens of thousands of elementary techniques. I walked it for an hour, picking books up and putting them down, which the other students found irritating, and finally chose one called Cloud Sea Ripples, 2 times amplification. Utterly unremarkable. I picked it because most of its 20-odd essences were ones I didn't have. I sat down on the floor with it and looked up 12 hours later at midnight in an empty building, and I felt, of all things, alarmed. Because Cloud Sea Ripples is a middling technique that a talented warrior would spend a week mastering. I had comprehended the entire thing, to the limit, in less than 12 hours. I struck the air with an open palm, and the whole essence of the book came out of it perfectly. That's not comprehension. That's a copy function. I worked out why in about a minute, and the answer was the divine origin. It had expanded when my bloodline broke, and again during 110 days on that staircase, until it was past what the original scripture says the first realm's ceiling should be. I stayed on the floor and folded everything I had learned into soul supremacy. 80 essences, 8 times amplification. Then I kept going for another hour and got to 92, 9 times, which is the hard ceiling for an elementary technique. Nothing on the ground floor of that building was worth more than mine anymore. I walked back to the dorm at 2 in the morning to find both my roommates awake and waiting for me because I hadn't answered any messages, and Wang Lei was furious in the specific way people are furious when they were worried. He is a high-level mentalist. Mentalists need sleep the way warriors need food. He had stayed up until 2 in the morning for a boy he had known for 1 day. I apologized. He immediately decided I had a girlfriend and would not be talked out of it. The next day, the mentalist course did something that mattered: mental splitting. Every mentalist has to learn it. It's the whole profession. You take one condensation of mental energy and divide it into separate mental bodies that operate independently, and the number of bodies you can hold determines how much machinery you can fly. 2 high-level mentalists with 100 condensations each are not equal. If one can split each condensation 3 ways, and the other can't split at all, one of them commands 3 medium warships, and the other commands 1. And the one flying 3 flies each of them better. The number of splits does not come from work. It comes from talent, and only talent, and nothing changes it. I sat down at the machine with my stomach in a knot, because there was a 13-year-old boy in a guild hall who had beaten my score by almost double, and I had spent a year believing I was the worst mentalist in the building. 1 condensation. First split. 2. I let out a breath I had been holding for months. Then, because I couldn't feel any strain at all, I split one of them again. 3. Then 4. 4 independent mental bodies out of 1 condensation from a junior psionicist, and I had not yet reached my limit. I was starting the fifth when I felt somebody watching me and stopped instantly. 110 days on that altar had done something to my perception. I couldn't find the source. I could feel the attention. I pulled out, looked around the room, and everybody in it was still inside their machines. Su Yuzhen, Wang Lei, 100 others. So I went back in and practiced the 4 I had and did not attempt a fifth because I have too many secrets and one of them is the size of a moon. The watcher was Liu Ming, our instructor, because every machine in that room reports to the teacher. He appeared beside me after I dove back in, stared at the readout, and had to hold on to something. As a junior psionicist, he split one condensation 4 ways. That means his spirit development is 4.0 or higher right now, which means his talent development level is at least 2.0. He woke the entire class up, announced he had urgent business, told 110 geniuses to train unsupervised, and left the building at a speed unbecoming of a spirit thought master. Then he burst into the principal's office without knocking. Our principal is Zhang Yuan, Peak King Spirit Master, half a step from godhood. He has already comprehended divine power, which means that the day he breaks one final shackle, he becomes an actual god, and until then he can kill young ones. He is also Ren Guanhua's student, and Ren Guanhua is the president of Federal University and one of the most influential human beings alive. He watched Liu Ming gesticulate for a while and then went cold, because Liu Ming's first coherent sentence was that Chen Xuan had lied to them. Zhang Yuan stood up to go and personally erase me from the planet. Liu Ming had to physically push a demigod back into his chair. It's not what you think. He did lie to us, but I'd happily be lied to like this a few more times. Then he asked a question. Do you remember how the main campus classifies mentalist genius by talent? Zhang Yuan recited it because it was how they had both been graded as boys. 1.0 is a genius. 1.3 and up is star level. 1.4 to 1.6 is galaxy level. Above 1.6 is Federation level. You were a regular Federation level genius. 1.7. I was 1.8, a super genius. So what? In our year, Liu Ming said, only about 7 people reached 1.9, Federation level peerless genius. The ceiling. Zhang Yuan agreed. I heard that the most gifted person in our year wasn't one of those 7, and Zhang Yuan went very quiet and said, so you know about him. Among all the geniuses of the Federation in that whole period, he was genuinely first. Most people never included him in comparisons because he wasn't a genius anymore. His talent development level reached 2.0. That transcends the category. An existence like that has a different word, prodigy. And Liu Ming said, then why did I bring him up? Because I've discovered that Chen Xuan's talent as a mentalist is also prodigy. I did not know any of this had happened. I finished the afternoon, got very good at controlling 4 mental bodies, and quietly established at the very end that I could hold 5, at which point everything got extremely unstable, and I stopped. Then I went to dinner with my roommates, and Su Yuzhen asked me out in front of 100 people, and I turned her down because I had a book to read in a wooden building. The whole room heard it. Wang Lei nearly assaulted me in the elevator. That is Su Yuzhen, of the Mu family, of the Tianyun galaxy. Do you understand that people in the warrior department would sell organs to say one sentence to her, and she invited you, and you said maybe next time? Behind us, Su Yuzhen watched me leave and said quietly to herself, in a voice nobody was supposed to hear, Chen Xuan. Nobody has ever been able to ignore this young lady, not even you. And I want the record to show that I had a genuinely excellent reason, which was that I got to the pavilion that night and picked up a 3 times amplification technique called literary slaughter, and sat down with it, and looked up 6 hours later at midnight. That book is a killing technique. Silent assassination, 33 essences, and the fact that a third-class planet's branch school keeps one on an open shelf told me more about Federal University than any brochure. I drew a finger across the empty air, and the intent that came off it made my own skin crawl. 20 more essences went into soul supremacy. 100. 100 combat skill essences, which is the number required to melt them down into a single, perfect martial skill essence, and evolve the whole technique into the intermediate tier. I didn't do it that night. I was tired, and it was going to take hours, and I had time. I was wrong about having time. And while I was sitting on that pavilion floor, a middle-aged man with an air of enormous age was standing about a meter behind me, watching, invisible to every sense I own. At one point, he waved his hand and the area around me quietly stopped existing as far as the rest of the building was concerned. When I finally got up to leave, I stopped 2 steps from the door because something in the room felt wrong. I shrugged and left. And behind me, the middle-aged man walked forward, and for a moment only half of him was there, and the rest arrived afterwards. "He can actually sense the barrier," he said. "Not bad. Very good." That weekend, I went to see Zhang Hao because I'd been on the same campus for 3 days and hadn't called him, which he informed me at volume was unacceptable behavior from a brother. Federal University's dormitory district is 20 kilometers across, which is longer than most universities are. I drove. He circled my car twice and clicked his tongue at me. 650,000. Only you. If I bought one of these, my father would kill me. Which is true. His family is powerful, and his monthly allowance was 2,000 yuan. I asked him what he wanted to do. He said the city center, with the confidence of a man with a plan, and then it turned out he had never been to the city center. We wandered for an hour and found nothing, and eventually I stopped and asked him a question. "How? Do you remember the place we most wanted to go when we were kids?" He looked at me strangely. "It's rare that you still remember." "Because when we were small, other children wanted to go to the amusement park. We wanted to go to the tallest building on Honglan's star. Not for the view, for him. There's a stone tablet in front of the federal government building, 10 meters tall, 5 wide, 2 thick, made of a decorative stone from a remote star system. And if you sold it as raw material, it would be worth 500 billion. It has stood there in public for over 500 years, and nobody has ever touched it. And it isn't because of security, it's because of what's written on it. Not a technique, not a scripture, just the account of one man's life. His name isn't on it, only his title, Xuanji Heavenly God. A heavenly god is the top of the martial artist world, the strongest thing below a god king. One gesture cracks a region of space. Even an interstellar fortress, unless it's the biggest one we own, cannot argue with one. And this one was born on our planet. 800 years ago, he came out of Honglan's star with absolute talent, walked into the main campus of Federal University, and became famous across the entire Federation. His talent reached the level they call prodigy. The reigning god king of humanity took him as a personal and only disciple. At 31, he shattered his shackles and entered the realm of gods. He crushed the hand-raised disciples of other peak races and made human myths one after another. He was going to be the next god king. Everyone knew it. Then, a young man from another race got flung into our star system by an accident with space, badly injured. His title was the Young Netherlord, disciple of the progenitor of the underworld race, one of the great powers of the universe, and the only being of his generation with a real chance of becoming their next god king. To heal fast enough to get home, he used a secret technique. He devoured. He devoured our star system. Planets, populations, everything within reach became fuel. And in the middle of it, in seclusion on his home world, trying to break through the last barrier, Xuanji Heavenly God woke up. He never made that final breakthrough. It didn't matter. He came out of seclusion already past what a heavenly god is supposed to be able to do. He shattered the young Netherlord's supreme divine body on the first contact. Then he chased him out of the Milky Way, across most of known space, and killed him in the dark. And by doing that, he extinguished the hope of an entire race. The underworld progenitor came in person. Xuanji Heavenly God burned everything and briefly touched the mythical domain, 11 times amplification, the forbidden zone that only god kings enter, and he still lost, and his divine body origin was shattered, which meant no path forward ever again. And then our god king arrived, and 2 god kings fought, and the shockwaves shattered an entire uninhabited galaxy and alarmed the last few ancient beings in the universe, and it ended in a draw only because other races' supremes came to stop it. The underworld's god king went into a long sleep to recover. Ours could not. 500 years ago, he fought another race's god king while still wounded, and he tore his own divine body apart to use a god king level supreme law and kill the man, and he died doing it. And ever since, the entire Federation has agreed on one thing. If Xuanji, Heavenly God, had not lost his temper, humanity would still have a God King. So they took his name out of the records and left him a title. And outside our star system, nobody has heard of him at all. Zhang Hao and I stood in front of that tablet, two boys who had grown up on the only planet where that man is a hero. It's a tragedy, I said. The Federation only sees the disaster and never asks why. If we get bullied like that and don't fight back, what's the point of having a God King at all? Then I noticed Zhang Hao was extremely reluctant to go inside the building, which made no sense because standing on high places and looking down at everything was the single defining trait of his entire childhood. I made him go in. He got twitchy in the elevator. On the top floor, he relaxed. Then a very cheerful girl walked up behind him and said, "Hao, what are you doing here? Did you come to see me?" And my best friend, a 9-star peak primary warrior, turned the color of a stop sign. Her name is Xu Ling. She shook my hand herself, told me she was Hao's friend from childhood, and enjoyed watching him suffer for a while before saying she had to hand over her shift and would come find him. Do not even think about running away this time. The moment she was out of sight, he grabbed me and tried to physically drag me to the elevator, which does not work anymore because I am an entire major rank above him now, and I simply did not move. He agreed to explain everything if we left immediately. We got 2 streets away and he had to stop and breathe, and he is an intermediate warrior, so that was not his lungs. Xu Ling is his fiancée. His father put him on a warship at the start of summer. Hao thought he was going to army training. He got off the ship and found his family waiting, and then the 2 families met, and by the time he understood what was happening, he was engaged. Then, right before he left, they told him he would marry her after graduation, and that was final. And then she was sent to the same university and put in the same class. She is also a high-level warrior. Which man, Zhang Hao said, with genuine anguish, can tolerate his wife being stronger than him? I laughed at him for a considerable time, and then I sat down at lunch and asked the question that had been building since he said the word family. Because the Li family of Honglan Star is a Legion commander's household, and what he had just described was 2 clans arranging a marriage. I said it out loud instead. How, this transformation of mine wasn't potions. It was my body, or more exactly, the legacy my body belongs to, my bloodline. He came out of his chair. You mean you're a divine descendant too? 2. Then he sat back down and started muttering to himself. That's not right. Divine descendants awaken from birth. You awakened late. That doesn't make sense. And then he shouted, in a private room of an extremely expensive restaurant, Bloodline seal. Yours was sealed by someone. It only released when your body met the conditions. I did not confirm and I did not deny, because what he'd guessed was wrong, and the correct answer was worse. A bloodline seal is something a family does to a descendant whose blood is too strong for their infant body. You lock it until the body can survive being opened. It's rare, and it's normal. What I had is called bloodline shackles. Nobody applies those. They apply themselves. When a bloodline is so concentrated that even a first-generation divine descendant's body could not survive it, the blood locks itself, from the inside, from birth, and it does not open for anything short of a force that should kill the person carrying it. A family can go 10,000 generations and produce 1 million descendants and never see one, and even then, only about 1 in 3 ever breaks them. For God King level shackles, the number is closer to 1 in 10. So I asked him how a Legion commander's son knows about bloodline seals, and he told me. My family is also a noble family, which is a specific word. Anyone can have a family. Only a lineage that once produced a god, a being who condensed a divine body, gets called a noble family, and only their descendants are divine descendants. I ran the list out loud, because there aren't many with the surname Li. Are you the Li family of the Chenbing star system, or the Li family of the Yaolan star system? He grinned. Yaolan. And my father is the 7th son of the current head, so the current head of the Yaolan Li family is my grandfather. Yaolan Li family, a first-class family of the Federation. Their star system is theirs. Their founder was a heavenly god, a peak one, who in his era had a real chance at the top. And my best friend, the boy who stole a controlled substance out of his father's safe for me, is a direct descendant of it. whose own bloodline has been sealed by his family's ancestors since birth, who has spent 18 years quietly building a body strong enough to survive opening it. He was so proud when he told me. He struck a pose. We looked at each other and both started laughing, because we had grown up next door to each other on a nothing planet, and it turned out we were both carrying something enormous and neither of us had ever said a word. That's the last completely good hour I remember from that year. On the way out of the restaurant, somebody called my name. Su Yu Jen. She'd been dragged out by a friend who wanted to introduce her to a childhood acquaintance, and the acquaintance had brought somebody else, and that somebody had spent the entire meal staring at her hard enough to ruin the food. She saw me leaving and grabbed onto me like a lifeboat. And Zhang Hao, my brother, my closest friend, decided within 4 seconds that this was an excellent match for me and began actively conspiring against my wishes. He volunteered me as a tour guide. He agreed on my behalf. He winked at me. He is not subtle. So the three of us spent an afternoon wandering Honglan City, and Su Yu Jen turned out to know it better than Hao did, and by the 5th failed recommendation, she was glaring at him with real menace. I finally took pity on him. You've seen the whole city already. Let's go outside it. The greenery around Honglan City is the best on the planet. Because Honglan Star has exactly one famous natural feature, a forest of Honglan wood, the largest in existence, just outside the capital. We drove out. Hao, who has no interest whatsoever in trees, took my keys and went off to drive very fast alone, which he had been wanting to do all day. And Su Yu Jen and I walked into the woods. I liked her that afternoon. I want to say that clearly. We talked about my childhood. I told her the truth about my parents working for BUCC. I did not tell her one single thing about ranks or cultivation or anything that would let her assemble a picture, because she is extremely intelligent and I had already learned what happens when someone assembles a picture of me. I was halfway through a story about military training in high school when I stopped talking. Su Yu Jen stopped too and looked at my face. Chen Xuan, what happened? I didn't answer. I was turning in a slow circle and my body was already tightening, and I could not find it. 110 days on that altar had given me senses I could not explain to anyone. What I felt right then was the specific weight of somebody's attention with intent behind it. Who are you? I said, loud enough to carry 100 meters through the trees. What are you doing here? Su Yu Jen looked around and saw nothing, and her face went uncertain, because she is a high-level mentalist, and I was supposedly a junior psionicist, and if I could feel it, she should have felt it first. Then somebody laughed above us. I never expected you could sense me. For an ant to feel my presence is truly astonishing. And a man walked down out of the sky on a staircase made of nothing. Su Yu Jin went white. Because whatever your rank, whatever your school, if a person is flying under their own power, they are at minimum a martial artist or a great mentalist. That is a hard line. Below it, you are a person. Above it, you are something else. Every step he took made the air ripple for 100 meters. By the time he was halfway down, she was on the ground and couldn't get up. When she reached for her network to call her guardian, she found the entire area cut off. I stood there and let it all wash over me and didn't move. He noticed. I didn't expect an ant to block my aura. Your will is terrifying. I don't know what your aptitude is like, but with a will like that, what does aptitude matter? Give you time, and your future would be just as powerful. He was complimenting me sincerely. He also had killing intent coming off him like heat off asphalt. Su Yu Jin, on the ground, still managed to be sharp. Who are you? We haven't done anything to you. He smiled and glanced at her. You're not wrong. Neither is he. It's just a pity that you look like that. That's a mistake. A huge mistake. And that is the entire reason. A young lord at a lunch table saw a face and made a phone call. I asked who sent him. He shook his head, pleasantly, and of course he wasn't going to say. So I walked over to Su Yu Jin and got her upright against a tree. I'll stall him. You get out and notify the school. Several of the new teachers can suppress him. And she said no. Actually said no. Tried to stand up on legs that wouldn't hold her. He's a martial artist and you're a junior psionicist. There's an insurmountable gap. I can't even fight back. I don't know how you're withstanding his majesty, but you are no match for him. I understand your good intentions. I'm sorry I dragged you into this, so I will not run. I'll stand with you and bear all of it. Then, to him, with her chin up, she offered a trade. Let Chen Xuan go and I'll come quietly. He laughed at her for a while. so she threatened him instead, and she did it well. I am of the Mu family of Tianyun, first class. As a divine descendant, I carry my family's mark in my soul. If I die here, everything that happened is recorded. My guardian is a martial artist of the transformation stage, and my death would be enough to bring the divine master of my family out personally. Wherever you run, the Mu family will find whoever is behind you, and we will not show mercy. The man's face came apart while she said it, and I watched it happen, and I knew immediately that she had made a mistake, because he thought about it, and then he smiled, and the smile was wrong. Actually, I understand that taking this job means I'm dead either way. If I let him go, your Mu family finds me through him. If I don't let him go, and I hand you over, and you die later, my employers eat your family's revenge anyway, and my end will be worse. He sent me here without telling me who either of you were. That's a death sentence with a bow on it, so why should I be loyal to them? So, to take them down with me, you all die together. There it was. He wasn't going to be reasoned with, because his only remaining goal was to make sure his own masters got destroyed, and killing a first-class family's daughter was the most efficient way to do that. I looked at Su Yu-Jen, and I saw her decide something, and I knew what it was, because I could feel it starting. Chen Xuan, I have one last method, and one trump card. Remember, after you get out, notify my family. Tell them to avenge me. Then she tried to push me away and discovered she couldn't move, because I'd stopped her. I'm sorry, I said. I'll have to put you through this for a moment. And I told her exactly what she was about to do, because I knew. You're a divine descendant of the Mu family. Your ancestor was a great holy teacher of a distant era. And every divine descendant carries a secret technique everyone knows about and nobody uses. Burning your bloodline to summon your ancestor. She stared at me and forgot the martial artist entirely, because there was no way I should know that. And I pulled her against my chest and said the truest thing I have ever said to anybody. I know what you're planning. I can't let you do it. I am Chen Xuan. My name is Chen Xuan. I can't ask you to shield me from every disaster. I have never needed anyone to hold up the sky for me. I have never needed anyone to break themselves so I can keep breathing. So even if I die standing, and nobody falls in front of me first. She stopped struggling, and then, because I did not want the last thing I said to be heavy, I said, honestly, Yu-Jen, you really are beautiful. That's not a line. I mean it. If I had another chance, maybe I really would pursue you. I hope you wouldn't reject me too harshly. Then I took Emperor Li's crystal out of my jacket and set it floating in front of her chest, and told her it was from a friend, and that it would keep her alive until her family arrived, and that when they did, she should tell them to avenge me. I sat her down against a honglan tree, and the crystal glowed there quietly, like a small guard dog, and I turned around. There is something about me I only understood in that clearing. I have never shown the ugly half of me to a single person who was kind to me, not once, not to Hao, not to my father, not to her. That half exists. It has always existed. It just belongs to the people standing on the other side. I walked back across the clearing and stopped in front of the martial artist, and whatever was in my face made a man a full realm above me take a step backwards. You must be wondering how I know about bloodline burning. Then my body started to shake, and it was not fear. It was a container failing. Cracks opened across my skin, and blood started coming out of all of them at once, and inside about 4 seconds I was soaked in it. Because I'm a divine descendant too. He laughed at me. So what if you are? I can feel it. You're a warrior. And you're only an intermediate warrior. Even if your bloodline traces to a god king, so what? There's a chasm between you and me you can never cross. He was right. The gap between a warrior and a martial artist is not a difference of degree. A martial artist has comprehended the true power of heaven and earth. 1 star of that power hits harder than 100 stars of mine. I didn't answer. I was busy burning. Mid-tier intermediate warrior's ceiling arrived and shattered instantly. High tier. Peak. And then I broke straight through into high-level warrior, which is an entire major rank, in about 11 seconds, and the martial artist stopped laughing. Because burning bloodline to jump 1 major rank means the ancestor at the bottom of that blood is at minimum a near kingly heavenly god. Not enough, I said, out loud, through a mouth that was not entirely working. Mid-tier, high-level warrior. He gasped. That's impossible. A whole rank. No will can do that. His bloodline is God King. and I was still going, and my body was starting to come apart at the joins, and there was nothing holding me together but the fact that I have died 9 times and found the road home every single time. Great demon true body. Bronze light came up through my skin with gold running inside it, and behind me, in that quiet little forest outside a provincial city, an enormous ancient demon lifted its head and roared. Peak high-level warrior. Which is as far as it goes. 1 step below martial artist. 1 step, and 1 step in that direction is the same as a light year. I threw the first punch, and it uprooted every tree within 100 meters and threw them at him like grass. He raised one arm and waved it, and everything stopped existing. "Is this the power of a martial artist?" I said. My voice was gone. Speaking hurt more than the burning. And he looked at me with something close to respect and told me that with a will like that, I would have become the 7th empress or the 8th young emperor of this generation. A new emperor, perhaps surpassing all of them. Perhaps I should spare you for the sake of the Federation. Su Yugen's face lit up. But you'll always be my enemy, and I'm going to die regardless. In that case, a genius like you being buried with me is the best ending I can get. Then he took a piece of paper out of his robes and burned it, and a strange quiet spread out for thousands of miles. Su Yugen recognized it and gave up. It's a talisman, another 4th era leftover, and that one isolates information. Inside its radius, you could destroy the world and nobody outside would sense a thing. I doubt Gulong ever imagined, the martial artist said, that this talisman he gave me would end up helping destroy his own Han family. That's the first time I heard the name. Zhang Yuan, he continued, unless you're a god, sitting in the middle of Honglan City, there is no possible way for you to know what happens here. Then he punched. Not at me. Through me. Everything within 10,000 meters behind me stopped existing. The sky went gray with what used to be a forest. That was not his full strength. That was a strike carrying the true power of heaven and earth, and he was confident it would break a medium warship. He turned around and started walking away, laughing about how Guhao would be coming to hell with him, and a voice came out of the crater. Who said that was my strongest attack? He stopped mid-step. There was a pit 100 meters deep and 10,000 meters across, and I was climbing out of it. 1 step at a time, and with each step, the wounds closed a little further, because that is what a God King's bloodline does. I got to the rim, and by the time my foot came down on level ground, I was whole, and the light screen around Su Yujin was still standing, unmarked. Is this the terror of a God King bloodline? The martial artist said, and for the first time he sounded like a man reconsidering. I said it again properly. Who said that was my strongest attack? I, Chen Xuan. Fear, nothing. Then I hit him with everything I had ever stolen from anyone. I crossed the gap using the movement essence I took off Zephyr Stride in a video game. I hit him in the back with the brutality essence I took off Kai Lun. He went 200 meters into the air, and I was already there. And what came next was the entire body of literary slaughter, silent and unpleasant, followed by every wave of cloud sea ripples, all of it at once, hundreds of impacts in a few seconds, on a man who could not work out what was happening to him. Then he got his hands up, and one casual slap put me through the ground. I lay in the new crater and felt the truth arrive. I'd hurt him, genuinely hurt him, and it was a rounding error, and I was 2 exchanges from being over. I got up and we went again, and I was suppressed every single time, and I want to be honest, I was losing badly, and the only reason it looked like a fight at all was the great demon true body holding my ribs together. And on maybe the 8th time I got knocked down, I remembered. I had one thing left, the supreme law. And then the excitement died, because soul supremacy was still an elementary technique, so its supreme law was an elementary supreme law, and it would gain me almost nothing. Unless... I had 100 combat skill essences in that technique, and I had never fused them. So I got up and I went at him, and I did something that I have since been told is not possible. I fought him with everything, faster and more recklessly every second, taking hits I should have died from. And with every exchange, the essences in my strikes got fewer and fewer, because I was melting them down. In combat, under a martial artist. Fusing 100 combat skill essences into one perfect martial skill essence with a man trying to kill me as the forge. When my attack stopped containing any recognizable essence at all, he finally noticed, and by then it was over. Soul supremacy evolved into an intermediate cultivation technique in the middle of a fight. which meant the supreme law came with it. And here is the detail that killed him. I was standing in a high-level warrior's body, but my true rank, underneath the bloodline burn, was still intermediate warrior, which meant the intermediate tier amplification applied at full value. I put everything I had left into one strike. Great demon true body, bloodline, boiling, supreme law, soul supremacy. At the bottom of the valley, a girl in a light screen watched a boy she had known for 8 days do something that should not have happened, and understood two things at the same time. That I had won, and that I had lost. The martial artist came apart in front of me, and I watched him become nothing, and I smiled at him while he went. 11 months earlier, a martial artist had brushed me off my own doorstep without lifting his hand, and I had bled on my own floor and promised a steel door that one day I would put all of them under my foot. I had just kept it. I simply hadn't planned to be lying down when I did. I did not regret 1 second of it. I regretted the timing. So that's all, I said. Can it be? And then all the pain drained out of me, which is not a good sign, and my sight went, and in the last blur of it, I thought I saw an enormous rift open in the sky, and two figures I knew coming through it, my mother and my father. I was dead for a while. I want to be accurate, not dying, dead. My heart had stopped, my body was a bag of broken parts, and every person who saw me that day agreed there was nothing there to save. So what happens next, I did not see. I have had it described to me by 4 different people, 3 of whom were terrified while they described it, and I have thought about it enough that it might as well be a memory. Honglan Star noticed first. An indescribable power tore the void open above the planet, and every living being on it went down on their faces at once. Not out of respect, reflex, the way a dog flattens under thunder. In his office, our principal, a half-step god who has already comprehended divine power, started shaking so hard he had to hold the window frame. Because Zhang Yuan can look an ordinary god in the eye. He has planned for that. He keeps a trump card for exactly that. He could plausibly kill a young god. And what came through that rift made him unable to form the intention of resisting. He flew out to intercept it anyway, because Honglan Star had his last hope on it, and he was not going to let the planet die. By the time he got to the forest, it was over. There was a woman kneeling in a 10,000-meter crater with my body in her arms. My mother, Lin Qing. She is not a scientist at BUCC. She has never been a scientist at BUCC. She was crying, and the killing intent coming off her was making the void unstable, and when she screamed at my father, the aura she released flattened the entire Honglan Wood forest, 10,000 square kilometers. Every tree on the planet's most famous natural landmark came out of the ground at once, and Honglan Star lost it permanently because a mother raised her voice. Didn't you say Xiao Xuan's safety was guaranteed? Why him? And my father, who I had watched cry on a wrist screen 5 months earlier, could barely speak. I really didn't know it would become like this. Before I left, I put my mark in Xiao Xuan's body, but that mark was spent back on Gufeng's star. We were at a critical stage in the research. I didn't have time to replace it. So he had known. He had known the day my bloodline broke because his mark burned up warning him, and he had come and stood outside the planet and let it happen because Emperor Li's gamble was also his gamble. And then he had gone back to work without leaving another one. What kind of research is this? My mother said. It's to make up for your own regrets, to break your own shackles. In my heart, Xiao Xuan is irreplaceable, and you cannot give him back. Chen Bo, weren't you called the #1 emperor of the younger generation? Weren't you called the #1 prodigy among billions of races? Why can't you even guarantee the safety of your own child? What kind of god are you? Around them, Honglan Star started to crack, and my father said nothing and did nothing, because in the eyes of beings at that level, a billion lives will not move a decision, and if destroying a billion would have brought me back, he would have started immediately. That's when Zhang Yuan landed, and did the bravest thing I have ever heard of, which was clear his throat and speak. This is Honglan Star, a third-class life planet under federal control. If you have conflicts, please take them into the void. They did not react at all. So he tried again, in a firmer voice, and identified himself as Zhang Yuan of Federal University. My father hummed, just a hum, a single syllable of mild displeasure. Zhang Yuan coughed blood and went backwards 100 miles, and was about 90% of the way to dead when a light activated inside his chest and stopped it. His teacher, Ren Guanhua, a celestial master and one of the most influential humans alive, had left a mark in him that was rated to survive the combined full-strength attack of 10 gods. My father's hum consumed the whole thing. "That is the celestial master's mark," my father said, sounding vaguely nostalgic. "It should belong to that old man. I'll spare your life for his sake. There won't be a second time." And Zhang Yuan, a demigod, flew 100 miles back toward them, because Honglan's star still mattered to him more than his own life. And my mother laughed at my father, and it was not a kind laugh. What a display, truly worthy of the peerless prodigy of the Federation, God Slayer. Since you don't even fear the Celestial Master, why couldn't you protect Xiao Xuan? God Slayer. That was the moment Zhang Yuan stopped being able to think, because every young person in the Federation grows up on that name, warriors and mentalists both. It's not a rank, it's not a title anybody awards. It is a thing people started calling one man, out loud, in the years when the peerless geniuses of every race in the universe stopped being willing to meet him. The most gifted human being in 500 years. The first person since Xuanji Heavenly God with a real chance of becoming humanity's guardian god. At one point, 3 peak races of the universe sent 3 heavenly gods to hunt him at the same time. He escaped, alive, back into Federation space, and on the way, he annihilated more than 10 true gods and about 100 ordinary ones. They call him God Slayer because he named it with other people's blood. And he was standing in a hole in the ground in a provincial forest, being told by his wife that he had failed. Then my mother put my body down in front of him and said, "Since you as the father cannot protect your child, then I as the mother will take back the right to be his parent." Do you even know who killed Xiao Xuan? The Han family. There are more than a dozen families named Han in the Federation. How will you find which one? And my mother said the sentence that Zhang Yuan has never been able to repeat without stopping in the middle. "Then I'll kill them one by one until somebody confesses. And if nobody confesses, then I will kill every person in the world with the surname Han." And my father did not stop her. He looked down at me and smiled, and the smile made a demigod's legs give out. "Lin Qing, since you've made up your mind, I'll join you after I bury Xiao Xuan. If nobody acknowledges it, I'll make every person named Han into a Xiao Xuan," which is a thing you say when you have already decided that a species is a rounding error. I'm not going to defend it. My parents were about to commit a genocide out of grief, and both of them were entirely capable of finishing it, and the only reason I'm alive to disapprove is that they got interrupted. Because just as they turned to leave, another rift opened, and something came through it that made Zhang Yuan understand he had badly underestimated the day. An old man, ordinary looking, and Zhang Yuan could tell instantly that this was not a god. This was a true god, which is what you get several stages past a god, the kind of being a first-class family builds itself around and keeps hidden for 1,000 years. He glanced at Su Yuzhen and looked away, which told Zhang Yuan that this wasn't for the Mu family at all. And then my father spoke to him. "Old ancestor, what brings you here?" Flatly, without a shred of respect in it. And nobody, including the old ancestor, found that strange, because everyone present could feel that my father was stronger than he was. Then the old ancestor looked at what my mother was holding, and his face changed. "Chen Bo, is that Chen Xuan in your arms?" They didn't answer. So he shattered the light screen around Su Yuzhen and freed her, and Su Yuzhen crawled to my body and took my cold hands and started apologizing to a corpse. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened." And my mother, in a voice with nothing in it, said one word: "Speak." So she told them everything. Every detail, in order, including exactly what I had said before I walked back across that clearing. And I have been told that while she was talking, my father's face did something nobody expected. Underneath the grief and the murder, he was proud, because his son had not retreated a single step and had not tarnished the blood he'd been given. And when Su Yuzhen mentioned a name the martial artist had said out loud, thinking he was about to finish me, my father went very quiet. The name was Gu Long. Then Su Yuzhen did the only genuinely useful thing anyone did that day. She looked at the man who was about to depopulate a surname, and she said, "Wait a minute, uncle. Not master, not Godslayer. Uncle." Deliberately, because it implied a relationship with me and made it harder to ignore her. If we investigate, we can find who actually did this. Finding the culprit is much better than killing innocents. And my father, who had already worked out that he knew a Gulong, said one word. Speak. She gave him the name. And he said, I understand, and stepped into a rift and was gone. He crossed 1,000,000 light years in a few hours. That's not a spaceship number. A universe-class warship doing space jumps takes weeks. My father shattered billions of space-time tunnels and walked through hundreds of galaxies because he has comprehended the space-time law, which is one of the supreme laws of the universe and among the hardest things a human being has ever grasped. He arrived at the Jingyun galaxy and stopped in open space and looked at it for a while. Gulong, I really never imagined we'd meet like this. I hope the Gulong that girl is talking about isn't you. Jingyun is a mid-sized galaxy. 6 first-class life planets controlled by 5 second-rate families and the federal government. The Han family holds one of them and ranks 3rd of the 5. He walked in, and each step covered billions of miles, and 6 detection satellites picked up traces of a man moving casually. Dozens of warships launched. Hundreds of martial artists and mentalists went up, and 6 gods came out to meet him. 6 gods from 5 families and the government, arriving simultaneously, because a single god at full output can shatter a first-class planet. My father stood still and waited for them politely. They stopped in front of him and could not read him at all. No power, nothing, which is the most frightening thing a god can encounter, because there is no such thing as a person with no power who can stand there. One of them asked who he was and why he had entered their galaxy, and my father ignored the question and asked one of his own. Where is Gulong? I sense a powerful being. As the strongest person in your galaxy, why hasn't he appeared? Which confused everyone, because the Han family's ancestor, an actual god, stepped forward and said that yes, there was a descendant named Gulong, and he was the current family head, and he was a peak transformation stage martial artist, and nothing more. My father smiled at that, because Gulong had been hiding since before any of them were born. Then he reached out and touched the Han family's ancestor. Just touched him. 5 gods threw up their martial Tao incarnations simultaneously. A divine master built a space-time storm. All of it evaporated, and the strike, weakened through every layer, still nearly destroyed a being who had been a god for centuries. Divine blood filled that region of space until it looked red. Then every remaining martial artist and mentalist opened fire, and dozens of universe-class warships put their main batteries into him at once, which is enough firepower to start a war between races. He stood there. The hem of his clothes did not move. Nobody attacked again after that. And my father raised his voice slightly and put it through an entire galaxy. Gulong! Are you still hiding? If I found this place, I already know who you are. The Han family's ancestor stood in his own blood and worked out that his mysterious grandson had just gotten his entire line killed. Then a planet trembled, and something came off it, and 6 gods retreated on instinct. It was a true god. In a second-rate family in a mid-sized galaxy, which is like finding a battleship in a fishing village. He crossed the distance faster than 6 gods flying at full speed. He greeted his own ancestor politely, and then he looked at my father, and even smiling, everybody watching could see the caution and the fear in him. What made you come here? Gulong said. Did you need something from me? And my father said something else entirely. Gulong, 15 years and we meet like this. Our generation has grown into giants and you're still the same, always hiding your strength, even now. And Gulong laughed and gave a speech I have thought about a great deal. Of course I can't compare to you. You are the heavens above, and even in seclusion, billions of beings worship you. To be born in the same era as you is the tragedy of every peerless prodigy alive. Whatever glory we scrape together inside your shadow only makes your glory brighter. So it's better to stay hidden. Perhaps one day there are unexpected rewards. Am I right, Chenbo? Or should I say, Great God Slayer? That was the moment a galaxy found out who was standing in it, and 6 gods stopped being willing to look him in the face. Then Gulong, still smiling, said something that made every one of them start doing arithmetic about their own survival. When I first heard the news, I never imagined we'd meet again. Back then, 3 heavenly gods from 3 peak races hunted you, and you got home alive, and on the way you annihilated 10 true gods and 100 ordinary ones. Even Zhuangji Heavenly God couldn't have done that. So although I dislike you intensely, and although I am extremely jealous, I admire you, your madness, your skill. But isn't descending here to bully some ordinary gods a bit beneath a god slayer? And my father stopped being conversational. Gulong, I'm asking you, was it you who sent the martial artist to kill my son? There is nothing quite like the silence of a galaxy realizing what has been done. Hu London handled it well. He pointed out, correctly, that anyone capable of getting through Godslayer's protection would have to be a living fossil from a first-class or superfamily, and that no one in the Federation would dare, because behind Chen Bo stands the Chen family. Then he said, I seriously doubt you've kept your mind since you arrived. I don't have the power or the guts to kill your child. You should have realized that. And every god present nodded along, because it was airtight. My father said, that isn't like you at all. I remember you never bothered to explain anything. Have 15 years changed you that much? And Gulong's face moved, for less than a second, which, in a crowd of beings who have lived for centuries, is a signed confession. He kept trying. He invoked the ancient covenant, which is real, and which was laid down thousands of years ago by a god king for the good of the species. Unless there is sufficient evidence, the life of a god, or of a genius with the potential to become one, is never to be casually decided. It is one of the last things the truly strong still honor, because those people are the foundation of the race. Although the Chen family stands behind you, Gulong said, you cannot sentence a true god to death on conjecture. And my father laughed at him. Ancient covenant, you remember it now. Why didn't you remember it when you were annihilating my child? Compared to you, I think my child is infinitely more noble. Then he said, I respect the covenant. You broke it first. But since you and I were once called the Five Emperors, I'll give you an explanation. And he raised his other arm. His will covered billions of miles of space, then settled over the first-class planets themselves. Nobody could move. Gulong could not move. Behind my father, a divine weapon materialized, and Gulong named it out loud in a voice that had stopped being confident. 9th rank martial arts divine ability, God-slaying sword. And 2 runes appeared in my father's eyes, and time in that region of space became confused, and 6 gods said the same 2 words simultaneously. Space-time law. Then my father said, quietly, time and space, rewind. And on a planet below, everything ran backwards. He held it for a few dozen seconds, which is apparently a monstrous feat, and then he smiled and said, found it, and closed his hand, and pulled a captured moment out of the past, and hung it in the void where 100 people could see it. 2 figures, Gulong and a young man who looked like him. Every Han family member present recognized Gu Hao, the only son, the heir. And the recording played. Father, Uncle Fong's life has been extinguished. And then the whole conversation, in order, in front of everyone, in which it became extremely clear that the young lord of the Han family had ordered the murder of 2 strangers because he liked the look of a girl at lunch. By the end of the playback, in the last few seconds, the image shook, because divine might had arrived on Honglan's star, and Gulong had felt it. And instead of asking his son what he had done, Gulong told him to hide and to wait. The recording ended, and I want to record what my father did next, because I still don't entirely know how to feel about it. He did not kill him where he stood. He gave a speech. In the past, our generation was called the strongest in 500 years, a golden generation, and of it only 5 could be called emperors. Any one of us, in any other era, would have had the potential to challenge Quasi-Supreme. You, Gulong, called Emperor Gu, were the best of us at hiding. To climb from a second-rate family to emperor of your generation, your aptitude speaks for itself. People said your talent was poor. I know that isn't true. Your talent was unparalleled. You were simply born into the wrong era and the wrong family. To get where you are, the price you paid must have been terrifying. You should have been revered by millions. But you took one wrong step. I remember your favorite saying, one must be careful because one mistake can ruin a life. Now I'm giving it back to you. Then Gulong did the only thing left available. He asked for a fight. You can't sentence me on conjecture, he said, but I want to fight you again anyway. I want to see if the young Supreme King still has what he had. And his aura came off him, and billions of stars in that region were simply erased by the pressure, and 6 gods retreated at maximum speed because they could no longer survive being nearby. He reached out and pulled an entire planet in from billions of miles away and held it beside himself like a toy. Chenbo, my child offended the covenant first, and I cannot let that go unanswered, because he is my only child. I believe if you were in my position, even against all of humanity, you would never give up either. As a father, I'm not wrong, and as a father, neither are you. So for what we each hold dear, let's fight. He threw the planet. My father raised his arm and waved, and the continent ceased to exist before it got close. And then something came out of the debris that nobody had seen. A spear, waiting inside the throw, aimed at the half-second of contempt. That is what Emperor Gu was. Every attack a container for a second attack. The impact scattered everything in that starfield. Hundreds of peak martial artists and mentalists were thrown a million miles, coughing blood. Universe-class warships nearly came apart. 6 gods took serious injuries only because they spent their own divine power shielding the people who would otherwise have been vaporized. When the dust cleared, there was a man and a spear, and the spear was being held between 2 of my father's fingers. As expected, Gulong said, you understand me best. My father flicked it away and moved for the first time, and reappeared beside him, and struck with an open palm so relaxed it looked like a greeting. Gulong barely got out of the way, and the palm went past him and landed in the empty void behind and shattered a section of starry sky containing hundreds of planets and moons. And then my father sighed at him and said the thing that ended the negotiation. You're still the same. At a time like this, do you really still need your schemes? You should understand that in front of the strongest power, all tricks are paper. That shot was something you wanted me to guess. Even the way you dodged just now was an act. Your performance was exactly what a real dodge would look like, but you forgot who you are. You are Emperor Gu. You stood beside me as an equal. If you keep pretending, you insult me, and the other 3, and yourself. So abandon it. Use the last moments of your life and fight. Then my father turned around and walked out of that galaxy, and everyone stood there completely baffled until Gulong started laughing. You're right. This will be the final one. In that case, what use are schemes? Godslayer Chenbo, at your invitation, I will fight with everything and unleash the most glorious light of our generation. And he vanished too. He hadn't left out of cowardice, and neither had my father. They had gone somewhere else on purpose, because if they fought there, the Jingyun galaxy would be gone. A while later, in a neighboring star system that everybody in Jingyun could see with the naked eye, it began. They watched a phenomenon spread across the sky, and a Han family martial artist said, softly, "That is heaven, the head of the household's martial Tao incarnation." Which is when they knew it was over, because Gulong only manifests that at the end. He was a true god, one step below heavenly god, and when heaven appeared, it was strong enough to fight one. And the only way for a true god to produce that is to burn everything he has left. And then something else opened up in the dark, a sword, etched with the glory of death. The god-slaying sword. The nearby star system, hundreds of thousands of planets and one medium-sized star, dozens of times larger than a super-life planet, simply was not there anymore. One sword, somebody said. Heaven and earth overturned, time and space annihilated, an entire galaxy gone. This is Godslayer. He came back a while later, walking as casually as he'd arrived, without a mark on him, as if he'd been a spectator. He stood in front of 6 wounded gods and sighed. This time, out of respect for the fallen Emperor Gu, I'll spare your lives. I hope the Han family will not do anything irrational again. Then he left, and the Han family ancestor told everyone to go home and sealed his family for 100 years, and every one of them understood that in Godslayer's eyes, Emperor Gu was worth more than the entire clan, and killing him had been sufficient. My father went straight back to Homeland Star for Gu Hao, and Gu Hao was gone. He searched with everything he had and found nothing. Eventually, he stood in the ruins of a forest and smiled and said it out loud to a dead man. In the end, I was still outmaneuvered by you. Because from the very first word, from the moment Gulong started explaining himself, from the fake spear to the fake dodge to the request for a duel, every single move had been a delay. Emperor Gu bought his son the minutes to disappear and paid for them with his own life. And my father walked into all of it knowingly and let it happen because he wanted the man to die properly. After becoming a god, Gulong had a second title. They called him the deity of devils. So Gu Hao is out there somewhere, right now, with an entire life of arrangements made for him by a dying man who is better at this than anybody. My father put a hunt order on the network and went home at a speed no scientific instrument can describe, because his son was still waiting for him. I woke up 8 days later in a place that should not exist. The first thing I felt was that I was whole, not healed, whole, in a way I had never been, like somebody had gone through me and corrected every small wrongness that had accumulated since birth. The second thing I felt was my mother hitting my father. Not hard, but repeatedly and with commentary, while he stood there with a wry smile and absolutely no defense available to a man who has annihilated a galaxy that week. I lay there and listened to my parents bicker and felt something in my chest come loose that had been tight for as long as I can remember. This was my family. This was home. I had just never had one that was in the same room. The Chen family had used the divine pill. There is exactly one that anybody knows about among the countless races of the entire universe. Our progenitor took it off an ancient god king who had obtained it from a fourth-era tomb and intended to use it to return to his prime in old age, and who was erased before he got the chance. It has sat in the Chen family ever since, never used, not once in 5,000 years. They used it on me. Because when the old ancestor asked whether my bloodline had truly awakened, and my mother told him it had, several beings who had been asleep for so long that most of the family thought they were legends opened their eyes at the same time. Then the whole family did something they had never done before, which was activate the hall of the sovereign monarch to treat one boy. Let me explain that building. It is not a building. It is the palace of a king. Nothing that happens inside it reaches the outside, because it is arguably the single greatest structure in the history of this universe, comparable to Gufang's star itself. It has been asleep in our ancestral land since the day its owner disappeared. If the universe collapses and the era ends, the Chen family survives, provided they are inside it. My father walked up 9,990 steps to its door, respectfully, and found 2 men sitting at the entrance like doorkeepers. Both of them were true gods. One true god with a condensed supreme divine body is enough to found a first-class family. There were 2 of them working as doormen, and they had been doing it for a very long time. And then a voice came out of the hall and said, "Is that Xiao Tao back?" And Godslayer, the man 3 peak races could not kill, went down on his knees in front of a door and put his forehead on the ground 9 times and cried. 15 years. He'd left the family for me. He'd fallen at the last step because of something people had done to him and lost his shot at God King, and he had never once come back. Old ancestor, I'm back. Xiao Tao, it's so good to have you back. And when he tried to apologize, an intangible force came out of that hall and lifted him off the ground. Let bygones be bygones. The bloodline of the Chen family will always stand tall. We have no need to kneel before anyone. Which is when my father stopped crying and turned back into the thing the universe is afraid of. Then I woke up, and my mother stopped hitting him, and the 3 of us sat down, and I got told the whole thing. My father asked if I'd worked out who we were. I had. Not the details, but when your bloodline projects a golden giant that crushes the nether sovereign god king the way you'd close a door, the list of possible ancestors is very short, and there is 1 surname on it. There are 8 superfamilies in the Federation. All 8 are descended from god kings. Only one of them is why the peak races of the universe are careful about human beings. Our family has a legacy of 5,000 years, my father said. Ups and downs, disasters, and our glory has never faded. All of it is because of our bloodline, because of the royal bloodline. Do you know our ancestor's title? I did. Everyone does. Children know it, because he is the only person who ever held it. The sovereign monarch. Let me lay out what that man did, because I had heard it my whole life the way you hear about weather, and I had never once considered that it was a family record. At 17, he ignited the divine fire and became a god. 18, He shattered the heavens by himself and annihilated an ancient true god of an alien race. At 20, he became a true god and fought the ancient heavenly gods of his own species, beings who had lived for uncounted years in a battle across the 9 heavens that lasted 9 nights, and he killed them. At 24, he walked into a heavenly god's territory and was ambushed by more than 20 heavenly gods and 3 god kings of an alien race at once. One of the 3 god kings died. The other 2 took damage they never fully repaired. None of the 20 heavenly gods came home. And the Tianfang galaxy, one of the 3 largest supergalaxies in the universe, was shattered by that fight, and people say the only reason the universe wasn't perforated is that they managed to keep it contained inside one galaxy. Then he tried to break through to God King and failed. And instead of grieving, he went and challenged the acknowledged strongest being of that era, a God King who had entered 2 mythical domains, the ceiling of the ceiling. Everyone in the universe watched that one. And at the last moment, still only a heavenly god, he won. After that, they crowned him. For nearly 1,000 years afterwards, humanity spread to every corner of the universe, and nothing could resist us. And they say that when he vanished, he had entered the triple mythical domain, which no being of any race has ever reached, and my father told me the family's version is that he was at least in the double, and that the triple is not impossible. He also, according to the family's own records, once shattered the river of time and space in order to fight an invincible being from a distant era across billions of years. We don't know who won. There is nobody else it could have been. That is our bloodline's progenitor, my father said, the greatest being of this era, without equal. It is because of him that the Chen family's blood is what it is. Then he looked at me for a while. Xiaoxuan, you've recovered your memories, haven't you? And I paused because I have never known how to answer that, mostly, but there are still blurry things I can't quite see. Something moved across both their faces and I missed it because I was thinking. And then my father told me about my childhood, and I want to give this to you exactly as I got it. Do you know how much of a sensation it caused among the ancestors when you were born? You were born with bloodline shackles. That has never happened in the Chen family before. The great ancestor came in person to examine you. Everyone at the top knew about you. Your bloodline concentration was the highest ever recorded in the family. To shatter your shackles, many of the Chen family's ancestors were woken up. Almost every method the family has was used, except the divine pill. And in the final stage, an ancestor proposed something insane. He wanted to use countless Chen family bloodlines to help you break them. Not only did the ancestors contribute their life essence, the younger generation and the collateral branches had their bloodline power extracted. And it still failed. I sat there in a room in a palace and did the arithmetic. For a divine descendant, bloodline is talent. It is the entire head start. Take it out, and what's left is a person with an unusual surname and no future. An entire generation of my family had their futures drained out of them for me. And it did not work. That is why my cousins hated me. That is why a boy at my gate looked at me and asked why I hadn't died of the illness. I have never been able to be properly angry at Chen Hao since. I have tried. I understand, I said. The Chen family sacrificed a great deal for me. I'll repay them. My father smiled, and it was a smile of enormous relief, and he did not notice which word I had used. I said repay. I did not say the long. I stayed a month, not for safety, for the archives, because the Chen family's collection of cultivation techniques is beyond counting, and every single one is at minimum star level. And my father brought me anything I asked for, and then brought me 10 times more than I asked for, which I noticed and filed away. I spent 30 days in one room and did not leave it. And by the end of that month, in a technique that had been an elementary technique in a school auditorium 6 months earlier, I had condensed 10 perfect martial skill essences. 10, which is the maximum an intermediate technique holds. I then attempted to melt those 10 down into a true essence, which would evolve soul supremacy into an advanced technique, and failed 7 times. And I have to be honest, that was the first thing in a year that made me feel young. Comprehending is one thing, creating is another, and the gap between them is bigger than 10 of anything. On the 7th failure, my father walked in, and I put everything down, because he had clearly come for a reason and had been circling it for a month. I think you've probably guessed some of it. Dad, the reason you sent so many techniques is related to our family's own. Because he had sent me hundreds, and not one of them was the Chen family's. He laughed. Do you know what our family's classic is called? The Sovereign Monarch Canon. It is the Federation's first cultivation technique. Along with the Heavenly King Canon and the Saint King Canon, the three of them are called the Three Great King Canons, the most powerful in history, in countless minor eras. I asked about the other two because I had never heard of them. The Heavenly King Canon is the oldest, from the immortal demon era at the dawn of everything. It cultivates a Martian artist's mental energy and strengthens the soul, and the conditions are so severe that almost no warrior in history has qualified. And it reads like something built for mentalists, except no mentalist has the body for it either. So it exists as a legend that nobody can use. The Saint King Canon is from the Second Era, the Lich Wars, and it is a body-refining technique that at its extreme forges a person into a battle form with no upper limit. And the Sovereign Monarch Canon is a combat technique, and it was made by one man in this era, and it stands beside two artifacts of dead civilizations as an equal. There is a reason it can't be taught, my father said. It's too unique. It exists in one place, and it can only be received by passing the trials of the progenitor. Everything I've given you this month was so you could pass the first one. Then he took me back into the hall of the Sovereign Monarch, and this time we went to the center of it. There is a continent in there. They say it's the last remaining pure land of the primordial era where the immortal demons lived. I don't know if that's true. I know that my father awakened his bloodline at 14 when he wasn't even an intermediate warrior and reached peak perfect stage martial artist at 20 and did it without a single pill, and that continent is the reason. At the heart of it stood an old man, and my father and I both bowed. He looked me over and asked whether I'd read the archives, and my father said yes, and his expression improved. Then he pointed at 10 enormous caves. This is where the Sovereign Monarch Canon is kept. I stared at the caves and did not understand at all. It isn't recorded in books. Its legacy method is the most demanding there is. These 10 caves contain the cultivation for each of the 10 ranks. Reach the rank, enter the cave. Only a peerless genius or a direct bloodline of the Chen family is qualified to enter at all. And even if you comprehend it, you cannot teach it. It is comprehended or it is not. It cannot be put into words. So I walked into Cave 1. Inside was nothing, blackness, and in it 10 images, flickering and unfolding. And I understood the whole design in about 10 seconds. The reason the Sovereign Monarch Canon isn't written down isn't that it can't be written down, it's that there are millions of versions of it. 10 images, 10 paths. Comprehend any single one, and you have genuinely mastered the elementary tier of the Sovereign Monarch Canon. Because the man who made it understood that the best technique is the one that fits you, and instead of leaving his descendants a road, he left them 10 roads and told them to pick. I looked at all 10 before choosing, which I'm told nobody does. Then I sat down in front of the first, and I was in another dark place, and there was a blurry figure standing in it, and the figure was, at most, a primary warrior. And it was radiating pressure that made my knees think about it. Then it threw a punch at me. Slow, absolutely casual. No technique in it, no amplification, nothing. I swatted it aside easily and put the figure on the ground. And then I stood there with my heart going because I'd felt the number. That punch had the destructive output of an intermediate warrior's strike. From 1 star of power, with no technique, no enhancement, nothing. 10 times destructive output out of 1 star. A martial artist can do that because a martial artist has condensed the true power of heaven and earth, and an entry-level one gets 20 to 30 times out of a single star. That's the whole point of being a martial artist. This was a primary warrior. The figure got up and threw the exact same punch. I put it down. It got up. Same punch. 374 times. And somewhere in there I got it. The elementary tier of the Sovereign Monarch Canon is not a technique. It is not a set of moves. It is the interpretation of a quality. Every combat skill essence in existence has a fundamental character underneath it. That punch's character was slowness. Genuine slowness, which is not weakness. It is the deliberate abandonment of speed so that every scrap of force arrives at one point at one time, beginning slow and ending in annihilation. Understand the quality, and every technique you own gets heavier. I've heard for years that peak-level beings can produce 10 times the destruction out of a fraction of a star without using any true power at all. and I always assumed that was exaggeration. It isn't. They just know what the essences are made of. 100 more exchanges, and I had it. Then, in the middle of comprehending, I stopped defending entirely and stood there with my eyes unfocused. The figure did not care about my epiphany. It threw the punch. And I smiled, and I raised my arm and threw the exact same punch back, at the exact same 1 star of power, with no technique and no enhancement. I lost, obviously. My understanding was maybe 3 times where his was 10, but I had thrown a punch worth 3 times its input, and I understood why, and that is the first day I ever felt like the descendant of anybody. I went to the second image, and my head swam, and the space wouldn't let me in. I tried 3 times, went pale, and gave up and walked out to ask my father. And he explained, with a very faint disappointment he didn't quite hide, that inside the legacy path, your comprehension is elevated to its maximum, and so is your soul consumption, and I had simply run out. I nodded. He sent me back to my room and told me the family had potions for that. Then he stood there and let his face fall, and the old ancestor, who had been in the shadows the whole time, asked if he was disappointed. And my father said, "Not extremely, but there are regrets. My expectations were too high." Because my father, at Intermediate Warrior, entered that cave twice before he comprehended equality, and he had read every classic the family owns first, and the great ancestor's estimate for me had been 7 entries. The old ancestor let him finish and then said, "You're forgetting something." "What?" "Time." And my father's head came up. Because a normal Intermediate Warrior lasts about an hour in there before their mental energy runs out. I had been inside for over a day. That's more than 30 times an Intermediate Warrior. His comprehension may or may not be terrifying. The strength of his soul is unbelievable. Back in my room, the family sent over the recovery potions. They were all advanced grade, perfect quality advanced grade, the kind that costs tens of millions of Federation currency a bottle, and they had sent me a case of them so I could top up my mental energy the way you'd refill a water bottle. I drank 3 in 3 hours and then sat bolt upright. Because advanced perfect quality potions do not merely restore, they add. My mental energy had gone up at least 5 times over, 5 condensations from 1. A few more bottles and I would be at 9.99, the ceiling of junior psionicist. And that's how I learned what being in the Chen family actually means. Not the palace, not the ancestors. The fact that a thing I would have sold my house for was sitting in a case on a table because someone thought I might be tired. The next day, I went back in. Second image, speed. Speed is the opposite of the first, and it is the essence I understood fastest, because I have spent my whole life stealing movement techniques. Extreme speed makes paper cut steel and turns a falling leaf into a weapon. And the essence of it is that the friction of the world itself becomes the damage. 13 exchanges. Third image, softness. Over 100 exchanges because I had never used anything soft in my life. Fourth image, force. 43 exchanges because force and I are old friends. Then I hit my ceiling for the day and left. Second day, 3 more. Third day, 3 more. And I noticed something. Every quality was easier than the one before. Not harder, easier. And by the 7th, I could feel that once I had all 10, I would be able to comprehend other qualities on my own, without images, given time. Fourth day, the last 3. Vibration in 97 exchanges, motion in 84, and stillness in under 50. I walked out of that cave 4 days after walking in, having comprehended all 10. I punched the air with 1 star of power, and got at least 3 stars of destruction out of it, and it wasn't finished climbing. And my father grabbed my shoulder and laughed until he had to stop. Xiao Xuan, you truly are my son. Not only is your aptitude top class, your comprehension is brilliant. Your father is proud of you. 4 entries, against an estimate of 7, from a starting position of having never touched a cultivation technique before that year. Then he asked which quality I'd chosen, because you're supposed to choose one, and that choice defines your path forever. His was force, which explains a great deal about him. And I hesitated, and then said speed, which was true, in the sense that it was one of them. I did not tell him I had taken all 10, and I want to explain why I lied to my own father in a palace, because it wasn't shame. He explained to me, at length, why comprehending all 10 is a bad idea. It would have taken him 6 months. Each new quality gets exponentially harder for a normal person, not easier. And when you advance to the intermediate and advanced tiers, You have to comprehend all of them again at that level, so the time cost compounds until it becomes astronomical. 10 qualities lets you counter any opponent, which is worth maybe double. 6 months poured into one quality is worth more than triple. He was completely right, for a human being. He is not accounting for a divine origin that has been expanded twice past what its own scripture says is possible, and I cannot tell him about it, because the tower in my head is the one thing in the universe that could get me taken apart by people my family cannot fight. So I said speed, and my father nodded and approved of my choice, because speed suits our bloodline, and he told me our family's greatest strength is offense. That's how a Void King of the Chen family fights a God King, not defense, killing. Then he asked if I wanted to try Cave 2, and he had a look on his face that I should have recognized. I went in. Cave 2 was not 10 images. Cave 2 was fog and one figure. He came at me across a distance in a single step that felt both instantaneous and endlessly slow, and I could see, in one motion, all 10 qualities woven together and present even when he wasn't moving. That's not quality. That's realm. Quality only shows up when you apply force. A realm is a state you exist in. He punched me once, and I ceased to exist. I woke up outside with my father's face directly above mine, grinning like a man who has waited 15 years for a specific joke. Xiao Xuan, did you see the terrifying phantom? I asked what it was, and he stopped grinning. That phantom is our progenitor, the sovereign monarch. I nearly fell over. Not truly him, a wisp of his will left inside the cannon. The phantoms are all made from his own ability, adjusted to rank. What you just met was the sovereign monarch at intermediate warrior. I sat with that. I have, in my worst moment, at the very edge of my life, burned my bloodline through 2 major ranks and killed a martial artist. And an intermediate warrior, using no technique, no amplification, no anything, had removed me from existence with a single relaxed punch. My father put his hand on my head. Now you know why our family waits for intermediate warrior before opening the sovereign monarch canon at all, and even then only the elementary section. And then he told me the thing that reframed everything. The Sovereign Monarch canon is one of the 3 greatest classics in the universe. In someone else's hands, it's a supreme technique. In the hands of Chen family bloodline, with the bloodline active, its power increases more than 10-fold. Which means our family's elementary tier does what other supreme techniques do at intermediate, sometimes advanced. Sit with the shape of that. The strongest technique in existence, and it is deliberately built so that it only works properly for the people who inherited his blood. He was not leaving a legacy. He was leaving a lock, with his own descendants as the key. 2 days later, in my room in the Chen family's ancestral land, I broke through into peak high-level warrior on my own, which is worth mentioning only because it happened quietly and nobody noticed, including me for a few minutes. And while I was doing that, my father was standing outside having a conversation that changed my entire life. The great ancestor of the Chen family had come to see him. Great ancestor, Xiao Xuan has received the sovereign monarch canon. What should we do next? And the great ancestor said, you know too little about your child. Ren Guanhua contacted me a few days ago. My father actually startled. Ren Guanhua? The president of Federal University? He wants Chen Xuan as his personal disciple. And my father immediately, flatly, refused on my behalf. Because I am a warrior. Because I carry the most concentrated sovereign monarch bloodline in 5,000 years. Because making me a mentalist would be like using a warship as a fishing boat. And the great ancestor said, I didn't refuse. Then he explained why. And it is the second most important sentence anybody said about me that year. Do you know why I have been stuck at the peak of Void King for nearly 1,000 years? It is not aptitude. I studied the 15 god kings of the human race and the 78 alien god kings in the records, and I found one thing they all share. The soul. Every single being who has ever become a god king had a soul comparable to the most heaven-defying mentalists of their era. The Xuanhuang god king, our own progenitor. None of them were mentalists, and every one of them had a mentalist's soul. That is the final step. That is what stops everyone else. And my father understood immediately, and so do I. Because a warrior builds a body. Nothing about a warrior's path builds a soul. But the mentalist path is nothing but soul. Cultivating both will make Chen Xuan's progress far slower, the great ancestor said. It will cost him the name of genius. He may never be the most dazzling young man of his era. The Chen family does not lack glory. What the Chen family lacks is a god king. What does it matter if we sacrifice the reputation of one genius, or 10, or 100? And my father, who was the most famous young man alive in his own generation, agreed. Then the great ancestor added the other reason, which is uglier and more practical. When Chen Xuan came back, the family panicked and used the Hall of the King. Everyone assumes it was because of you. That won't survive investigation. If certain people learn that this boy carries our bloodline at that concentration, he is in genuine danger. Chen Bu, not everyone in the Federation wants the Chen family to be strong. And my father went very quiet, because he is the living example. He fell at the threshold of godhood because of what people did to him, and he has never said their names out loud in front of me. If we send him to Renguanhua, my father said slowly, working it out, outsiders will only see a mentalist genius. What they fear is our bloodline. If he's a mentalist, even one with the talent to become a celestial master, they'll stop paying attention. That was the plan. Hide the most concentrated royal bloodline in 5,000 years by making everyone look at his other career. Then my father came to my room to explain the pros and cons, and I said yes before he could start, which surprised him and then didn't, because he has known me since I was 5. I said yes for reasons neither of them had considered. I said yes because of the pill scripture, which requires a great mentalist and which nobody in the universe knows I own. Then I refused the delivery. Dad, you know who I am. I want to become Ren Guanhua's student, but I will not be walked in. I, Chen Xuan, will walk into the Federal University main campus with dignity, on my own strength, and become his disciple standing up. My father looked at me for a long moment and did not argue. 3 days later, he flew me home himself, and on the ship, he made a mistake and told me the truth. The ship was an intermediate-class transport with the interior of a palace, which I commented on, and my father accepted the compliment with tremendous smugness. Then I asked him why he'd never mentioned owning it, and the smugness curdled. Xiao Xuan, your father did that for your own good. For my own good. Think about it. If you knew how rich your father was, would you have had any motivation? You'd have become one of those young masters who does nothing but enjoy himself and wait to die in his sleep. And I nodded along like an idiot before I noticed I was being managed. Then he showed me the ship, and I stopped being able to be annoyed, because it is not a transport. It's a warship wearing a transport's clothes. 8 kinetic cannon systems that only appear on advanced warships, a hull of Aslan special alloy, which is what universe-class warships and the highest-tier mechs are made of. And then he mentioned, casually, that he had removed the main gun and installed an interstellar orbital cannon. I stopped walking. A universe-class warship is roughly 10,000 times the size of that ship, and carries at most 10 of those. One shot, fully charged, obliterates an asteroid tens of thousands of miles across. Dad, what are you doing? What are you planning to do with this? And my father, Godslayer, terror of the younger generation of every race in the universe, said, My status is very noble. I can't handle every little thing personally. It's quite nice to have an orbital cannon to bombard people with when there's nothing else going on. I told him that no matter how noble he was, at home he was completely subservient to my mother, and he stopped talking about it. Then, explaining the control system, he mentioned in passing that flying it properly requires a talent development level of at least 1.5, and I stopped him. Dad, tell me about mentalist talent development. He turned around and stared at me. Xiao Xuan, are you telling me that to this day you don't know your own development level? I went red, which I feel was fair. I'd been a mentalist for over half a year, and every single time I'd gone looking, the universe had interrupted me with an assassination or a 100-day staircase. So he explained it, and I want to give you the latter exactly as he gave it to me. 1.0 and above is a genius. 1.3 is a star-level genius. Galaxy level starts at 1.4 and runs to 1.6. 1.7 to 1.9 is Federation level. 1.7 or above means the potential to become a divine master, and 2.0 and above is not a genius at all. 2.0 is where the word stops applying and a different word starts, prodigy. It means the potential to become a celestial master, and there are perhaps a handful of those in a century. Then he looked at me sideways and asked mine, and I did the arithmetic in my own head, live, in a corridor, and had to hold the wall. Because I tested before I was a mentalist, which means my number was raw. 2.4. I said it out loud. And my father, who at that point had annihilated a star system that month, went completely blank. Xiao Xuan, do you know the development level of the legendary mentalists who reached the Void Emperor realm? I didn't. I have never known anything about mentalists. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor or Sumeru Heaven, both of them. 2.3. And a 2.3 makes you a Void Emperor. A Void Emperor is the same rank as a Void King and many times more powerful. They have another name, Different Path Supreme. A Void Emperor is nominally below a God King and possesses the strength to fight one. A development level of 2.3 means you will one day be able to fight a God King. Then he stopped and had to work up to the next part. So a development level of 2.4 means you have the potential to challenge the God Emperor. And I said, in a corridor on my father's absurd ship, what does that mean? Because I genuinely did not know. Later, I got the rest of it from the great ancestor through my father, and I'm going to put it here because it is the single strangest fact I own. The Chen family's records say the sovereign monarch was invincible at every rank he ever occupied. Not narrowly, absolutely. He did not have a peer before or since, except once. After he reached Heavenly God, he met one opponent who genuinely hurt him, a mentalist of the human race, hidden at the Void Emperor level. He won. He was seriously damaged doing it. And when he later became a God King and went looking for that man to settle it properly, he never found him, and he never stopped looking, all the way up to the day he vanished. The sovereign monarch himself said that if that Void Emperor ever broke his own shackles and entered the realm of the eternal divine emperor, he would be able to stand against him. And that Void Emperor's development level was above 2.3 and below 2.4, which means that in the entire recorded history of my species, there is exactly one talent number that has never been reached. I wrote it into a form on a school clerk's desk because I couldn't be bothered to read the instructions. The ship landed at Honglan Star, and my father said he had crucial research left to finish and would come find me on the Capital Administrative Star with my mother afterwards. Then he handed me a payment card and left. I looked at the card, and it made no sense. Every payment card in the Federation carries the name of its issuing bank. This one had over 20 names printed on it, including the Federation Bank itself, and every one of those banks is in the top 30 in human space. A joint card between 20 of them would have made the news. I searched the network for an hour and found nothing resembling it, so I logged into the Federation Bank, scanned the card in, and got a login page I had never seen in my life on a service I have used since I was 9. I selected Balance Inquiry, and where the number goes, the field contained 5 characters, 5 capital letters. That was it. I put the card in my pocket and decided to ask my father the next time I saw him, which is a plan I am still executing. Back at Federal University, I went to see the principal because vanishing for a month after a god flattened the planet requires a conversation. Zhang Yuan looked up from his desk and dropped his pen because the only time he'd seen my face I had been an unrecognizable smear in a crater. I told him I'd come to ask about my student status and register for exams. He laughed, and then we both stopped laughing because he had a question. Chen Xuan, you know everything now. How did you end up back here? And I lied to him. I told him my bloodline concentration is not high, that I am a direct descendant, but not an important one, that the ancestors came because of a fortunate accident and not because of me, and that when Ren Guanhua asked, the family hesitated briefly and agreed, which is a very well-constructed lie because it explains everything and makes me boring. The only living people who know the real concentration are about 100 ancestors who have not left the hall of the sovereign monarch in 1,000 years, and my parents. Then he asked the question that mattered. If my teacher wants you, why did you come back to a third-class planet's branch instead of going straight to the Capital Administrative Star? And I gave him the honest answer. Principal, if I wanted into the main campus, it would take one word. That isn't what I want. Federal University's rules say any genius entering the main campus goes through the assessments. Everyone does. I don't need an exception. If I'm going in, I'll go in honestly and squarely. I, Chen Xuan, will not rely on connections. I want everybody to understand that I stand on my own. Zhang Yuan went quiet. Then he said something that embarrassed me considerably. Before, you were talent. After that battle, through Su Yuzhen's description, you became a person. Today, you've become more than that. I believe that given time, you will reach the peak and be worshipped by billions. There was a second reason, and it is completely tactical, and I am not ashamed of it. There are 5 slots. The competition on that planet is not peerless geniuses. Those don't need slots. It's the second sons and the branch daughters of good families, galaxy-level super geniuses at best, and the strongest of them are the ones I already live with. I could beat that field, and doing it in the open, in front of witnesses, on a planet where 100 people knew me as the boy with a 0 on his chart, was worth more to me than a private shuttle. Then I went back to dorm 97 and got assaulted. Xiao Xuanzi, you're finally back. Did you take care of things at home? Family matters. That's what somebody had used to cover for me, and I took it and ran with it, and it worked, because it is the most boring sentence in the language. I was 4 months late to my own first semester because I climbed 100,000 steps and lived 9 lifetimes. Family matters. I disappeared for another month because I died, and my parents deleted a star system over it. Family matters. Wang Lei looked me up and down and observed that in 1 semester I had attended school for less than 1/10 of the available days. He recommended expulsion. Then He Long came back from training at a run, saw me, and let out a breath he had clearly been holding for weeks. Because I had vanished on the exact day the sky opened over Honglan's star, and neither of them would ever connect me to that, and both of them had been quietly afraid. They took me out. And Su Yuzhen came. She had been messaging both of them almost every day for a month asking after me, because neither of them had my private contact, and I had not thought to give it to anyone. She got out of the car before Wang Lei had parked it, walked straight up to me in front of a dormitory building, and put her arms around me and stayed there. I had nowhere to put my hands. My roommates evacuated the area with a coordination they had clearly rehearsed. 10 minutes. In public. Eventually, I said her name, and she let go, with a blush she was not embarrassed by. I remember you said you'd pursue me if you met me again, she said, and that you hoped I wouldn't reject you harshly. So let's start now. And when I couldn't come up with a single functional sentence, she said, if you don't want to pursue me, then let me pursue you. Is that all right? I want to be honest, I don't know. There's still a blurred figure in my head that I cannot resolve, that arrives every time I think about her, and that I know matters to me more than almost anything, and I have asked my father about it twice and gotten nothing both times. So I said nothing, and she took that as a beginning, and we'll see. The 4 of us went to the flower garden and spent 30,000 Federation currency, of which my 2 roommates were personally responsible for approximately 20, and He Long defended himself on the grounds that waste is shameful. That night, I lay in bed and went back to work, because I had a problem. I was at peak junior psionicist and stuck. The first realm of the original scripture is called spirit nurturing, and I had never understood what the word spirit meant in it. I searched the network for hours and finally landed on the oldest definition we have, from Earth, which is that a person's spirit is their soul. That was the key, because the great demon true body forges a body out of catastrophe, and the original scripture stands opposite it, and if one is external, the other is internal. One makes an unbreakable body, the other makes an immortal soul. And then I went into my own divine origin and watched it for 3 days. The divine origin generates a strange power continuously. I'd assumed it was mental energy. It isn't. It's something else, and it doesn't spread out into me. It flows to the center of the divine origin and settles there and slowly, slowly blankets it. Spirit nurturing means using what the divine origin produces to nurture the divine origin itself. When the coating covers all of it, the realm reaches completion, and I did the arithmetic and wanted to lie down, because my divine origin is at least 5 times oversized. It got blown out once when my bloodline broke, and again over 110 days on a staircase, and it is now larger than the second realm's description. The thing I thought was my greatest advantage was, right then, the reason I was stuck. At the natural rate, 2 years. The assessment was in less than 6 months. Then I remembered that the original scripture actually contains a cultivation method for the first realm, and that when I'd used it, I'd noticed it barely raised my mental energy at all, which had always seemed strange for a scripture that stands beside the sovereign monarch canon. So I sat down and used it for 6 hours, and then went and looked. The coding had jumped almost 20%. 6 hours of cultivation equals 6 days of the divine origin doing it alone. The method was never for mental energy. The method is for the blanket. 18 hours a day, and the 2-year problem became a 41-day problem. So that's what I did with the last 2 weeks of the semester. Class, food, and a cultivation room in the Mentalist Center, which is full of volatile mental potions and where a breakthrough works dozens of times better than anywhere outside. Then finals arrived. Suyu Jen handed me a memory card with full notes for 5 courses I had never entered. I passed all 5 without difficulty. So, for the record, the girl who nearly got me killed also got me through my first semester. Then, everybody else went on holiday, and the special recruits stayed, because we had one more. The Mentalist Professional Assessment. Even Wang Lei, who is a professional layabout, showed up early looking serious, which is how I found out I was in trouble. Fengzi, are you really unaware or pretending? Federal University's mentalist assessments are individual. The professors design them based on your performance at enrollment. I shrugged, because I had attended one mentalist class in an entire semester. And Wang Lei said, don't be relaxed. Failing this isn't a big deal, but anyone who fails the retake isn't eligible for the main campus special recruitment assessment in 6 months. And my expression finally changed, which he enjoyed enormously. 12 of us, teachers came in, and among them, standing at the back, was Zhang Yuan. The principal was invigilating personally, which meant nobody in that room could use any of the family heirloom cheating devices they were all definitely carrying. Liu Ming read the groupings, and my name came out of his mouth first. The room relaxed slightly, in the way a room does when someone else's number comes up, because Liu Ming looks ethereal and is privately considered the hardest examiner in the school. Wang Lei patted my shoulder and said, quietly, please accept my condolences. Liu Ming took me into a side room and sealed it. The barrier was made out of materialized mental energy. He produced it with a wave of his hand, and while he keeps feeding it, it is roughly as hard as Aslan alloy. Only a great mentalist can do that. Then he tried, one last time, to save my career. Chen Xuan, combat stream is the right path for your aptitude. Don't waste time. I should explain, because it is the choice that defines every mentalist. Mechanical stream mentalists fight through technology, mechs, warships, fleets. Almost everybody is one. Combat stream mentalists fight the way warriors do, on their own power, with mentalist techniques. In the early game, mechanical stream is the strongest thing on a battlefield, warriors are second, and combat stream is last, and it is not close. By the middle, they roughly converge. And at the top, after godhood, it inverts completely. A mechanical stream. Divine Master can pilot a few universe-class warships. A divine marshal who has grasped divine power can ignore universe-class warships. But a combat stream mentalist at that level evolves a personal domain in which they are literally God, stacking techniques each as strong as a warship's main gun until the space itself starts to storm, and inside that domain, a true God gets torn apart. That is why the Void Emperor, the different path supreme, exists at all. Every peerless mentalist genius picks combat stream because it is the only path that ends anywhere. And I told him I'd think about it, which is the answer you give when you've already decided. Because combat stream costs decades of comprehending mentalist techniques, and I am carrying a scripture full of immortal techniques that require nothing but a large enough divine origin to cast, and one of my private dreams is to fly a fleet across a galaxy, so mechanical stream, for now. He was visibly upset. Then he told me the actual test. I won't test your knowledge. You haven't been here to learn it. I'm going to test the resilience of your soul. And this is where the whole year came to a point. He warned me carefully. Soul injuries do not heal on any reasonable schedule. If I couldn't take it, I was to say so immediately. I said, begin. He released the soul pressure of an intermediate mentalist, one rank above me, across a hard barrier, which would normally leave a junior psionicist unable to speak. I felt something heavy settle on me, and I frowned slightly. He was surprised and told me I'd passed and asked whether I wanted to continue. I said, continue. He went straight to peak intermediate mentalist, not one small step, straight to the top of the rank above me. My face got unpleasant. I was still nowhere near my limit. Teacher, I can still manage. Please continue. And here I found out that Zhang Yuan had specifically asked him to measure this. Third increase, high-level mentalist, almost 2 full ranks above me. That is the gap where a high-level mentalist doesn't need to lift a finger against a junior psionicist. They just exist harder, and the junior psionicist stops. My face went the color of paper, and my eyes bulged, and every corner of my soul reported that it was about to be sliced into sheets, and I did not surrender. Liu Ming stared at me and stopped being an examiner. You haven't reached your limit? And I laughed at him. I could still laugh. Teacher, this is not my limit yet. Please continue. He told me to signal when I broke and increased it again. Mid-tier high level. Coming. High-tier high level. Not enough, not enough. More, more, more. Here is what was happening in my head, because Liu Ming's face was doing something I recognized and could not place. At the Gufang altar, I climbed 99,999 steps and lived 9 lifetimes and came home from every one of them. Whatever a soul is, mine had been through a forge. Liu Ming stopped being professional. My senior brother, the only prodigy in a century in this federation, he couldn't take 2 full ranks. That was his limit. And you can still talk. Chen Xuan, you are amazing. This time, let me go mad with you. Peak high-level warrior tier pressure, and I finally went quiet. My vision blurred and went strange, and something in me flickered, and then it came back. And what came back was not stubbornness anymore. Liu Ming stopped looking excited and started looking afraid. He told me later exactly why. His senior brother at the limit had looked stubborn, unyielding, refusing. I did not look stubborn. I looked delighted. And there was one thing left in his hand, and it was the last thing he had, because the next tier is Great Mentalist, and a Great Mentalist's soul pressure is not a bigger number, it is a change in kind, and a peak high-level warrior cannot survive it. He hesitated. And through a mouth that had stopped fully working, I said, no, not enough. And Liu Ming laughed out loud and let go of everything. Chen Xuan, I admire you. I, Liu Ming, admire you. Since you're the one suffering and you're going mad anyway, what's wrong with me going mad with you? If it's not enough, then let's continue. A great mentalist's full soul majesty came down on a junior psionicist, and I felt myself begin to shatter. Not metaphorically. My pupils started flashing white, and my soul started to come apart in pieces, and Liu Ming realized he had gone too far and moved to stop. And an arm came up in front of him. Mine. I was already most of the way gone. I put my hand out anyway. No, please. Don't stop. He looked at a boy whose eyes had lost focus and who was clearly no longer conscious in any normal sense, and he did not stop. Inside me, the divine origin lost its mind. It sped up until it looked like a storm instead of a galaxy, generating that strange power 10 and then 100 times faster than it ever had, and at the same time cracks started opening across the whole structure, and it began to collapse. I had spent weeks getting the blanket to 1/3 of the way across. It went to half in seconds, while the divine origin came apart around it. Then faster. 2/3, 3/4, 4/5. Every second was a month of work, and every second the collapse got worse, and I was not making decisions anymore. The divine origin had gone as mad as I had. It was doing exactly what I was doing, and this part was not brave, it was stupid. I could have reached that realm in another month, safely, by sitting in a quiet room. I nearly destroyed my own soul to save 4 weeks. But it finished. Spirit nurturing realm. Major achievement. And I was standing in a room in the Mentalist Center, which is saturated with volatile mental potions, which is the single best place on the planet to break through. And my mental energy tore through the ceiling of junior psionicist and kept going. Intermediate mentalist. Liu Ming heard something shatter in a place that has no sound, and the room filled with a small spatial storm, and he started swearing in a way that a man of his refinement is not supposed to. Prodigy, this is a prodigy, this is actually a prodigy. To break through endless suffering, to stay conscious through that, to find the only way out. Who says he won't become a celestial master? Who dares say he won't become a hegemon? Who dares? And inside, in the dark, I woke up standing on an ocean. The divine origin was still there, and it was different. Not a sea of stars anymore, a sea of power. But that was not what I was looking at. I was looking at a body, standing in front of me, identical to mine, made of nothing. Encountering and manifesting your own soul is the defining mark of a great mentalist. It is 2 entire ranks above where I was standing. It is the moment a mentalist can finally begin cultivating soul power, which is to a mentalist what the true power of heaven and earth is to a martial artist, and which turns one condensation into the destructive weight of 100. I had it at intermediate mentalist. I stood on an ocean inside my own head and looked at my own soul and started laughing. I nearly killed myself to save 1 month, I said, to nobody, on a sea. That was extremely foolish. I will be more careful in future. I have not been more careful in future. When I came out, Liu Ming was standing over me looking like a man who had watched somebody juggle a live grenade. I apologized. He waved it off and then couldn't speak for a while, and finally said, "Don't do that again. You're a genius. Your future is limitless. Unless there is no other way, you don't need to risk your life." I nodded and promised, sincerely, and we both knew what that was worth. "You passed. Don't leave when the holiday starts. The principal wants to speak with you." We walked out into the main hall, and every single person in it, students and teachers, was staring at me. Because a breakthrough of a full major rank pulls free energy out of an entire floor, and every one of them is at minimum a junior psionicist, and they had all felt the floor drain. Wang Lei got to me first, with an expression of pure betrayal. "Chen Xuan, did you break through?" And I shrugged and said, "Yeah, accidentally." I want the record to show it was accidental. I am not sure Wang Lei has forgiven me. 7 of the 12 passed. We took He Long out, and it was the last gathering of the year, and He Long emptied his entire remaining allowance into 1 meal out of pure competitive spite, and Wang Lei's face when the bill arrived was worth the whole semester. Then they packed and left, and both of them invited me home to meet their families, and I said no because I did not have time, and because I still did not want anyone looking at me too closely. And that night, alone in an empty dorm room, the last thing happened. I will tell it exactly the way it went, because I still do not fully understand it. I was heading for the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. And then I was not in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. I was in a space I did not recognize, with a figure standing a few hundred meters away, and I understood immediately that somebody had moved me there without touching me. Spatial displacement. Around a planet where a half-step god was on duty. So I did the only thing available. I went to my absolute limit in one breath. Great Demon True Body, Golden Body Great Demon, Second Realm, which I had reached quietly in the Chen family and told nobody about. The Bronze Demon came up behind me, shot through with gold. Bloodline boiling, 10 qualities, 9 essence intermediate technique at full output. Peak of everything I have. At that moment, I could look down on anything below martial artist. A prodigy level, high-level warrior would have been removed. I crossed the distance in 2 steps and threw the best punch of my life. He turned very slightly and it went past him. Then he hit me and I went 50 meters, and the blood healed while I was still in the air, and before I landed he was next to me again, and I got an arm up in time to have that arm ruined. I have been beaten badly before. That was the first time I was outclassed. And here's the thing that broke my heart. He was matching my rank exactly, same tier. And he was using an ordinary body and no cultivation technique at all. I got up hundreds of times. I fought until I stopped being able to think about anything except finding one opening. And on maybe the 400th exchange, I read the trajectory of his movement for the first time. So I opened my guard completely, let him destroy me, and put everything I had into a supreme law, soul supremacy. It took him off his feet and threw him 400 meters, and I went down and could not get up. And I laughed because I had landed one. 6 times amplification for a second, a strike that would have severely wounded a real martial artist. Then, from 400 meters away, the figure stood up, completely undamaged, nothing wrong with him at all. As expected, I said to the ceiling, "How could anyone who arranged all this be weak?" He walked toward me. I could not move. Supreme Law after effects had arrived, and I was going to be lying there for a week. At 10 meters, he stopped, and his majesty came off him, and it was not soul pressure, and it was not power. It was something else. It felt like standing under an open sky and being made aware of the size of it. And my body, on its own, without consulting me, tried to take a step backwards. Understand that I did not decide that. My body decided it. because my body understood that going forward meant being erased. And I heard something in the haze, a voice, very quiet, from somewhere behind my own thoughts. Retreat. Take one step back. May I? And I said no. How could I possibly back out? Because I have died 9 times on a staircase and found the road home 9 times, and I know exactly what one step backwards costs. I took a step forward. He took one too, and the pressure went past anything I had ever survived, and my body began to disintegrate, and my eyes closed, and I ran out. And then, in the last instant, power came into me from outside and put me back together. All of it, instantly. Every wound and the supreme law backlash, which is a dual debt on body and soul that nothing in the universe removes on demand, simply gone as though it had never been incurred. I opened my eyes in a body that was perfect. He had nearly killed me and then had healed me, and I could not construct a theory. What? What is the purpose of this? And after a very long silence, he answered, Your innate advantages and the will that far exceeds your own limits have already laid the foundation for your path to the peak. However, you are still too weak. With the most concentrated bloodline of the sovereign monarch and so many mysterious powers, your combat strength should not be this low. You've truly disappointed me. Let me tell you what that did to me. I had killed a martial artist as an intermediate warrior. I had comprehended 10 qualities in 4 days. I had built a technique from nothing that outranked everything on the ground floor of a federal university pavilion. And a man I could not perceive told me it wasn't good enough. He saw my face and answered it before I could say anything. Do you think I'm wrong? With your talent, is that really enough? You carry the bloodline of the sovereign monarch. If you became a void king of even the 8th level, you could defeat a supreme. Do you have that talent now? I adjusted my cultivation to your exact rank. My body is the most ordinary body. I used no cultivation technique. The sovereign monarch was merely a 1st level void king, not even the 5th, and he could fight a supreme. And you carry the closest bloodline to him there is. Is this enough? Also, compared to what I was as a high-level warrior, I did not perform at 30%. 30%. I had needed a supreme law and a suicidal opening to land 1 hit on 30%. And I stood there while everything I had been quietly proud of for a year came apart, and I want to be honest that it hurt more than dying did. Then I raised my head. What you said is correct. I may not be able to compete with you now. That doesn't mean I can't in the future. It took me a little over 6 months to reach high-level warrior. In that time, I've already learned to contend with 30% of you. Give me time and I'll fight 40, 50, all of it. One day, I will suppress everything. I, Chen Xuan, have the most unwavering will and unparalleled talent, and I have never retreated from anything because I believe I am the king. And even facing endless tribulation and death, I will not let my glory fade 1 inch. So I will reach the peak, shatter the shackles, and transcend anything. And the figure started laughing. Good, good, good. Chen Xuan, you are very good. Forging ahead regardless of the thorns, never retreating a step. To others, that's foolishness. Among true peak warriors, that is wisdom. Then he said something that I have thought about every day since. Among your Chen family, including the Tian Luo king, only your father commands my respect. It's a pity he fell and lost that last hope. Looking back at everything born in the Federation over the past few centuries, only a handful catch my eye. And you are the one with the greatest hope of breaking that shackle. I hope you won't let me down. The Chen family is the single most feared force among human beings. Peak races of the universe are careful around us. And this person had just gone through the entire family and found 2 names worth noticing. And while I was standing there absorbing that, he said something else, so quietly that I did not hear it. I only found out much later that he had said anything at all. I hope you can really break through. After all, I can't hold them off for too long. I asked him why he had come here and brought me to this place, and he laughed at me, and this time it was a joke. Are you saying I came here specifically for you? Damn it! Haven't you ever wondered why I came here in the first place? Actually, I've always been here. You entered this place. You walked into my territory. I stood there with my mouth open. You're telling me this place is yours. Are you a senior official at Federal University? Because that was the Cultivation Technique Pavilion, a wooden building on a third-class planet's branch campus, where students borrow elementary techniques and forget to return them. He shook his head. Many years have passed since I came here. I'm not an official of Federal University. As for my identity, don't bother thinking about it. You haven't had enough contact with me to know anything. So I asked him how I should address him, and he said, "From now on you'll call me Lei Ming," which is not a name, it's a statement. The heavens have no Tao, so slaughter them where they stand. He put me back on campus with another displacement, and before he sent me off, he gave me two things. The first was a promise. When I come back from the Capital Administrative Star, he will personally teach me the warrior path. I would not trade that for a planet. The second was information. He told me that besides my father's mark, there was also the great ancestor's mark inside me, watching, and that he had blocked both of them without either of them noticing. The great ancestor of the Chen family has been at the peak of Void King for 1,000 years, and men like Tianming gods speak about him carefully. Lei Ming had shut his eyes for an evening as a matter of housekeeping, and the last thing he said to me before I went back to my dormitory was a rule. If you want to reach the peak as a martial artist, you must kill. Anyone who obstructs the road, kill. Anyone who stands in the way and becomes a demon, kill. Anyone who shackles your mind, kill. What actually stops a martial artist is never a natural disaster. It's people. So the only answer is to kill. Stop war with killing. Wage war with killing. Reign supreme with killing. That is the true Tao of a martial artist. I went back to my room and lay down and did not sleep because it was 11 at night and I was leaving in the morning and I did not need rest anymore because a stranger had waved his hand and returned me to my absolute peak. Instead, I logged into the network and I registered on a site, and at the final step, it asked for a 197-character string that I had been given by my family. An enormous eye opened on the screen, several people tall, and it looked at me, and I felt every secret I owned start to come loose, and I nearly logged off, because there is a pagoda in my head and 2 scriptures that could found a civilization, and if the wrong entity ever learns that, not even the Chen family can keep me. The eye closed, and the core page of the network opened, which is where the real information lives, and which is accessible only to genuine high-ranking members of the Federation. The top item that night was a headline that would have shaken the entire Federation if it were public. Human race unparalleled prodigy, Emperor Mingyu, sets foot in the Uranus galaxy to fight the Fire Clan god Zarthos. I opened it, and there was a video, in first person, which meant Emperor Mingyu had recorded it himself while fighting a god. He is of the generation between my father and me, second of the 4 great emperors of his time. Over 40 now, still not a god, sitting at the most outstanding stage of demigod, and at that level with his talent, he can challenge gods and kill them. I watched continents crack. I watched ancient pillars fall. I watched technological cities go and oceans open along fault lines. And I watched a continent the size of a first-class life planet cease to exist at the end. Billions of lives. Neither of them reacted, not once, not one flicker. And the planet that died was Zarthos's own homeworld, and the Fire Clan beings on it were his own people. He was one of the 2 men who killed them. I turned the video off and sat in a dark dormitory room for a long time, because that was the first thing all year that genuinely frightened me. Not the god, not the martial artist, not my own parents planning a genocide over a surname, the indifference. The powerful disregard all living beings, I said out loud to an empty room. For them, only the strongest realm is worth pursuing, and for that pursuit, even their own people are not enough to move them. I wonder if one day I'll become someone who is indifferent to everything. I don't know. I genuinely don't. I have no guarantee to give anybody, least of all myself. Then I searched the younger generation, out of curiosity, and got a page I could not scroll to the end of. Federation-level geniuses, thousands of them. There are supposed to be a handful in a generation, and the list would not fit on one screen. Because this is what they call a golden great age. An era that produces so many prodigies that it must inevitably produce a god king, which means it is also going to be one of the most violent centuries in human history. I opened one at random. A man named Kalen, collateral branch of a first-class family, no special resources, and at 27, he is a transformation stage martial artist, which on a first-class planet makes you an object of worship. I read 3 more. Then I tried to open a Federation-level peerless genius, and the page said, insufficient permissions. Which is where I still am, actually. Locked out of the file on my own competition, on a planet I am about to leave, 12 months after being unable to register on a warrior's measuring instrument. In the morning, Zhang Yuan came to collect me, and we boarded the most ordinary express liner available because he is a demigod with immense resources and he was not going to make a scene. 20 days to the capital administrative star. 4/5 of it inside space wormholes with no network and nothing to do. I did not bring the pills. Too conspicuous. I brought the crystal and the payment card with 5 letters where the number should be, and a technique with 2 true essences in it, which makes soul supremacy an advanced level technique, and which I built out of stolen pieces in a virtual arcade before I could lift a chair with my mind. And I sat in that chair with my eyes closed for 20 days, looking like a boy resting, standing on an ocean inside my own head, throwing punches at nothing. I want to finish with a piece of arithmetic. 1 year ago, I was face down on gravel with a contract on my cheek, signing away the only future I had, because a boy who was slightly stronger than me wanted it, and I could not stop him. This year, the only thing standing between me and a title nobody in the history of my species has ever held is patience. Though is going to hand it to me, that's the point. I told my own father to keep his ship, and I told a demigod I would walk into that campus on my own feet, and I meant both. But there are 3 things I did not choose that are already waiting for me out there. Gu Hahu is alive somewhere with a dead man's plans wrapped around him, and Emperor Gu was better at this than my father, and he spent the last hour of his life making sure his son would be difficult to find. Some very old beings across the galaxy opened their eyes on Gu Fang's star, and did not get to see what woke them, and gave an order that has never been rescinded. Investigate thoroughly. And in a wooden building on a planet I just left, something that can blind my own family's great ancestor without effort has decided that I am the one with the best chance of breaking the final shackle, and told me so, and then said one more thing when it thought I could not hear. I can't hold them off for too long. I don't know who they are. I know I'm on a 20-day flight, and I know what my number is, and I know that when I get there, I have 5 months to become somebody worth the wait. So ask me again in 5 months. Packaging. Title. I signed my future away. Bleeding on the ground, so I woke up a god king's bloodline. Description. They measured me at less than half a star and made me sign my only future away while I was still folded over on the gravel. Then a tower the size of a moon opened inside my own head, handed me 2 supreme techniques, and I finally learned why 7 years of training had never moved the needle. Something had been locking my blood shut since the day I was born. This sci-fi cultivation manhwa recap follows a good-for-nothing who becomes a warrior and a mentalist at the same time, climbs 100,000 steps through 9 full lifetimes, kills a martial artist while still an intermediate warrior, and dies in a forest for a girl he has known 8 days. If you like manhwa recap, LitRPG-style progression with no system, cultivation, OPMC power fantasy, and revenge arcs, where the trash walks back into the room, this one runs all the way up to God King bloodlines and the beings who watch them. Which of the 9 lifetimes would have broken you first? Thumbnail prompt. A split image of the same young man. On the left, he is on his knees on gravel, with a contract pressed against his bleeding face. On the right, he stands upright, soaked in blood, golden bloodline light cracking out through his skin, an enormous bronze demon rising behind him. Text block 1, upper left, trash. Text block 2, upper right, king's blood. Text block 3, bottom center, 1 year. Style, dark cinematic sci-fi, heavy contrast, dust and gold light, a furious face on the right side.